I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Monday, March 28th, 2022. The time is 9:19 in the morning. And the subject of this hearing is the mayor's proposed budget for all of the education agencies, which includes DC public school system, the public charter school system, the deputy mayor for education, the office of the state superintendent for education, the state board of education. All those are included. We will have government witnesses in 2 days. Today, we are hearing from members of the public who signed up timely to testify. This is the third of 6 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having. As I said, on Wednesday, we will have government agencies, the government leaders of the different agencies to testify regarding their budgets. This is the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 23, which begins this October 1st. And on April 8th, the Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on all of the legislation, not just the education agencies, all of the legislation the mayor submitted last week related to the budget, which includes the supplemental for this year, the fiscal year budget for next year, and the Budget Support Act. I do not have more of an opening statement. We have a lot of witnesses. Witnesses will have 3 minutes. While they're being let in, I will recognize my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, in just a second. So the witnesses being let in to testify are in this order: Janae Mcknight, Marcellus Crockett, Anaya Coffey. All 3 are students at Phelps. Emily Gassoy, Ruth Wattenberg, Frasier Oleary, Ebony Rose Thompson, Carlene Reed. All of those individuals are members of the State Board of Education. Ms. Gassoy from Ward 1, Ruth Wattenberg from Ward 3, Frasier Oleary from Ward 4, Ebony Rose Thompson from Ward 7, and Dr. Reed from Ward 8. In addition, Jessica Giles is the State Director of Education Reform Now. David Alpert, who's president of the Ward 2 Education Council, Kathy Riley, who is head of SHAPE, Katrina Owens, who's the executive director of DC Scores, and Cathy Huddleston, who is with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Witnesses will have 3 minutes, and I'm going to stick to the clock because we have 239 witnesses who signed up. Let me recognize my colleague, Mr. Trayon White, if he has any opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I want to thank you for hosting this very important hearing. I believe that education is the foundation of any thriving community. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful tool in which you can use to change the world. I know we have a lot of pieces packed in one, being in the education committee, but it's our hope to hear from the public today to figure out if this budget is sufficient to get us where we need to be. DC touts itself as the fastest growing education system in the country. When we take a look and a deep dive at what's happening, we see our Black, brown boys getting left by significant numbers. And we see that the achievement gap has been widening even deeper during the pandemic. And so it's imperative that we have adequate oversight. I know there's just the public witnesses today. We look forward to hearing from the government witnesses in the future. I applaud the mayor's $3.8 million out of school core programming and a $5 million for out of school time grants. I think it's important that we empower the community to intervene where we can't as a government. However, the proposed mayor budget is just that, proposed. It's important that we hear from you and the public and to add to these education priorities so we can get the needle moving forward and build bridges for our youth and young adults. in Washington, D.C. So I want to thank everyone who came today. I know it's an extremely long list. I won't have any questions. I'll just be in listening capacity. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. So is Janae Mcknight with us?
Yes, hi.
Please proceed. There should be, if you're in gallery view, there will be a clock in the top row, and you have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Okay. Dear members of the council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Janae Mcknight, and I'm a senior at Phelps Ace High School and a youth ambassador for the Community Enrichment Program. I'm here today to request that you continue to provide appropriate funding for out-of-school time program. School programs are important to me because it gives me the opportunity to do new things. It helps kids socially. It helps kids stay off the streets. It will help certain students open up more and make new friends. I have been in programs as one that focus on STEM and others like the Community Enrichment Program that teaches young people about things like today's hearing and importance of giving back to my community. Community service is important to me because I get to help out my community, and it helps me see the world in a different way, and it helps my community flows. Teenagers need positive out of school time programs to keep us engaged and to help us become better people. Please continue to put funding into these programs and also make sure the funding is spent properly and make sure that youth get a chance to keep sharing their thoughts on out of school time programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Marcellus Crockett,
Yes.
please proceed.
Dear members of the council, my name is Marcellus Crockett. I am a 9th grader at Phelps Ace High School and a youth ambassador for the Community Enrichment Program project. I appreciate this opportunity to give my testimony at today's hearing. I would like to request that DC Council and the mayor add additional fundings for out-of-school time programs. Students need programs at their school to help them stay active and engaged. I'm currently in a few programs such as an SEL and STEM program, while learning about engineering and leadership, and also and AI also in the Community Enrichment Program, civic leadership program, where I learn about ways to help out my school and my community. In closing, that you keep funding for out of school time programs because we really need them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Crockett. I do not believe Anaya Coffey is here. If you are, speak up. We'll turn to Emily Gassoy. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. And I wish I could say I was going to be as brief as Mr. Crockett. I'm going to try. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee of the whole. My name is Emily Gassoy, and I am the Ward 1 representative on the State Board of Education. I support the budget requests outlined in testimony that will be delivered by our president later this week. But today I will focus primarily on issues relevant to the schools in my ward. The first issue I'd like to raise relates to the needs of dual language schools, which I'll refer to as DL or bilingual schools. Ward 1 has the greatest concentration of DCPS dual language schools in the city, and my written testimony focuses on specific ways to bolster the DCPS team serving these schools. But I want to emphasize that ultimately this issue transcends my ward, as citywide there are 22 bilingual programs across sectors. Even so, there is little coordinated system level support that would allow bilingual schools across sectors to share resources, work toward established benchmarks and standards, and access high quality training and professional development. In 2019, Council allocated over $300,000 for OSSI to establish an Office of Multilingual Education. To my knowledge, no such office currently exists within OSSI. So I urge Council to reopen the conversation with OSSI about how these reoccurring funds, I believe they're reoccurring, are being spent and if the dual language roadmap that OSSI developed in 2020 is being utilized towards strengthening cross-sector support for DL programming citywide. The second issue I'd like to raise relates to specific supports for schools serving ELL learners. The state board budget testimony urges greater investment for comprehensive literacy training for educators and administrators. I recommend adding to that investment specific training for educators so they can better discern between appropriate language gaps and special needs when assessing ELLs. Many ELLs are identified as needing IEPs when they are actually learning English at an appropriate pace, but may be behind academically because content demands are compounded by language demands. Comprehensive system-wide literacy training should include introduction of literacy learning plans and existing tools such as can-do descriptors that clearly identify what educators should expect a language learner to do at a given level of English proficiency. My third issue relates to adult alternative education, and I see the time is ticking, so I will just say that adult education programs were the only ones not to be raised to the UPSFF rate recommended in the 2013 adequacy study, so that should be rectified. And also alternative and adult schools should be offered the same level of ESSER funding and resources as K-12 schools. I, in my written testimony, also urge that outdoor learning be refunded in the mayor's budget. It went from 9 million to 0. So I will end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kasoy. Ruth Wattenberg.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all. I'm going to focus on the new DCPS budget model and several Ward 3 items to the capital budget and refer you to the State Board of Ed letter that you'll be getting in testimony, which includes some other items, including literacy and so on. On the budget model, I have one very good thing to say. Secondary schools appear to get increased funding, which is sorely needed. But so much else here is deeply problematic. One, despite claims that all schools would receive at least what they received last year, a majority in fact lose funds in the initial budgets, meaning a spiraling down of programs when they're desperately trying to get stronger, especially post-pandemic with gaps growing, as Councilman White noted. Two, as before, general education is underfunded, requiring that schools use their at-risk dollars to supplement the general budget when it's supposed to be the opposite. As Mary Levy has tweeted, the shell game continues, but it will be harder to track. Also, with this budget model, general funding is even lower, leaving schools with relatively small amounts of targeted funding to face steep future cuts. Plus, needed secondary increases appear to come straight from elementary budgets, and the penalty on large schools continues. Specifically, while these future cuts are papered over this year by tens of millions of dollars, the inherent cuts are huge. Absent the one-time dollars for school year 23-24, Deal Middle School, the city's largest, would lose 10% of its funding. According to testimony of parent and economist Stephen Kletter, who you'll hear from later, in their initial budgets, Janney and Lafayette would lose 22 and 18%, huge, of their 23-24 budgets. Poking through the submitted budgets, I saw elementaries across the city losing 7, 8, 12% of their budgets. It's not healthy, it's not sustainable. On the capital budget, you have rightly complained about our poor facilities planning process. In one part of the city, schools open willy-nilly, decimating the enrollment and budgets of nearby schools. And other overcrowding grows for years as students eat lunch at 10:30 in the morning, meet with social workers and revamp storage closets, and high school students are discouraged from taking full schedules as seniors because there's no room. We desperately need a new high school in Ward 3 for the Wilson feeder pattern and appreciate that MacArthur will be that. But importantly, the engagement process did not engage citywide voices, yet the new school includes 500 seats for citywide students. Surveys show that families want to strengthen their local schools. This will undercut such efforts. Ward 3 needs this high school and it needs it ASAP, but it need not be this large. Further, don't assume that it solves overcrowding at Jackson Reed. It does not, and it needs trolley trail access to aid with some of the transportation issues. On the elementaries, the capital budget calls for a too small expansion of Stoddard Elementary, one that will leave it with inadequate space for the 554 students projected for 2027, let alone the future. and a too large new 500 student elementary school a few neighborhoods away, which will require the excess Stoddard students to drive instead of walk. We need additional space to address overcrowding at Mann and Key. The capital plan should allow Stoddard families to continue at Stoddard and provide additional space for overflowing Mann and Key students. That will mean a smaller Foxhall, which will be cheaper and solve other concerns as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wattenberg. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you send it, could you resend it? Or if you didn't, thank you, because that'll be very helpful. Frasier, O'Leary.
Good morning, council members.
Morning.
When I was a teacher in DCPS, my views on the education budget were always centered on whether or not my colleagues would be back the next year, because it was always a precarious situation when our school leaders had to create ways to remain stable. The past 3 years on the State Board of Education have allowed me to see the unease that the local school leaders go through on an almost daily basis. The daily decisions that are made by the executive and the appointed leaders seem to ignore the obvious needs of our local schools and do not prioritize what means the most to our students, school staff, and parents, their well-being. When we look at the budget needs and see a plethora of new ideas about how we can uplift our students, we as educators wonder about the basic problems that keep our students from achieving excellence. There should be no reason why the newly remodeled schools in our city should have so many basic problems after we have spent millions of dollars on their construction. There should be no reason why the schools in our city that have not yet been remodeled have structural problems that are ignored by this system. All of our students and staff deserve to be in a safe and comfortable space so that they can concentrate on their quest towards excellence. Too many of our students and staff have to spend too much time removing obstacles to their learning that shouldn't exist. These obstacles are easily fixable if the system is willing to acknowledge that they exist. If the heat isn't working, then it needs to be fixed right away. If the building is not secure, then it needs to be fixed right away. These are just two examples of major problems in new and old schools that are continually ignored. For too long, our buildings, both old and new, have been neglected. It is imperative that the council uses its power to make sure that the logistical problems that exist are acknowledged and solved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Ebony Rose Thompson.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson. I'm humbled to represent Ward 7 on the DC State Board of Education. I support the testimony President Sutter will deliver on our behalf of the board today. And like Representative Gasois, my testimony will focus on the priorities in my ward. It feels like I haven't gone a day in the past 2 years without hearing someone say, we are living in unprecedented times. So that seems like the natural place to start. Given the unprecedented resources coming off of an unprecedented 2 years, I would expect an unprecedented investment in Ward 7 to match. It's been very clear that while we have been in the same storm through the pandemic, we have not been and still are not in the same boat. The 36 schools I represent continue to be small, under-resourced boats in choppier waters where the storm is stronger. As a State Board of Education member from Ward 7, I represent a disproportionate numbers of families and schools that need supports and repair. I do not want to return to normal coming out of the pandemic because under-resourced and underserved has been normal for us. I'm happy to see investments in school-based mental health and the expansion of the school nurses program. I hope to see that match with a greater rate for average students and dollars addressing the increasing costs all schools face. I ask the council to support these investments and make others. Many schools are holding their budgets together with stabilization funds, pandemic dollars, and at-risk funds. The ESSER dollars have a clear end, and we need both adequate local dollars and increased transparency around spending to avoid a ESSER fiscal cliff. As you review this budget and listen to the witnesses today, one question I hope you ask yourself is, do the changes to our DCPS school funding formula result in greater equity, stability, and transparency? One place to look is at how schools have allocated and spent at-risk dollars. The DCPS requirement to supplement, not supplant, is an important indicator of equity. When digging into the data, which is the nerdy way of saying, show me the money, it seems still unclear if budgets are equitable. For example, Beers Elementary in my ward and Mann Elementary in Ward 3 both have the same number of students projected. However, Beers' music teacher is paid out of at-risk funds, while Mann seems to have enough money to be able to pay for their teacher out of local funds. If we've gotten the formula right, shouldn't Beers be able to cover a music teacher and then, because of additional funds, be able to add more staff, focus on intervention and supports? DC needs a multi-year plan to ensure schools are equitably and stably funded. The changes to the DCPS funding formula and the opaqueness around charter formulas still leave us unable to answer the most important question of these education budget hearings. What is it we guarantee to all students? A nurse, a librarian, special education supports, no matter what needs your students show up with? If we have learned one thing from this pandemic, it is that to successfully support these students, schools must be equipped to deal with these issues that go beyond schoolhouse doors. In this vein, I support the calls for increasing school-based mental health services, community schools, out-of-school time, digital equity, and safe passage efforts. I also implore the council to consider increased funding for literacy initiative, both for adults and children. In Ward 7, we have some of the highest illiteracy rates in the city. I've been hearing organizations like Washington Literacy Council are in great need of funding. For our 3 adult-facing orgs, channeling about $500K could result in a priceless, life-changing investment for the adults they serve. And I promise I'm wrapping up. The FY23 budget also includes funding for high schoolers, which I support, along with adding dollars through the line items and changes to our formula. We need a citywide cross-sector education plan. Maybe it's time the council required that to be delivered, similar to our requirement for master facilities plan. We write some language into the Budget Support Act. We should stop pretending we're all rowing in the same direction. Finally, I'm happy to see Winston included in the CIP. I look forward to figuring out a way forward for planning for that. And I ask that the following schools be moved up: Burville, Plummer, Kelly Miller, having HVAC issues addressed, C.W. Harris, and Winston. I will submit a full written testimony. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. So we will be submitting. Thank you. Dr. Reed?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Ward 8 Councilmember Trayon White, and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Dr. Carlene Reed, the Ward 8 representative to DC State Board of Education. And these comments should be interpreted as my own and not represent the views of the board. I also am in full support of the testimony that President Sutter will be issuing later in the week. First, Chairman Mendelson, please consider how we can go back to dividing the education oversight and budget hearings across days and organizations. Multiple hearings on different days facilitate the oversight and advocacy each of our education agencies deserves. While I'm happy to see over 200 witnesses weigh in on the budget, my fear is the current structure creates blanket advocacy for schools, but may pull away from the time and attention from smaller agencies who equally impact our education system. To the budget, I'm happy to see the inclusion of Henley and Simon Elementary Schools into the capital improvement plan for 2023 and 2028. Ward 8 lags in the number of schools that have received full modernizations to the tune of only about 41% of our students our schools have received full modernizations. However, as I peruse the pages of the capital improvement plan, I was disheartened to see so many of the Ward 8 projects are only in pre-design and pre-planning versus progressing to the construction phases. Please fund the Ward 8 projects to move beyond planning and into the execution phase of construction. The CIP also worries me, as I have noticed the addition of new school construction projects, but places like room 111 of Savoy Elementary School continue to leak every time it rains for over 10 years. We have schools that are scheduled to receive modernizations due to the PACE Act, and we also have schools with citations of life and safety issues in the CIP. My thought is we should prioritize schools across the city with life and safety citations within the CIP before any new constructions. I recommend that funds for new buildings be reallocated to address this need. Improvements to our education system cannot just be done through investments in facilities. One example is we need funding for literacy instruction beyond the 5-year, $16 million federal grant OSSI recently was awarded. That is used to pilot the Letters program training for teachers in a handful of schools. I could not find funding for literacy training and interventions in this budget. We should be putting local dollars towards literacy outcomes. I understand our system allows for the autonomy of LEAs. However, to make progress, we need certain shared agreements and investments across sectors. And quality reading interventions for all should be one of the investments that support students no matter where they attend school. The rest of my advocacy relates to the letter that I sent to most of your offices along with the Ward 8 Education Council back in to the mayor as well, back in February 22nd, 2022. Some things that I would like to highlight in my last few seconds is Johnson Middle School fields still need lights. And I know that there's a budget item, blanket budget item related to facilities and fields. However, it's not clear which facilities and fields will be renovated. I also like $100,000 grant related to Ward 8 outdoor learning efforts. We have a lot of local partners, including the Friends of Oxford Park, who've been doing outdoor learning efforts throughout the pandemic. And I would love an opportunity for them to be able to continue those efforts. They're currently doing it unfunded. I would also love for smart board renovations for Martin Luther King Elementary School. Again, there's blanket statements related to technology. However, it's not clear where some of those investments will go. Lastly, in so many areas, I will also say, since I focus so much on funding of our DCPS schools, we also need to look at how our the building allowances for our charter LEAs. A lot of our single site LEAs in Ward 8 have had some difficulty. I have an LEA who had HVAC issues all winter, and we need to think about how to support our local single site LEAs versus I know some of our larger sites have more capital to renovate buildings. I thank you for your time. I had to put a lot in there, but you have my written testimony.
Actually, I don't have your written testimony, so if you could.
I sent it last night.
Nope, I do. It was out of order. Thank you. I thank you, each of you from the board, and I let you all go a little bit over the 3 minute. I'm not going to be so kind to subsequent witnesses, unless you're elected. Jessica Giles, you're next, and followed by David Albert.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Trayon White, and members and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Giles. I'm a resident of Ward 7 and State Director of Education Reform Now, DC. EARN DC is a nonprofit organization fighting for a just and equitable public education system for all students. I am pleased to testify today. There's much to celebrate in the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2023 budget, including a 5.9% increase in the base amount of the UPSFF, a 2.2% increase in the charter facilities allotment, $3.8 million in additional support for the school-based behavioral health program, and continued investments in restorative justice, dual enrollment opportunities, and high-impact tutoring. We are also pleased to see DCPS publish school-level budgets and update its budget model. However, with the district's continued strong finances and revenue, more smart investments are possible and needed. We urge the DC Council to build on the mayor's proposal in 6 ways. 1, fund an adequacy study of the UPSFF. It's critical for the district to know how much funding our schools need to ensure that our highest need students are well served. The DC Council must ensure an adequacy study is completed once every 5 years since the last adequacy study was commissioned in December of 2013. 2nd, raise the at-risk weight. Last week, Empower K-12 released an updated study showing how our students are faring during the pandemic. Significant takeaways from the study are students designated as at risk are on average performing nearly 2 grades levels behind in math and reading. Their achievement declines were double their more privileged peers, and more vulnerable student populations have significant lower well-being indicators. The DC Council must raise the at-risk weight of the UPSFF from 0.24 to 0.28 for fiscal year 23 and sign into law a commitment to fully fund the recommended weight for students designated as at-risk by fiscal year 25. Number 3, increase the facilities allotment to 3.1% in fiscal year 2023. The facilities allotment is a critical tool for helping ensure every student has a safe and well-maintained school building to learn and play. Last year, the DC Council recognized the need for a permanent 3.1% annual increase in facilities allotment beginning in fiscal year 24. To keep up with rising costs in the district, we urge the DC Council to raise the facilities allotment from the mayor's proposed 2.2% to 3.1% in fiscal year 23. We also ask the DC Council to ensure that school funding goes through the UPSFF so that all students, staff, and schools have the funding necessary to recover from the pandemic. Number 4, provide free and easy structured literacy training for all pre-K through 5 DC leaders and teachers. Literacy is strongly tied to success in school and life, but the district fails to ensure all our students are taught this foundational skill by 3rd grade. We urge the DC Council to provide sufficient funding so that all pre-K through 5 DC leaders and teachers can receive free and accessible structured literacy training with incentives. Number 5, provide housing support for educators and school staff. And number 6, build on investments for school-based behavioral health support. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. I don't believe David Alpert is here yet. Cathy Riley.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Cathy Riley, and I'm Director of Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, and the facilitator for Ward 4 and for C for DC. We are a rich city. We are so fortunate, and this is such a huge budget to ensure it gets spent in the best possible way. That's a big job for you. In this context, we would hope to see an operating and capital budget that reflected the importance of investing in and maintaining the DCPS core system of quality neighborhood schools with the DCPS options. This requires planning and engagement that looks at decisions through a number of different lenses. These decisions in the capital budget do meet that priority. The capital investment in the DCPS middle school at the former Banneker High School location on Euclid Street, the planning on this can get started immediately and should be done with Cardozo, the feeder pattern communities, and in concert with any funds spent on the Francis Stevens swing space, which along with the fall 24 move out date for Francis Stevens can move the middle school forward faster. The addition of a cafeteria at Coolidge and a new field for Dunbar and the continued modernizations of the Phase 1 elementary schools. On other fronts, however, we see the consequences of the failure to plan. At Roosevelt High School, which is succeeding and thriving with a projection of 868 next year, this growth, along with the decision to convert the co-located state program to a day school and then close Washington Met, has meant that the expanded enrollment at both schools is now constraining and jeopardizing them in this building built for 1,000. State students deserve their own space, and Roosevelt has grown and now requires the full use of its building. We need the council to weigh in. There are possible solutions. We are in support of the decision to relieve the crowding at Jackson Reed, but not of the size, as Representative Wattenberg mentioned. The notion that equity is served by opening up equity seats, like access elective seats at this level, it assumes that the other by right DCPS high schools do not offer a quality program, and this is just not true. The expansion should not move forward at this time. For schools that saw a real increase in operating funds and thus in the ability to hire needed staff, the budget process was laced with hope. For those that have been here a while, the influx of funds at some schools has also led to anxiety that when the federal funds are gone, there will be an unsustainable loss with a possible RIF. In fact, some schools have even been notified of that possibility. As you have noted, it's part of the life of the school system that enrollments fluctuate. There has to be a method to ensure stability. And to that end, we will work with you on your proposed bill B24-0570 to see if we can get to a better place on this. We support the articulated push by Cathy Huddleston of DCPI regarding mental health, as well as the ask of Empower Ed and others on outdoor learning funding and safe passage and on the digital equity and many more things in this budget that I don't have time to go into. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Kabila Huddleston.
Is Katrina
I've skipped somebody.
Yeah, Katrina.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Owens.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Owens, a Ward 4 resident and the Executive Director at DC Scores. Since 1994, DC Scores has provided free, high-quality, out-of-school time programming. This school year, we've returned to full in-person programming at over 60 DC public and public charter schools for over 3,000 elementary and middle school age children. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. In the mayor's budget, we commend the mayor for extending the $5 million increase for the Office of Out-of-School Time for another year with local funds. And we hope that in the future, these funds will become a reoccurring investment to sustain high quality OST opportunities like DC Scores. These funds are critical as we work to consistently help kids connect positively with their school and teachers, find a place to belong on their team, find their voice, and process the ongoing pandemic and racial injustice. We also know that there simply aren't enough high-quality, affordable OST slots for young people in our city now. DC Scores alone has a waiting list of 10 schools who want our program, but we don't have the funding to be able to expand. Our hope is that the district will continue to commit to increasing funds so that every kid can access high-quality OST programs who want it. We also ask that the council continue its oversight of the distributed funds to ensure that the dollars provided reach OST programs who can utilize these funds and expand them with other philanthropic dollars to provide greater access to programming for more kids. The OST office has been a critical partner to DC Scores and the entire OST community since it was created. Not only has the office provided consistent funding, but they've also worked in partnership with OST programs to increase the quality of programming through professional development and collaborative data gathering. My hope is the next leader of this office will prioritize elevating the quality of programming through partnership with the OST community. During this time of continual transition and uncertainty, DC Scores and OST programs like ours are a consistent, powerful partner for school communities, kids, and families. At Scores, we remain committed to keeping kids feeling safe, supported, connected, and hopeful, helping them find their voice. I'm going to close my testimony with the voices of the Aton Elementary School DC Scores team from Ward 7. Words of my heart. If only you could see the words in my heart. The writer you don't always see. The poems are different. The words just come to me when I feel like no one hears me. When I just want to shout, I put my feelings on a page until the ink runs out. When I'm sad, my thoughts are tragic. When I'm happy and ecstatic, my pen runs across the page just like magic. I have my notebook as my special gadget. Using them daily makes my day turn out fantastic. One day, I hope you see my poetry, my words, and me as the writer I know I will be.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. There's some clicks going on here. Kabila Huddleston.
Chairperson Mendelson, members of the committee and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kabila Huddleston, and I'm a policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. I would like to focus my testimony on the fiscal year 23 proposed budget for DCPS. My testimony focuses on DCFPI's analysis of initial and submitted budgets. You don't have my written copy yet, so apologies, Mr. Chairman. Between the mayor's proposed 5.87% increase to the Uniform per Student funding formula to DCPS's launch of a new school budget model, there's a lot to unpack. A few weeks ago, our organization released an analysis of the fiscal year 23 initial school budgets, which found that more than half of DCPS schools received a fiscal year 23 initial budget that was lower than their fiscal year 22 submitted budget, which was boosted by federal recovery dollars. We also found that nearly 2 out of 3 schools' initial budgets would not allow them to maintain the same staffing levels that they currently have. DCPS has since released school submitted budgets, and we are still analyzing them, but so far we see that at least 23 schools were given additional one-time dollars, mostly to reverse their loss of buying power due to an expansion of special education services. Often we hear from the mayor and top education officials how DC invests so much money into public education. What we hear less about is where and how this money is spent and whether those investments are meeting the true needs of DC students, educators, and families. The money DC invests is only as good as its material impact on the lives of students, especially those who face the most barriers to learning, such as Black and Latinx students, students from families with low incomes, and students with disabilities. In the current school year, schools' budgets are being buoyed by important one-time federal relief dollars that have not only allowed schools to address the academic and social emotional harm of the pandemic, but have also allowed many schools to simply maintain staffing levels from last school year. In fiscal year 23, the mayor and DCPS proposed to invest $43 million in stability funding, half of which are one-time dollars. These dollars are funding vital personnel and non-personnel services that many schools will need beyond the year. Our office has been told that the mayor will be providing her one-time recovery funds to DCPS and public charter schools in both fiscal years 23 and 24. This is good considering what projected enrollment declines would otherwise do, especially to DCPS elementary schools and schools in wards 4, 7, and 8. However, given the uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic and its harm on student enrollment and student needs, DCPS needs a plan to ensure that local school budgets are sufficient during and beyond the pandemic to avoid a fiscal cliff. While recovery funds may be one time, student needs are not. DCFPI also echoes other advocates' sentiment that we need to make sure that DCPS's local recurring funding is sufficient for schools and keeps up with rising costs. Year after year, schools are having to trim staff simply because their budgets don't keep up with rising costs, and that's just unacceptable. And lastly, we echo sentiments that we need a plan. With projected enrollment being the largest driver of schools' budgets, we're seeing enrollment declines that are resulting in schools, particularly east of the river, losing funding over and over. And with unfettered growth of schools without proportionate enrollment growth, we have a untenable and financially wasteful situation. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be submitting my written testimony to you.
Thank you, Ms. Huddleston. So we have a lot of witnesses, so I swear I would not ask any questions, but I do want to say this. So several of you spoke to the fact that schools have been, a large number of schools are seeing a reduction in their budget. And that brings me back to the bill that I introduced, Bill 24-570, that attempts to stabilize funding for schools, saying that the schools had to be funded first before the rest of DCPS and funded at least the level that they were funded in the current year. That would be year after year. So I appreciate the testimony in that regard. And I am working on that bill. That would not affect this year's budget, but it would improve the budgets for local schools going forward. They shouldn't suffer that instability. Mr. O'Leary, you testified regarding maintenance, not that others didn't, but you especially emphasized that. I agree. DGS, oversight of DGS is not under this committee. It's a different committee of the council. I do meet with DGS every 2 months, and it's exasperating going through these schools with these work tickets that go back. And you mentioned security systems, you mentioned HVAC, everybody does, and there are others. I mean, there's a school that we're following up on with sewage backups. So we will keep pressing on that. Dr. Reed, you had mentioned Savoy. Could you say that again, what the issue is?
Yes, room 111. I attended the Washington Teachers Union conference about a week or 2 weeks ago. And a teacher spoke up and said room 111 in Savoy Elementary School leaks every time it rains. And it just so happens to be that current WTU President Pogue Lyons also had that room some years ago. And she said she had the same issue. So we would like for it to not,
Yes. Was there another school with us? But you mentioned, was there another school that you mentioned? And if not,
Whittier in Ward 4.
Now, Mr. O'Leary, I didn't ask you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mentioned in my testimony, Johnson Middle School's athletic facilities.
Yes.
Yes, are currently lit by MPD, and we would like for them to have the actual lighting. And it wasn't transparent. I see the budget item about recreation facilities for schools, but not who will get what funding.
I wanted to mention one other thing. It's a long hearing today, and I recognize that folks feel that's a bit unfair. I want to note, however, that the Committee of the Whole had a separate hearing this year on school budgeting. We had a separate hearing this year on special education. We had a separate hearing this year on attendance. And late last year, we had a separate hearing on teacher and principal turnover. So there have been opportunities for folks to testify and on more specifically these issues. Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, if you have any questions. He indicated that he would be listening and probably not.
No, Chairman, I don't have any questions at this time. I want to thank those who spoke today. It was very informative. We are taking notes. We'll be followed up on some of the issues. I know for me, especially issues related to Ward 8 schools.
So thank you, each of you. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. I will be calling witnesses off of page 2 of the witness list. Emmanuel Codillo with DECC, Shara Greer who's with the Children's Law Center, Jennifer Mampera, who's with Fresh Farm Footprints, Beth Bacon, who's also with Fresh Farm Footprints, Maria Blauer, who's with Advocates for Justice and Education, Laura Fuchs, who's a teacher, Chelsea Coffin, who's with the DC Policy Center, Taraya Azel, who's with the Charter Schools, Maya Walker, Black Swan Academy, Scott Goldstein, Executive Director of Empower Ed, Makita Perry, who's just listed as a witness, Hailey Allingham, who's with Amadon Bone Elementary, Grace Hu, who's with Digital Equity in DC Education, Melody Molinoff, also with Digital Equity in DC Education, Brianna McGowan, Ward 5 Education Equity Committee, Pat Brantley, who's CEO of Friendship Public Charter Schools, Mary Levy, Kishan Putta, who's with ANC 2E01, Zachary Israel, an ANC 4D04 Commissioner, and also with Truesdale Elementary FTO, Nicole Hanrahan, LAYC Career Academy, Sandra Moscoso, who's with the Ward 2 Education Council and is a Ward 6 resident, Riley Danilko, who's with DC Action as a policy analyst, and Kimberly Perry, who's executive director, and it doesn't say, but I think it's DC Action. So it's a lot of folks. If you're in gallery view, there's a clock, should be in the top row of your screen. Mr. Caudillo, are you here? Shara Greer.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning. I am Shara Greer. I'm the Policy Director of the Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm also the parent of 2 DCPS students. I'm testifying on behalf of Children's Law Center, and our testimony and recommendations arises from our experience representing students who are often the furthest from opportunity in the city. The impacts of this pandemic were felt in every corner of the education sector, and we will likely spend years trying to recover some sense of normalcy for students and educators. To accomplish this, the education budget must address not only the losses that students suffered during the pandemic, but also the future needs that we will have as we recover. While all students experience educational disruption over the past 2 years, we know that the pandemic affected different groups in different ways. Our testimony focuses on 2 groups of students in particular, students with disabilities and students with behavioral health needs. I go into more depth in our written testimony. I'm just going to highlight 4 recommendations this morning. One is to ensure needed funding for school-based behavioral health. And this includes bringing the community-based organizations grant funding back to FY22 levels by adding in local dollars and also investing in a cost study to ensure that we are properly funding the program. 2, support students feeling safe and welcome in school. And this includes the council maintaining its commitment to phasing out police in schools and rejecting the mayor's proposed repeal of the SRO phase out. Also, restoring the FTEs the mayor has proposed eliminating from OSSI's Division of Student Transportation and adding investment in recruiting and retention. Currently, OSSI is struggling to retain the drivers, bus attendants, nurses, and fleet support staff needed. And this lack of staff and workforce shortages is significantly impacting the ability for students with disabilities to access their education. And lastly, we recommend that the council create a dedicated compensatory education fund with at least $20 million to help pay for the special education related services missed during the pandemic. For many students with specialized education needs, virtual learning could not provide the specialized instruction and related services to which they're entitled to under federal law. The amount of missed services is significant. Just to give you a sense, there are almost 15,000 district students who are entitled to special education services. If even just a quarter of those students missed 5 hours a month for the 11 months of virtual learning, this is more than 200,000 hours of missed services. And while compensatory education is usually a judicially created remedy, it'd be unnecessarily expensive for both families and the city to require each of those students who missed services to litigate their claim. In addition, the services to which the student is entitled to would be continued to be delayed if they're all forced to go through a lengthy litigation process. And more importantly, forcing students and families to go through traditional litigation inequitably relies upon a family's ability to navigate the complex litigation system and afford legal representation and time off work to participate. The solution, which provides a much more equitable and timely remedy, which other states are exploring as well, is to create a fund so missed services are easier to to fund and apply for and are more equitable. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Creer. Jennifer Mamparo.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. And thank you to DCPS and to all the city council members who've been so supportive of experiential food education for DCPS students. My name is Jen Mampara and I'm the Director of Education at Fresh Farm. My primary responsibility is to oversee the implementation of our Food Prints program that's engaging 7,000 DC public school students at 19 elementary schools in sorely needed opportunities to engage with the natural world on their campuses and to experience joyful food and nutrition education linked to their academic curriculum during the school day. I would like to focus my testimony today on sharing details about how the Food Prints program is currently funded through a cost-sharing model with the city, schools, and private funders. On average, it takes about $275 per student per school year to deliver full Food Prints programming. This includes monthly or bi-weekly Food Prints classes for all students at each partner school, maintenance of school gardens and kitchen classrooms, and organizational support. This school year, the total revenue for Food Prints is $2 million from several sources. City funding through DCPS accounts for about 54% of that. Private, federal, and state funds raised by Fresh Farm account for 30% of our total, and there are numerous foundations that contribute to this. They're in my testimony. I won't read them. Funds from school budgets account for 12% of our revenue, and contributions from partner school PTAs account for about 4%. Principals have worked for many years with us to allocate a portion of their school budget for Food Prints as they are able to, with the many other demands and costs they have. Over the last 12 years, these contributions have ranged from $7,000 to $30,000 per year. This school year, 5 principals from new Title I partner schools invested $234,000 of their discretionary ESSER funds to start Food Prints partnerships at their schools. This flexible source of funds allowed these principals to provide substantial contributions, but now there's much uncertainty around sustaining this level of school-based funding. The lack of stability from year to year impedes our ability to raise matching funds, to plan for and train staff, and to plan for adding additional schools who request a partnership. And there are a number of Ward 7 and 8 schools who would very much like this program that we haven't yet been able to expand to. We understand that there's concerns about equity since we don't reach all schools. However, we believe that funding from the city is exactly what does make this program equitable. Otherwise, partnerships like this are more accessible to schools that have high functioning PTAs that raise money. We support Empower Ed's proposed outdoor education package and believe it's a model for addressing equity issues as it seeks to provide funds schools can use to work with an array of partner organizations in providing equitable access to outdoor education. We urge the city to make investments in experiential food education and outdoor education that have lasting, powerful impacts on the health, happiness, and success of our students and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mampera. Beth Bacon. You're muted. If you could start over.
Sorry about that. Good morning. My name is Beth Bacon. I'm a Ward 6 resident and a communications and development lead for Fresh Farm Food Prints, where our students grow, cook, eat, and learn in 19 partner public schools across the city. We've been overwhelmed with support this year from an array of stakeholders, from classroom teachers to principals, students, parents, and national education leaders. This support has reinforced our 3 main focus areas for this year. 1, social emotional learning and healing. This year, the Food Prints team is making it possible for 7,000 DCPS students to have monthly hands-on immersive food education experiences with joyful teamwork-based learning in the garden and kitchen. Our stakeholders tell us that Food Prints help students feel connected to their school communities. Students take pride in planting, nurturing, and harvesting in their garden and preparing food they eat together. 2, health and nutrition. Our teachers have restarted in-person cooking classes, preparing, eating, and enjoying produce-based recipes in COVID-safe ways. Data shows that students attending foodprint schools are significantly more likely to know and prefer produce that we feature, like beets and kale and sweet potatoes, compared to students at schools without the program. Teachers, particularly at Kimball Elementary School in Ward 7, believe strongly that this is important because, as they put it, exposure to nutritious foods is not always possible in our students' communities. 3, STEM and garden-based outdoor learning. In each of our flourishing school gardens, our students are planting seeds, harvesting vegetables, and digging in the soil to discover life and earthworms, all a part of our academically aligned lessons in our interdisciplinary foodprints curriculum. Ms. Henry Robinson, an ELA instructional coach at Whittier Elementary School, says foodprints has been an absolute godsend for us this year. It has helped with our STEM, reading, and social studies programs. Whittier Principal Tiffany Johnson has said the foodprints is one of the best investments she's made this year. Mr. Bolden, a kindergarten teacher at Kimball, says our foodprints teachers are part of our Kimball family. Year after year, we want to keep the program, even though it does not always fit into our school budget. To address these type of challenge that Mr. Bolden describes, we support city funding and autonomy for schools to establish partnerships that help provide substantial food education and outdoor education for students. Empower Ed has offered that exact model in their proposed outdoor education budget package, which we urge the council to support. A shared funding model with sustained city support is critical for a level of foodprints programming that our school partners value so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bacon. Maria Flower? Is she here? I'm told she is not here. Laura Fuchs? Haven't seen you since Saturday.
Yes, hello. Sorry, so my name is Laura Fuchs, and since 2007, I've taught at H.D. Woodson High School. Today, I'm speaking almost word for word a testimony I gave 4 years ago on this exact day. I'm here to ask, what is your commitment to democracy and the future of this district? Neighborhood public schools are the foundation of our society and our future. When are we going to be serious about making sure they're receiving and spending the money that they deserve to benefit all of our students? Ultimately, we put our money where our mouths are, and the decision-making process of how that money gets spent is one of the cornerstones of that democracy. Despite promises that are made every single year to make the process more transparent, DC has yet to deliver on that promise. So I'm done asking for more transparency. I'm asking for stakeholders to be included in the decision-making process from the local schools up to central office and with this council. Inclusion is not just a focus group carefully chosen by a central office who meets once a month with limited information and public disclosure of meeting minutes. Inclusion is not just a few citywide information sessions, where once again the notes are not disclosed if they're taken at all. Inclusion is not one LSAT training for quadrant that happens right before our budget process begins, if it happens at all. Inclusion is not this hearing taking place during the school day with over 200 witnesses from all sectors forced to give 3 minutes with no real time for questions so everyone can be heard. Where we will be told it is too late to change anything, and those changes we do secure then get misused by central office, again being told the changes came too late to actually do what the council told them to do and put that money in local school budgets. Inclusion looks like LSATs and all interested stakeholders having the opportunity for intensive training on the school budgets at the beginning of the school year. It is central office actively supporting those groups at meetings with information about programming, opportunities, data, and finances. It is central office putting a priority not just on having those meetings, but working with the schools to craft a budget that supports the vision and goals of those at the school and in the community so that they can receive the targeted funding they need to get the job done. It is ensuring those budgets are fulfilling the needs that school has, not just an arbitrary number that DCPS gets to make up and change at a whim year over year. It is the DC Council exercising consistent oversight of the budget process throughout the year by DC Council members who work actively, not just with central office, but with the WTU, student, parent, and community groups out in the communities and not during the school day or our vacations. And I have a little more written and it'll submit it for you. Thank you.
Right, I do have a copy of your statement, Ms. Fuchs. Thank you. Chelsea Coffin.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Chelsea Coffin, and I'm the Director of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing and vibrant economy in DC. I will focus my testimony today on the critical need to streamline and track goals for recovery and education at the system level in FY23 and beyond, based on our findings in the recent State of DC Schools report. The FY23 budget includes substantial investments in academics, with a historic increase of 5.87% to the UPSFF foundation level and $14 million for IHIMBA tutoring, among other investments. These resources intended to boost learning outcomes are essential for success in school year 2022-23, but there is a need to focus more on the expected results. OSSE's annual performance plan for last year, FY22, has targets of 43.2% of students being college and career ready in ELA and 40.1% in math, which indicate an increase of 6.2 percentage points in ELA and 9.1 percentage points in math from 2018-19. These increases assume that learning has continued apace during the pandemic, even though findings suggest that these years have been incredibly challenging for students and that achievement levels are lower than they were pre-pandemic. Instead, DC needs a framework for improving learning outcomes that considers the baseline and targets improvements by student group, especially for students designated as at risk. The FY23 budget continues the same levels of funding for students with disabilities and English learners, including a supplemental weight for English learners in high school added last year. During the pandemic, these groups were harder to identify, evidenced by a drop of 2 percentage points for students with disabilities and English learners in pre-kindergarten last year. Students with disabilities and English learners often experience more challenges with virtual education and show signs of more unfinished learning. OSSE has a goal of IEP reviews that comply with secondary transition requirements and IDEA due process hearings, but no goals for English learners. To think more deeply about recovery, there should be goals that consider outcomes in addition to process for both groups, such as goal attainment for students with IEPs and exit for English learners. The FY23 budget also includes significant funding for high schoolers in connection to college and career. This funding highlights another area where targets and metrics could be more meaningful beyond high school graduation rates. OSSE's performance plan for last year aims for 36% of students completing post-secondary within 6 years of enrollment, but in FY21, only 22% of students completed, making it another target based on pre-pandemic trends. There are no metrics available on employment or earnings outcomes for DC's high school alumni or other credentials they accrue aside from college degrees. Investing in data systems to connect the dots between high school and the workforce for alumni is crucial to find out what is working in these programs and deserves to be a focus point in education recovery discussions, especially as high school students have the fewest years before they transition to college and career. Amidst large investments in education and the acute need to regain what school communities have lost during the pandemic, DC needs to track recovery that is intended in this budget with thoughtful targets. The DC Policy Center outlines metrics in the areas of student academic success, supportive student environment, and community factors to consider tracking by student groups. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Coffin. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you would submit that.
I sent it on Friday. I'll double check with your team.
Okay, thank you. Taraya Azell. Is she here? I don't see her. Maya Walker, is she here? I don't see her. Scott Goldstein.
Good morning. Today I'll discuss several critical investments we must make to ensure our stability and progress for our schools. First, this budget must prioritize the retention of DC's educators. As you know, the DC has the highest teacher turnover rate in the country, with nearly 25% of teachers leaving schools each year. Put simply, schools cannot make or sustain progress with this kind of instability. Our citywide survey with EmpowerEd and W2U found the number one thing educators said would retain them is more flexible scheduling. Flexible scheduling is a win-win for staff and students alike. Proposed models, such as Enrichment Wednesdays, would allow staff more time for collaboration, planning to improve instruction and personal time, while students can take advantage of new opportunities in project-based learning, experiential learning, vocational education, targeted supports, internship, and more. We need the council to budget $6 million to allow up to 10 to 12 schools to pilot different models of flexible scheduling. The funding of $400,000 to $500,000 per pilot school allows schools to properly staff the plans they've designed. and we need more to further address teacher turnover. Second, if we want to achieve equity in student opportunity, we must address both academic achievement gaps and experience gaps that shape how they view their possibilities for both careers and their lives. When some students regularly engage in rich project-based learning, field trips, experiential learning, outdoor learning, and well-rounded education, while others are forced to spend all day doing drill and kill math and reading practice, we reinforce inequity and start closing doors it will be harder and harder for them to open. It's immoral. Research shows time spent outdoors during the school day leads to significant increases in student attention, academic performance, and mental health. Yet Mayor Bowser's proposed budget defunds outdoor learning. After investing $9 million last year, it's zeroed out in this year's budget. The mayor spent millions to build outdoor infrastructure for schools and has invested nothing in ensuring it's well utilized. Without funding for school partnerships, we'll continue to have outdoor equipment sit unused and limit our students' opportunities. Third, we must focus on stopping cycles of trauma inflicted on our youth. We support the Council Passed Fair Access to Schools Act, but it's an unfunded mandate asking schools to shift from punitive approaches to discipline to restorative practices, which we should, but without sufficiently funding training for educators in how to implement restorative work. Restorative justice is an effective approach of promoting school safety and stability, while also supporting the behavioral needs of students and enabling positive cultural shifts. We need the $930,000 investment, like through School Talk, restorative justice technical assistance, PD, and more. Fourth, too many of our students are reading below grade level due to years of well-intentioned, misguided approaches about how kids learn to read. Every principal, literacy coach, and reading teacher in elementary grades should be trained in letters and science of reading, and we need to fund that. As members of the Under 3 DC Coalition, we call on the council to ensure early childhood educator pay gets into the hands of educators ASAP, and the $3 million in dedicated funds from sports wagering into the Early Childhood Development Fund. On a personal note, finally, as a Ward 4 resident, I joined the calls to immediately prioritize separate space for Roosevelt and Roosevelt's Day. What does it say when we build a new school to ease overcrowding in Ward 3 and allow untenable overcrowding in Ward 4? And I joined the call for a dedicated swing space in Ward 4. Students from Truesdale and other schools shouldn't have to travel out of the ward to buildings not meant for elementary school students. This will seriously damage their upward trajectory. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I don't have a copy of your statement, and my guess is, knowing you, you sent it.
I did.
Could you resend it?
I will.
Or do we have it?
No, it's on the website.
Yep. We have it. It's just nobody gave it to me, so I will look for it.
Thanks.
Rakita Perry. Is she here? Hailey Ellingham. Grace who?
Yes. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Grace Hu. I am a DCPS parent and one of the co-leads for the Digital Equity in DC Education Parent Coalition. Since 2018, we've advocated for technology funding and a comprehensive tech plan that outlines how DCPS will fund and provide computers, IT support, digital literacy, and professional development for teachers to help them use technology effectively. Last year, many DCPS schools started the school year without having adequate devices and classroom technology. Please work to ensure that DCPS has robust funding and planning in place so that devices, asset management at the school level, school Wi-Fi, and classroom technology will be ready to use on day one of next school year, not months into the school year. We encourage you to seek clarity and monitor these following components of DCPS IT. Number one, DCPS's timeline for the following: placing purchase orders and receiving devices in the DCPS warehouse, imaging of devices by Octo technicians, and timely delivery to schools to ensure that all schools are fully resourced before the start of next school year. Completion of the FY22 Smartboard installation project and the plan for the FY23 Smartboard installation project. The annual technology audit of schools to determine the condition and number of working computers, which informs each school's allocation of technology for the next school year, and a thoughtful and timely student device return program that allows time to assess the rate of loss of devices and initiate warranties that DCPS pays for. Specific to the budget, we suggest you ask these questions. How much funding is in the 23 budget for the student device refresh, and how many devices will be purchased with this funding? What is the device loss rate that this assumes? On school level asset management, the lack of school staff capacity for managing technology was a key reason for the 30% device loss rate last year. How does the mayor's budget support school level asset management? And who will be responsible for providing asset management at schools? On smart boards, last November, DCPS told council that about 3,200 learning spaces were in need of new smart boards. The mayor's budget includes funding to replace about 1,500, but it's not clear whether this 1,500 would be the same or in addition to smart boards that DCPS is saying it will replace later this year. What is the year-by-year funded plan to replace smart boards? On tech support, what is the FY23 DCPS budget funding for IT support provided by Octo, and how many Octo technicians will this fund? It is unfortunate that the details on technology funding are not explicitly outlined in the mayor's budget proposal. Educational technology is a multi-million-dollar, multi-year investment. Funding for each component of educational technology should be transparent and publicly available in the annual budget documents and in a DCPS comprehensive plan. And apologies, I have to get back to work, so won't be able to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hu. Melody Malinoff. Is she here? I don't see her. Brianna McGowan. I don't see her. Pat Brantley.
She does that.
Ms. Brantley, are you here?
Good morning. This is Bielka Marcus, and I'm providing testimony for Ms. Brantley.
Your name again?
Bielka Scott Marcus.
Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning. I am Bielka Scott Marcus, the Chief Academic Officer for Friendship Public Charter School. With over 240 witnesses today, I will keep my remarks brief. As we continue our relentless pursuit of a fair shot for every Washingtonian, we know that we must continually find new ways to overcome the barriers our residents face and create new pathways to the middle class. Those are the words that grace the cover of Mayor Bowser's 84th month Fair Shot report. By all accounts, in proposing a 5.9% foundation increase for schools, the mayor is making a historic investment in education. The council needs to make some history of its own. Join the mayor's effort to ensure a fair shot for all children. Last week, Empower K-12 released a report that is a wake-up call for this city. The most affluent students in the District of Columbia, white students, test in the 72nd percentile, losing barely any progress compared to pre-pandemic times. Black students are testing in the 26th percentile, and at-risk students test at the 22nd percentile. Say what you want about these tests, debate whether tests are the right measure, but talk to any educator and they will tell you, our children, particularly those who are deemed at risk, are falling far behind grade level standards. And with that fall, their pathway to the middle class, their fair shot is evaporating. Perhaps the percentiles don't mean much to you. Really, what is the 72nd percentile versus the 22nd? Let me tell you what that looks like in the classroom. As an academic officer of a charter school and past leader of a school level for special education in DCPS, a teacher myself for many years, and as someone who talks with teachers every day, let me tell you, we cannot continue to maintain the status quo, and it is our obligation to increase the funding for at-risk students. We cannot stop with an increase in the general education fund for K-12 education and expect these inequities to change. We cannot double down on a strategy that says rising tides lift all boats. They don't. The data could not be clearer and we ignore it. Not at our own peril and expense, but at the peril and expense of those who need us to do better. We have heard those of you on the campaign trail espouse support for at-risk students and for their fair shot. For the children, I hope you can be counted on to give them their fair shot by bringing that at-risk weight to the level recommended by the adequacy study. Do it this year. Make a historic investment for your own.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus.
Yeah.
Mary Levy.
Good morning. I'm Mary Levy. I have analyzed DCPS budgets for over 40 years. This year, appallingly, most of the federal money is missing, so I will testify about local funding only. The system has a big increase this year, $93 million in fiscal 23. It should have been an opportunity to level out the inequity of big disparities among schools, to provide stability, and most important, to stop siphoning off at-risk funds to cover underfunding of the basic program for all students. It didn't happen. Disparities among schools of similar size is one reason, but a major factor is that on paper, $50 million of that increase went to big increases in central offices. No explanation given. I think that $12 to $18 million of that is probably for technology and mental health services for students, but still over $30 million looks to be going to an already oversized bureaucracy. There are 25% more people there than when the mayor took over, and 50% more than was the case when I started, when the system had almost twice as many students. We have 46 executive directors, chiefs and deputy chiefs, 86 directors, 186 managers, and more. I mean, what for? Meanwhile, DCPS has a new model to fund local schools where flexible dollars are supposed to cover the major program, major part of the basic program. K-12 art, music, PE teachers, most office staff, attendance counselors, kindergarten aides, assistant principals, instructional coaches, all of whom DCPS has traditionally treated as basic program. This is not my definition, it is DCPS. I costed those positions out, compared with the amount of flexible funds, and found that of 116 schools, 101 had too little money to cover them. Median shortfall, $500,000, 16 schools, $1 million short. There is no way that schools can handle this other than, as always, siphoning off at-risk funds, which by law are supposed to provide extra services to at-risk students. Only the mechanism differs, with schools rather than central doing the dirty work. It is still cheating at-risk students, and it is still illegal under the DC code. Where is the accountability? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Kishan Putta. I don't see him. Zachary Israel.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for holding this hearing today on the FY23 budget for DCPS. My name is Zach Israel, and I represent Single Member District 4D04, which includes parts of Petworth and Brightwood Park in Ward 4. I also proudly represent Truesdale Elementary School, which educates 450 students between pre-K 3 and 5th grade. I am testifying today on behalf of ANC 4D, which represents over 13,000 Ward 4 residents and a majority of households currently located within Truesdale's in-district attendance boundaries. I am very pleased to see that the mayor's proposed capital budget for DCPS includes $92 million to fully modernize Truesdale over fiscal years 2023 through 25. As I stated in my testimony before the Committee of the Whole's performance oversight hearing on March 2nd for DCPS, the expedited modernization of Truesdale means that the planning and design phase will now take place during school year 22-23, with construction taking place the following 2 school years. Truesdale students will be able to fully return to a modernized campus beginning in the fall of 2025, or they're supposed to. As you heard from more than a dozen Truesdale parents, staff, and community members at the March 2nd hearing, our main concern continues to be DCPS's proposed swing space location for Truesdale during school years 23-24 and 24-25. The mayor has proposed a total of $20.1 million to DCPS in FY23 for a quote-unquote centralized swing space. However, this part of the DCPS budget does not explicitly state where these funds will be utilized geographically within the district. Notably, Mayor Bowser said the following at the Committee of the Whole's March 18th budget oversight hearing in response to a question from Ward 4 Councilmember Louis George regarding what's included in this $20.1 million allocation. And the mayor said, quote, "What is driving it is Ward 4 because the need to use Garnett Patterson. Garnett Patterson needs some improvements before it's ready for the children, and it's a total of $17 million. This makes it very clear that DCPS is very much planning on moving forward with Garnett Patterson as Truesdale swing space location and wants to spend 85% of its $20.1 million FY23 budget for a quote unquote centralized swing space on renovating Garnett Patterson. I actually recently walked by Garnett Patterson and it looks to be in terrible condition. I find it extremely difficult to believe that this school campus will be able to be fully renovated between October 2022 and August 2023 in time for Truesdale's 450 students to begin attending school there. There is no enclosed outdoor green play space on the Garnett Patterson campus. There is notable fire damage on one side of the building, and there's currently a homeless encampment on the campus. To say that this school needs quote unquote some improvements is a massive understatement. Additionally, if DCPS decides to locate a swing space 2.5 miles away from Truesdale, the school's enrollment will plummet, harming our school community. This is totally unacceptable and in opposition to what both ANC's 4D and 4B have called for, in addition to dozens of Truesdale community members. As I stated earlier this month, our community has requested that DCPS construct a modular swing space located in Ward 4, which will be able to be utilized not just by Truesdale, but also Whittier and LaSalle Backus elementary schools during their modernizations later this decade. There is a current DPR-owned parcel of land located at 3rd and Sheridan Streets Northwest, which is large enough to host a modular swing space campus for these 3 schools, and it's located within 1 mile of all 3 schools. It's estimated that it would cost between $5 to $10 million for DCPS to construct a swing space of this size, which is well under the $20.1 million budgeted for this purpose in FY23. We need the DC Council to require DCPS to allocate $5 to $10 million in funding within its proposed FY23 centralized swing space budget to construct a swing space in Ward 4, which can be utilized by Truesdale students beginning in the fall of 2023. I've attached ANC 40's resolution on this topic and the response letter we received from DCPS Chancellor Louis Farabee to my written testimony. And additionally, I've attached several photos of what the Garnett Patterson campus currently looks like, taken a week and a half ago. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no idea how much time you took. You lucked out that the clock didn't go, so.
Much appreciated, Chairman. Thank you.
Kishan Putta.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, and my video, there we go. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I'm an ANC commissioner in 2E01 in the Burleith and Georgetown and Hillendale neighborhoods in Ward 2. And Hardy Middle School is in my single member district. And so I've been advocating for that school for a long time, as well as Hyde Addison and the other schools nearby, as I'm the schools liaison for our ANC. The Hardy Middle School PTO will be testifying later, and Colleen Quino, and so she'll be submitting responses as well. But I wanted to just add something as the commissioner here. Our ANC has been advocating on overcrowding in the former Wilson, now Jackson Reed feeder for years. So we want to thank the mayor and for the $40 million for the new high school and the $56 million for younger kids as well. But I did want to say that, Excuse me. My son is sick from homesick from school today. But I did want to tell you, Chairman Mendelson, we want to thank you again for coming to the Ward 3 Ed Network and for answering questions about Hardy, saying that the new high school funding shouldn't affect the needs at Hardy. We have resolutions from 2E, 3B, and 3D asking for renovations and expansion and a new field. We want to thank Councilmember Pinto for pushing for funding for the new field. We have that, but speaking with not just the Hardy PTO, but also the elementary schools that feed into Hardy, much more is needed. They actually feel that the need is much greater for funding for Hardy, and less so for the Foxhall Elementary School. The 56 million for Foxhall, the elementary schools that are supposed to benefit from it, Mann, Stoddard, and Key, they actually would rather prefer that Hardy get renovated because their kids are going to be going there in just a few years. And for various reasons, they don't feel that they need it at the elementary school level. And Stoddard has funding for expansion. So we could share that money with Hardy and the elementary schools. We wanted to propose that as an option to be considered since that's not supposed to be built for a few more years. But lastly, I'll say for the high school, the new high school, it would be, we want to make sure DCPS includes Hardy and the ANC in the planning for it. And want to ask the DCPS one other thing, Chairman Mendelson, if you can make sure. They were good enough to say that Hardy, that doesn't have a usable field and big enough field right now, in the meantime, can use the playing field at the MacArthur site for their sports program, because they don't have Jella either, as you know. So they are looking into letting Hardy play there, hopefully as soon as this spring.
You're over your time.
Yeah, if you could please ask them if we can use that field, that would be wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It would help if we had a copy of your statement.
Will do. Will do.
To provide. Thank you. Nicole Hanrahan.
Good day, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. My name is Nicole Hanrahan. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the LAYC Career Academy Public Charter School, a Ward 6 resident and a DCPCS parent. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. The LAYC Career Academy is a school that acts as a hybrid between a high school and a community college, where 16 to 24-year-old youth can finish high school and prepare for careers in information technology and healthcare. We're named one of the best nonprofits in the region, and over 95% of our graduates are working or in school within 6 months of completion. There's a great need for our work and that of other adult schools, and it shows. Enrollment in adult schools was a rare bright spot this year as it rose 8%. LAYC Career Academy's enrollment is higher now than it was on count day, and our attendance rate is up to its pre-pandemic levels. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the ability of our school and other adult schools to be able to adequately serve students next year. Over the last 2 years, we spent more on tech, HVAC, utilities, mental health services, academic interventions, and student emergency supplies like food. Sadly, when we look ahead to the next school year, we expect to need to continue these enhancements as variants come and go. We're concerned about our ability to be able to give our students what they need because we're expected to offer all of the same supports as K through 12 schools with a fraction of the funding. We've identified 3 key funding disparities experienced by adult and opportunity youth schools. I'll start with the first and most important ask. The adult and alternative rates are the only base rates on the UPSFF that are still below the recommended amount from the 2013 adequacy study. Adult and alternative schools are the only ones not afforded the basic amount that is needed to sustain effective operations. My main request today is to ask for the adult rate to rise to the level in the adequacy study. This issue is compounded by 2 other funding deficits. One, although adult schools serve an overwhelming number of students who would qualify for UPSFF add-on weights like at risk, we are not eligible for them solely because of the age of our students. And 2, adult schools received 1/8 of the COVID recovery money provided to Title I schools, even though virtually all of our students have low incomes. Adult and opportunity youth schools are a key part of the COVID recovery. We're training students for in-demand jobs, and we will need adequate resources to make this happen. We hope you'll raise the adult rate to the level recommended in the adequacy study to support us in this effort. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hanrahan. Sandra Moscoso.
Good morning, Chairman and Council members. I'm Sandra Moscoso, Vice President of the Ward 2 Ed Council and Secretary of the Ward 6 Public Schools Parent Organization. I'm here to express deep concern for the anticipated impact of DCPS's budget model on the long-term stability of school operational budgets. You have heard from many of us about the lack of transparency throughout the budget model development process. When the FY23 initial budgets were released in February, our collective concerns were realized. The new budget formula has not resolved the chronic underfunding of our public schools. Many schools saw cuts to their ability to fund their programs and current staffing needs. Thompson Elementary, a school where 41% of students are considered at risk, will lose a classroom teacher, and in spite of having a 46% ELL population, will also lose 1.5 ELL teachers. In fact, under the new budget model, 5 out of 11 Ward 2 schools face cutting 1 to 4.5 positions. 12 out of 14 Ward 6 schools will cut from half a position to 6 positions. In FY23, schools can credit mystery one-time stability or hold harmless funds for keeping staffing more or less whole. These funds are considered a mystery because the criteria the mayor and DCPS uses to allocate them are a secret. The one-time funds create an appearance of comfort and stability in the baseline budget when in fact the budget has been supplemented on a one-time basis. Once those one-time mystery funds are gone in FY24 and beyond, Wards 2 and 6, for example, stand to lose 47 staff or more if, as in past years, budgets do not keep up with rising costs. I'd like to thank Chairman Mendelson for introducing bills to help schools stabilize budgets. As the DC Fiscal Policy Institute put it, our city leaders must ensure that schools have enough local recurring dollars to cover rising costs. I hope we can continue to work on these bills and pass laws to ensure our families are able to rely on predictable programming. And families need predictability, and so do staff. Per Empower Ed, DC has the highest turnover rate in the country, with 20 to 25% of teachers leaving their schools each year. We've learned this year how difficult it is to replace teachers, how to fill those positions, and how disruptive vacant positions are to schools and to student mental health and learning. We cannot continue to weather volatile budgets, volatile staffing, and volatile learning environments. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you for taking action.
Thank you, Ms. Moscoso. O'Reilly Danilko.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Riley Danilko, and I'm a policy analyst at DC Action, home of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm testifying today to share feedback on the proposed budget for FY23, and in particular, the public funding for out-of-school time programs. We commend the mayor for extending the $5 million increase for the OSP office, which the council added for fiscal year 22, and extending it by 1 more year with local funds. By investing local dollars to sustain last year's investment of federal recovery funds, we can ensure that any programs made in the past year to close gaps in participation, build internal capacity, or start new initiatives to meet the changing needs of students is not lost. While we would like to see these funds become recurring investments to sustain high-quality, affordable OSP opportunities, the one-time continuation is a step in the right direction. Parents and program staff agree that funds for OSP must be used equitably and strategically to remove barriers to participation and reconnect youth to programs. The latest pre-pandemic data available showed that there were simply not enough high-quality, affordable OSP slots for young people. We also learned during the recent performance oversight period that around 2,500 fewer youth were served by Learn24 funded OSP programs between fiscal years 2019 and 21, meaning that these young people were disconnected from the social, emotional, academic, and numerous other benefits that OSP offers youth and families. As in-person programming becomes safer and more widespread, we must work together to get students and families reconnected to the programs they love. We understand that the OST office is currently working to gather up-to-date data about OST participation, which we hope will give us an even greater insight on who is missing out on these vital opportunities. While unfortunately this work has been delayed, we look forward to reviewing the needs assessment as soon as it is released. In addition, with more local dollars going toward OST in this proposed budget than in recent years, it's more important than ever that OST funds are allocated and spent with transparency, accountability, and consistent community involvement. We urge the committee to continue to closely oversee the OST office to ensure the office remains a responsible steward of public funds for OST. The OST office must address ongoing issues with grants management, including making sure grantees receive awarded funds in a timely manner and that grantees receive a sufficient amount of funds at the start of the grant period to initiate programming. The OST office must consistently engage with OST providers and families as they make decisions about how the public funds for OST will be used. This should include participation from stakeholders during each phase of the strategic planning process for the OST office's updated plan. Lastly, we are excited to hear more about the $3.9 million in funding the mayor proposed to enhance OST provided through DPR and granted to CBOs through DPR. We ask that the committee continue to work with stakeholders as we create a blueprint for the future of OST in DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Tinoco. Kimberly Perry.
Thanks so much, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning, and also good morning to members of the Committee of the Whole. Again, I'm Kim Perry, Executive Director of DC Action and also Chair of the Under 3 DC Coalition. I want to first take an opportunity to thank you for your leadership in beginning to substantively fund the district's landmark Birth to 3 law, especially last year, creating the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force and the Pay Equity Fund. We were pleased to see Mayor Bowser preserve the dedicated funding in her budget proposal, as thousands of DC residents and early educators advocated for it and are counting on the transformational changes it will make to ensure we're building the most equitable early education system in the country. We have 2 recommendations. The first is to ensure that OSSI develops the necessary infrastructure to implement the recommendations of the task force and to ensure the early education workforce reaches pay and benefits equity parity with their public school counterparts in the 2023 budget and beyond. The second recommendation is to make sure that the $53 million in the Early Educator Compensation Fund actually gets into the hands of educators as soon as possible this fiscal year, and according to the recommendations of the task force. Just a reminder, those recommendations included ways to minimize the loss of public benefits for early educators, accessing this year's pay supplements, conducting extensive outreach to early educators to inform them about their pay supplements and understand the impact it might have on their benefits and their taxes, and ensure that all communications occur in teachers' preferred languages. I also want an opportunity to address funding for out-of-school time. As a member of the Out-of-School Time Coalition, DC Action commends Mayor Bowser for extending the $5 million increase for grants by another year with local funds and acknowledging the important role that out-of-school time programs play in providing safe, nurturing spaces for our young people. Chairman Mendelson, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we do need you to provide oversight of the Learn24 office and ensure that funds are being spent with integrity. Many programs report late payments from Learn24, which makes it difficult to maintain operations, pay staff, maintain financial stability. And our smallest organizations that don't have significant amounts of money in the reserve struggle the most when they don't receive their on-time payments. I have a third recommendation, which you'll see in my written testimony, about restoring funding for outdoor learning. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll just say I am forwarding my written testimony to you. We ask you to restore the outdoor funding for programs because if we have to leave it to schools, we know that our
Yes,
Black and
very.
Brown communities will get left behind. Thanks, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify. And again, I'll forward my testimony to you right now.
Please, thank you. And Ms. Perry, follow up with my staff with regard to those payments from the Learn 24 office. And we
Would be happy to do so. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. That completes all the witnesses for this round. I have a few questions and I'll turn to colleagues. I'm trying not to have questions since there's so many witnesses, but Mr. Goldstein, and then I'm going to have a question for Commissioner Israel. Mr. Goldstein, you asked for $6 million to pilot flexible scheduling at some schools. How would we budget for that? And the reason why I'm asking you is, as you know, we have to fund the sectors equally. And so if we put 6 million into DCPS, then we have to put 6 million into the charters. And I'm guessing you would want this pilot with DCPS.
No, we're calling for 3 million for each sector. So the 6 million is for 3 million for DCPS, 3 million for charters to pilot with about 6 schools in each sector. It's important that it covers charter schools as well. Charter schools have a lot more autonomy in some ways to pilot some of these models, but we also need to see how it would work given the DCPS structure. We've budgeted out specifically what it would cost given several different models, and we can share more about that.
Okay, did you include that in your statement? Which
I have, but I'll flesh it out a little more.
Okay, that would be helpful. Mr. Israel, you mentioned, Commissioner Israel, you mentioned that DPR land. Is that the land over at Coolidge?
Yes, this is the DPR owned land right to the east of Coolidge High School's football field.
Is it used?
So my understanding is that it is used by some, by a few, I think, private sports groups, and including some from other parts of the city, including Ward 3, completely separate ward. I don't know all the specifics, but there are a handful that do at least.
Okay, so there would be an issue with some folks being unhappy at being displaced.
I'm assuming that's probably going to be the case, but one thing that I've spoken with many people on this topic is that one thing we could do is while Truesdale's being modernized, in the last year or two, Truesdale's soccer field was completely renovated. So one thing we can do is while the Truesdale building is being modernized, we can have those groups use potentially the green space at Truesdale as sort of a land swap if that parcel were to be used as a swing space.
Are groups using the Truesdale land, the Truesdale field now?
DC Scores runs a soccer program there, but I think, you know, if we were to have the swing space on this location in Ward 4, I think there would be a lot of room for compromise in order to let even more groups use the space there as a compromise.
I'm so tempted to give all the unhappy people your phone number, but I don't have your phone number, so you're safe. Thank you. Mary Levy. Hold on a second. So when you testified, maybe it was at the performance hearing? No, it was earlier. You testified 61 schools were getting less money for next year than this year. But if you factored in inflation, 76 schools are getting less. But in your testimony today, you said 101. You're muted.
Okay, that's by a different methodology. First of all, my earlier testimony was based on the initial allocations. I haven't had time to redo it to take into account the money that was added during the budget review process. Second, this is a different methodology. What I did was to cost out the basic program that all schools should have by DCPS definition. The schools don't get this. What happens is that the basic program, the general ed program, is underfunded every year, and then money is siphoned off from at risk to cover it. What I did this time was to cost out, what the basic program really cost without any at-risk funds being used for it. So that runs up the number of schools that are in this situation.
Okay, that helps explain it. Your testimony is very helpful. Thank you. I'm going to turn to colleagues. Councilmember Tran-White, do you have any questions? I'm not seeing or hearing him. So I'm going to excuse all of you. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused, and I'm going to call the next group, which will be page 3 of the witness list. Abe Clayman, who is Director of Education Initiatives with the Federal City Council. Shannon Hodge, Founding Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. Alana Mintz, Kahari Brown, who's Executive Director of Capital Partners for Education. Rachel Sear, Director of Evaluation, doesn't say for whom. Danielle Tyler, Director of Communications and Marketing, doesn't say for whom. Allison Khan-Pauli, Chief of Staff for CASA DC. Commissioner Salim Adolfo with ANCHC. Tiffany Porter. Ruqayya Anbar Shaheen, who's with DC Action. Allison Kokoris, who's CEO of Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. Maya Martin Cottigan, who's founder and executive director of PAVE. Josh Boots, who's with Empower K-12. Stephen Madel Nyman, Bethany Jenkins, Jay Jensen, Eliza Poling, who's a student. Trisha Bogan, who's a parent at School Without SWS, School Within a School. Maria Helena Carey, Alexandra Hayes, Marion Babcock. I believe this is School Without Walls. Fiona Levitt and Campbell Barnett. We'll begin with Mr. Clayman. Everyone, if you're in gallery view, clock would be in the top, I believe, and please be mindful of the time. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Clayman, and good morning.
Good morning. My name is Abe Clayman. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I work at the Federal City Council on Education Initiatives. The Federal City Council is a business-led, nonprofit civic organization dedicated to the improvement of the District of Columbia. The Federal City Council was founded in 1954 to harness the resources and creativity of the public, philanthropic, and private sectors to address the district's biggest problems. Vibrant and growing cities need successful education systems. With that goal in mind, we support the historic investments that Mayor Bowser included in this budget for our city's students. And let me be clear, these investments are historic. In this proposed budget, next year, the district will fund $400 million of new investments in student learning, career and technical education, school-based mental health programming, HVAC upgrades, and school modernizations. This increase in funding is necessary to help our students and communities recover from the pandemic. This budget also will drive resources to students with the most need. Under DCPS's new budget model, dollars from the supplemental at-risk weight are apportioned more directly to schools with the most students designated at risk. Additionally, this budget allocates new funding to public charter schools for facilities. As small nonprofits, public charter schools use these critical dollars to fund facilities projects, expand classroom space, and replace HVAC systems. We urge the council to preserve these investments and ensure that our schools and students receive the resources they deserve. These are challenging times for school districts across the country. Unlike many other school districts, Washington, D.C. is investing in schools, stabilizing funding for schools experiencing enrollment declines, and investing in our students' success. Some members of this council have said that the education budget is a meaningless number. This is false. Looking at school districts around the country, we can see that the district is leading the way by doubling down on education investments and avoiding painful enrollment and funding cuts. I have a few examples to share. Albuquerque, New Mexico is a school district with a similar number of students, overwhelmingly made up of schools that receive Title I funding and with similar high school graduation rates. Since 2015, their enrollment has declined about 15%, and in FY23, they're expecting an overall budget cut of 2%. New York City is the largest public school district in the country. For next year, Mayor Adams is proposing a 3% cut to education spending. In Chicago, enrollment declined 3% last year, and the school system expects 40% of its schools to face budget cuts. Throughout the country, districts are facing painful decisions about what to cut and where. In the district, this budget proposes a historic and welcome increase in education funding. This council should support this investment in the district's children and pass this budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you would submit it.
Absolutely.
Shannon Hodge with the Charter School Alliance.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance. We're grateful for the first steps Mayor Bowser and her administration have taken to prioritize students in the budget. We're particularly encouraged by her proposal to raise the UPSFF foundation level by 5.87%, the 2.2% increase for charter school facilities, and the pandemic recovery fund that will be available to both sectors. But the work is not yet done. As we continue to weather the challenges from the ongoing pandemic to provide a high quality education, we must do so in a way that accelerates learning equitably, particularly for students most affected by pandemic related hardships. As the council now considers the budget, I urge you to build on the mayor's proposal to support continued increased and equitable investments in public education. This morning, I'll share a brief overview of the DC Alliance's recommendations. More extensive details are available in my written testimony. First, we urge the council and DME to commission a new comprehensive education adequacy study to develop a fuller understanding of the funding needed to provide every student with an adequate education. It's been nearly 10 years since the 2003 study, and we have yet to fully implement the recommendations contained in it. Schools will soon face a fiscal cliff as federal pandemic recovery dollars expire in the next 2 years, which is why the council must also sign into law a commitment to fully fund the new adequacy study's recommendations for students designated as at risk. And for next school year, the council must increase the current at-risk weight to 0.28, still well below the level recommended in 2013. Next, we're grateful for the council's leadership in including a permanent 3.1% annual increase in the facilities allotment beginning in FY24. We strongly urge the council to include an increase of at least the same amount in FY23 so that charter schools can continue to secure and maintain buildings. For many schools, challenges serving students are exacerbated by chronic underfunding that's ingrained in our education system. That's why I'm concerned about the growing funding inequity between sectors. The proposed budget currently provides more than $43 million in funding outside of the formula for DCPS that's not available to charter schools. The council must take appropriate action to make sure that every school has adequate and fair access to resources needed to provide a quality education for all students. Our written testimony contains additional recommendations related to ensuring the funding formula reflects the vital and unique role that adult schools play, the school-based mental health program, a feasibility plan for a citywide welcome center for immigrant students, revisiting the definition of at-risk, and providing incentives for teachers. We know that we all share the same goal, to build a truly equitable system that provides an education for all our students. We at the DC Charter School Alliance are ready to work alongside the council and the city to ensure we are providing the education our students deserve. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Elena Mintz.
Good morning. My name is Ilana Mintz, and I'm the founder and executive director of Urban Adventure Squad, a nonprofit education organization that, since 2014, has provided curriculum-aligned outdoor learning programs in every subject to thousands of children in every DC ward, both during and after the school day and when schools are closed. At our programs and community events, we love to start with trivia. So here goes. What city was ranked #1 on the Trust for Public Lands 2021 Park Score Index, in part because 98% of its residents are within a 10-minute walk of a park? The answer is Washington, D.C. True or false? The greener a school's surroundings, the better its standardized test performance, even after accounting for poverty and other factors. This is true. It's a direct quote from a 2019 peer-reviewed article in Frontiers in Psychology. True or false? Nature supports the replenishment of depleted resources, especially those related to cognitive self-regulation. This is true. It's a direct quote from a 2019 peer-reviewed article in the Journal of Environmental Psychology. Implementing outdoor learning in DC public schools requires which of the following? A, an environmental science curriculum. B, outdoor infrastructure like tents and picnic tables. C, a massive budget investment and extensive teacher training. Or D, none of the above. The answer is D. Outdoor learning is appropriate in every subject. It relies on existing structures like school grounds, playgrounds, public green spaces, and hiking trails. It requires modest investments in community partners and meaningful teacher training. We ask that the council first and foremost ensure that outdoor learning is not defunded. Last year, the Bowser administration allocated $9 million for outdoor learning. This money was spent in part on outdoor learning infrastructure. Schools were specifically prohibited from paying partners like us who could support teachers and schools with programming. There is currently no money in this budget for outdoor learning. We ask the council to provide $6.5 million for partner organizations who can support public and public charter schools. Here's the final not so trivial question. Can Washington, D.C. become a groundbreaking school district that uses an evidence-based, sustainable, equitable approach to supporting students and retaining educators as we adapt to a new educational landscape? The answer is a resounding yes. With 3 majestic bodies of water, school grounds that can be activated as classrooms, and a built environment that is an unmatched classroom for our future engineers, historians, poets, and city planners, there is no better place to grow a culture of outdoor learning. We need the council's help to get there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mintz. And we don't have a copy, or I don't have a copy of your statement if you would provide that.
I sent it this morning, but I'll send it again in case you don't have it.
Thank you. Kahari Brown.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Kari Brown, and I am the CEO of Capital Partners for Education. Since 1993, Capital Partners for Education, or CPE, has provided one-to-one mentoring and college and career success programming to low-income students in the Washington, D.C. area. Our mission is to support students in the academic middle through high school and college so they can graduate with the skills and experiences needed to thrive in sustainable careers. We currently support nearly 400 students in 10 DC high schools and are actively recruiting 100 additional students for our program. Our students are still deeply impacted by interrupted learning and social disconnection resulting from the pandemic. Fortunately, we have the tools and strategies to build back our students' futures with evidence-based research-backed mentoring like CPE provides. Today, I'm proud to be joined by Kevin Nama and Joshua Graves, a CPE mentor and mentee respectively, and they'll be speaking this afternoon. Their experience bears out what a robust body of evidence shows, that mentoring works. Low-income first-generation college students are 55% more likely to enroll in college and 130% more likely to hold leadership positions if they have a mentor. And CPE has a proven track record of success. Fully 58% of CPE students have graduated from college compared to 21% of their similarly situated peers. The majority of CPE students reside in wards 5, 7, and 8, which are neighborhoods with some of the highest poverty levels and lowest college attainment rates in DC. And these are the schools and communities that need our support now more than ever. Thanks to leadership from the mayor and from you, Mr. Chairman, the district created the College Rising Grant in the FY23 budget to support to and through college mentoring for students in DC public and charter schools. And CPE is proud to be a College Rising grantee with which we hope to serve 175 DC students. The mayor has proposed to fund the College Rising program at $1.55 million in fiscal year 23. This essential investment follows the $1.34 million she proposed and the council approved in the FY22 budget. It's worth noting, however, that while the $1.34 million was the total allocation, the actual amount of funding made available to the FY22 round was $700,000. In considering this year's budget, we urge the council to ensure that no less than $1 million of that $1.55 million, and preferably much more, be made available to grantees. Given the abundant evidence and the impact of this work and the degree to which it uniquely suits the needs of our students at this moment, there is no doubt that the College Rising program will improve outcomes for participating students and families. Again, we applaud the Council's investments in this work. We urge you to continue it as you consider the proposed FY23 budget. Thank you for your leadership in the service of our students and schools.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I believe Rachel Sear and Danielle Tyler and Danielle Tyler and Rachel Sear are not here. Allison Kahn-Pauley.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Allison Kahn-Pauley, Chief of Staff at CASA for Children of DC. CASA DC recognizes the vast importance of education for DC's youth, particularly at-risk youth like foster youth. We applaud the 2023 budget for allocating additional funds for DC's at-risk youth and urge individualized support to ensure the success of our most vulnerable youth. Recognizing the impact of childhood trauma on youth's learning is critical. Childhood trauma impacts brain development. Youth who have experienced childhood trauma are paramountly impacted, particularly in learning. Children involved with Child Protective Services consistently perform lower in math and reading achievement. Foster youth are at increased risk of dropping out of school and are less likely to graduate from high school or college. This achievement gap is readily apparent in DC's foster youth. In 2019, less than 27% of youth served by CFSA were approaching, meeting, or exceeding expectations in English, less than 23% in math. CFSA involved youth from 2020 to 2021 had an average GPA of 1.9. Individualized support can help. For 20 years, CASA DC's CASA volunteers have provided one-on-one mentorship and best interest advocacy to foster and justice-involved youth. One of our primary areas of youth support is in education, engaging youth in learning activities, providing academic assistance, engaging with academic providers, and navigating academic barriers. With the support of a CASA volunteer, 88% of our youth in 2021 were approaching expectations in school or greater, compared to CFSA's 23%. And our youth with reported GPA achieved an average of 2.6 compared to CFSA's reported 1.9. 85% of our youth currently have positive and hopeful feelings about their academic present and future. CASA DC seeks to better support DCPS in their efforts to improve education for at-risk students. There are strong opportunities for partnership, utilizing dedicated community-based volunteers. At the end of 2021, we hired an educational specialist to develop expanded educational services, providing tutoring support to our youth, and providing volunteers with strengthened educational advocacy training. We can also support DC's at-risk youth through Show Up, Stand Out, providing one-on-one CASA support to youth and families at risk of chronic absenteeism. With increased funding for DC's at-risk youth, DCPS can take a decisive approach to ensuring greater individualized academic support for DC's foster youth. While CASA DC is eager to provide partnership to facilitate greater support to youth, we additionally urge the following: increased mental health and behavioral health support at each DCPS school with high risk and at-risk populations, increased one-on-one classroom aids, and expanded tutoring services to address academic gaps. CASA DC is so grateful for the opportunity to support DC's at-risk youth. Thank you all for your time and your support.
Thank you, Ms. Kahn-Pauley, and we don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide that.
Yes, I believe one was submitted at the end of last week, but I will confirm and make sure that you have a copy. Thank you.
Please, please. I believe Commissioner Adolfo and Tiffany Porter are not here. So the next witness is Ruqayya Anbar Shaheen.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ruqayya Anbar Shaheen, and I'm the Director of Early Childhood for DC Action, Coalition Director of the Under 3 DC Coalition, and a member of the Early Childhood Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. Today, my remarks will focus on OSSE's early learning budget and funding and legislation for the Early Educator Pay Equity Fund. I join my colleagues at Under 3 DC in asking you to ensure that OSSE's FY23 budget sustains all funding for the Child Care Subsidy Program and preserves all of the funding and the projected revenue for the Pay Equity Fund for use for its intended purpose. My written testimony also includes recommendations for codifying task force recommendations provision of early educator benefits, and some early learning system financing concerns for FY24 and beyond. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for convening the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force, and to the DC Council for voting for a permanent revenue source to fund early educator compensation in the district. This investment is historic and leads the nation as an example of how states can invest in building equitable and sustainable systems that right historic wrongs. Last week, the task force submitted its recommendations to the council, and I fully support these recommendations. They're thoughtful, equity-oriented, and balance the needs of the sector, existing funding, and practical implementation concerns. I urge the council to legislate their implementation without delay, and I've outlined what we consider to be particularly important recommendations in my written testimony, which I haven't sent you yet, but will send after this. But I wanted to highlight one here. We consider the recommended equity adjustment to be a crucial component of the task force's recommendations. This recommended funding enhancement for programs that meet certain criteria would help mitigate current and historic inequities that make some early learning programs less likely to have the resources to meet the Pay Equity Fund's salary requirements. We also believe that it could be a valuable tool to incentivize childcare subsidy participation by child development facilities, thereby increasing access to and options for affordable early education and care, and laying the groundwork for the expansion of the childcare subsidy program mandated by the Birth to 3 law. The enacting legislation projects that the Pay Equity Fund will be funded at $72.9 million in FY23, and it's our understanding that all of those funds are in the mayor's proposed budget. We encourage the council to maintain this funding level for the Pay Equity Fund and the fund's non-lapsing status. Every cent of this funding is likely to be needed to fully implement compensation for early educators. Finally, we ask the council to develop a plan to ensure access for affordable benefits for early educators as intended by the Birth to 3 law. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hanbar-Shaheen. I believe Allison Kokoris is not here. Maya Martin-Cuttigan. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin-Cuttigan, founder and executive director of PAVE. I want to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for historic education investments in her proposed budget. There were significant increases to the UPSFF, OST, mental health, and facilities, just to name a few. And yet, despite the good news, we have some stark realities in DC today that point to a tale of two cities and raise the question, in the best of budgets, but the worst of times, what more can we do for educational equity and justice for all of our children? Around school attendance, official reports in the 2020-21 school year note that chronic absenteeism was 31%, truancy was nearly 39%. At-risk students were 3.7 times more likely to be chronically absent. Black students were 4 times more likely. Hispanic or Latino students were 3 times more likely. Around academics, according to Empower K-12's recent analysis of student academic data, students designated at risk are on average performing nearly 2 grade levels behind in math and reading. Black students went down 10.5 percentile points, while white students declined just 1.7 percentile points. Around violence, as of February 2022 Washington Post poll, a greater percentage of people living in Ward 7 and 8 feel unsafe, more than 4 in 10. East of the Anacostia River, where the majority of our public school students live, have the highest concentrations of violent crime, and nearly a quarter of Black and Hispanic residents report that someone in their household has been a victim of such crime. PAVE's fall 2022 back to school survey found similar results. DC parents are very concerned about their child's physical safety at 35% and proximity to community violence at 33%. That increases dramatically in Ward 8 among people of color and in lower income families. Around mental health, the Surgeon General, along with pediatricians, child and adolescent psychiatrists, and children's hospitals, declared a national emergency in children's mental health. There are dramatic increases in ER visits, and especially suicide attempts, and rates are especially concerning for Black girls. Fortunately, in this period of great inequity, like the one detailed in Dickens' famous novel, the people are telling our leaders what they see as solutions. You will hear from over 200 tireless advocates today, parents, teachers, students, community members, school leaders, about their visions for DC schools. After a democratic process that included the voices of over 500 families from across DC, PAVE parent leaders have made clear what they believe can fix this, a focus on school-based mental health and OST, and yet real barriers remain. Around OST, it's too hard to find programs. There are not enough spaces. There's no transportation. The cost is too darn high and the vouchers are too hard to get. Children with special needs need options too. Around mental health in our schools, parents don't know about the school-based mental health programs. We need to engage Black and Brown parents. Clinician wages must go up and caseloads must go down. And we don't know what we don't know. Paid parent leaders have put in the time to craft their targeted policy solutions to address this, and they'll be sharing their testimonies today around how to improve and expand school-based mental health and OST. I would like to end by saying thank you to Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Trayon White, and the Deputy Mayor for Education for coming out to join 53 of PAVE's parent leaders at their budget forum 2 Saturdays ago. Our children deserve a beautiful city and brilliant people giving them everything we've got for their futures. It will be a far, far better thing that we'll do than we've ever done.
Thank you, Ms. Cadogan. Josh Boots.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Josh Boots. I'm the Executive Director of Empower K-12, a local nonprofit focused on education data and supporting schools to rapidly improve academic and social emotional well-being of DC's most vulnerable student populations. My testimony today focuses on our latest findings from this winter's student assessments and well-being surveys, how the city undercounts the number of students considered at risk, and the need to act now on equitable funding and innovation. In the 2 years since the start of the pandemic, students designated as at risk have experienced achievement declines that were double their more privileged peers, falling 11.3 percentile points in math and reading compared to 5.7 percentile points for students not at risk. Our student well-being survey results show that the more vulnerable student populations have significantly lower well-being index scores, which is a composite measure of academic, social, emotional, and physical well-being indicators. Last spring, we combined census data and school enrollment data to show how the city likely undercounts the economically disadvantaged students in the city. In the 5 years since implementing the at-risk equity funding weight, students east of the Anacostia River and households living below the living wage increased by approximately 3,600 students, yet there are 500 fewer students counted as at risk in Ward 7 and 8 schools. DC's move to a $15 minimum wage reduced the families eligible for SNAP or TANF benefits, which is a major component of the at-risk designation. However, those families remain well below the DC living wage and are undercounted as economically disadvantaged. Between the disparate impact of COVID on student well-being plus the likely undercount of vulnerable students, the council must act equitably and innovatively to ensure all DC students have access to the opportunities they deserve. We know a strong equity investment can have a dramatic impact. DC's bold schools, those schools that were with students who were designated as at risk that were on pace to close the national achievement gap within 5 years pre-pandemic, are exceptional in their commitment to 1, supporting high effective educators with blending the art of teaching and science of education, creating joyful and well-rounded learning environments, building strong connections among students and with families, and using data and strategic collaboration to learn fast and rapidly improve. We must act to help all schools have the resources they need to become bold schools. And we recommend the council take the following actions to equitably invest in our most vulnerable students. First, support the mayor's investment in the school-based mental health program and expansion of recreational offerings for youth living in communities with barriers to access. 2, commission an updated school funding adequacy study and sign into law a commitment to fully fund that study's equity funding recommendations by the fiscal year 2025. 3, increase the equity weight this year in the UPSFF from 0.24 to 0.28 to keep us on track to meeting those fiscal year 2025 goals. And 4th, invest $250,000 in community-driven innovation challenges that allow our students, families, and educators to craft solutions that will rapidly and equitably improve the academic and social well-being of our most vulnerable students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Boots. Let me just check here. I believe Stephen Madel-Nyman is not here. Bethany Jenkins is not here. Connor Jensen is not here. Eliza Poling is not here. Tricia Bahagan is not here. Speak up if you are. Maria Helena Carey, I believe is here.
Hi, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning. And I see Connor Jensen is here. I'll call him next. Ms. Carey, please proceed. You're muted.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Helena Carey, and I am the parent of a sophomore who attends Walls High School, as well as a seventh grader who attends Walls at Francis Stevens. I have listened to parents at recent LSAT meetings discussing the Walls budget for school year 23 and 24, and how the budget model will be affecting my older son and his fellow students. And I can't help but think how lucky I am to know such a dedicated set of parents in our Home and Student Association try their hardest to keep fellow parents in the know and educated about things that are hard to access to many, such as school budgets. I've spent time talking through, reading articles, and discussing what these budgetary decisions mean for both of my sons. And thanks to my fellow parents, I understand a little bit better how confusing and ultimately how unfair the situation can really be. But I also got to thinking, how many schools can count on having many parents take time out of their schedule to run numbers, to make graphs to better understand the numbers? Since when did parents also need to understand economic policy and budgets just to make sure that their children keep their current staff and services? At Walls, my older son's school, we are not asking for a per pupil increase. We're just asking for the kids to keep enjoying their classes and get the support that they need year after year. This should not be an insurmountable task that needs emergency funding to happen. This should not be something confusing or a situation that might force our principal to make unwanted staffing decisions in the future. Parents should be able to see clearly without the need for additional charts and explanations and footnotes and requests for information, exactly how the monies are allocated to schools, how they will be spent. Parents should also not assume and should also not have to worry that funds will disappear from year to year because their enrollment numbers do not allow them to have the same number of staff members from year to year. This is not just a disastrous approach to school staffing. It creates stress where there should be none. These decisions, the repercussions are painfully clear to me and my family. I hope that my son is able to have the same amount of support as a senior as that he currently counts on as a sophomore. I also want my younger son, who if he's lucky enough to be able to the same high school as his older brother, is able to have a similarly happy and supportive experience as his older brother. This weighs heavily on my mind as a parent, especially as my younger son needs additional resources to thrive in school. I have made the active choice to support my city schools because I believe that a free education is an incredible gift. And I want to believe in the District of Columbia Public Schools. I am here because I hope that the Council of the District of Columbia will do the right thing and realize that even as you enact policy that brings much needed transparency to school management, that you do not shortchange schools at a basic level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Connor Jensen.
Hello, my name is Connor Jensen at school, and today I'm here with some of my classmates at School Within a School to say why we think that students across DCPS and the greater DC region should have food prints. In food prints, we learn skills for our future selves, such as cutting, baking, and how to read recipes, so we can have nutritious food such as veggie wraps, ABC salad, and much, much more. We also learn about the difference between plants, bulbs, tubers, and roots. Carrots are roots, which we use in ABC salad and veggie wraps, and this all helps us know what goes into our bodies, and this is why I think that more schools in DC should have food prints. Thank you for your time. And Eliza Poling is here next to me.
Hello, my name is Eliza Poling, and I'm in the 5th grade at SWS. And food prints, we learn about health and nutrition. I was recently diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And food prints, you understand what's in the food and what you're eating. I have to keep track of the carbs I eat and how much sugar and fiber too. I have to watch out for certain ingredients. Reading the labels helps me keep track and keep the right balance to manage my health. I think students across DC should have food prints so they can learn more about health and enjoy the experience. Thank you. And Alexandra Hayes is with me too.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Hayes. I'm a 5th grader at School Within a School.
And in food prints, we are learning why our school garden is important to us. For example, I learned about the Egyptian walking onion, which was fascinating because before I did not know that some onions could change the place where they were growing by walking. Also, food prints is engaging and we really enjoy it. We learned how to work as a team and support others. Thank you for sharing your time with me.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Do we have anybody else?
Hi, hi, my name is Fiona. I'm a fifth grader at School Within a School, or SWS. I'm testifying because I think food prints should be available to more schools across DC. I love the outdoors and nature and I would go outside almost every chance I get. Food prints offers a way for kids and me to go outside and learn life skills in a class and sometimes with their parents. In food prints, we have a garden we get to draw, touch, see, smell, and sometimes taste what we are learning about. I think students across DC should have access to food prints and everything it offers because food prints is a fun way to learn life skills like cooking, working in a garden, and know about the flora and fauna around them. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Levitt. Who's this?
Hello, my name is Campbell. I'm a student at School Within School. I'm testifying because I think everybody in an elementary school deserves food prints. I like food prints because it is fun and educational. A week ago, we were making sweet potato biscuits. I thought that I was going to hate it, but in food prints, we have to take at least one bite. So I took one bite and I loved it. This is why I like food prints. It makes you try new foods. I think that kids all around should have a chance to try new foods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett. Is there anyone else?
That's it for the time. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well, let me just say I appreciate a little bit of student activism. It's good training for the future. So thank you to all the students for making the case for food prints, which happens to be popular with students.
Thank you. We have two later on this afternoon that wanted to share as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions for some of the other witnesses. Ms. Hodge, do you know how much if we were to do the facilities increase this year, do you know how much that would cost?
I don't have that number in front of me. My team can certainly get that for you though. But it will be going from the 2.2% in the mayor's budget to 3.1%.
Yes. Right, that would be helpful if you could follow up. And Mr. Kari Brown, in your statement, you indicated that we had budgeted 1.34 million, but only 700,000 actually got out the door. Do you know why?
I know that a lot of it went to OSSI for perhaps some new roles, administrative roles, but I don't know all the details.
Okay, so if we were to budget, I don't have your statement right in front of me. I think it was like 1.5.
Yeah, 1.55 is what the mayor proposed, and we were asking that 1 million of that be let it out for grants.
I don't know why it can't be more, but okay, we'll have to figure that out.
Thank you.
It doesn't mean that I said, yes, we will be able to fund more than what the mayor did, but it is interesting. You know, I'm supportive of the helping with the academic middle, or a little more focus on the academic middle. And sometimes it's helpful to understand the mysteries of what we budget and what gets spent. Mr. Fuchs, I had a quick question for you. Part of your testimony was that the city undercounts at-risk students. It wasn't clear to me whether they're simply undercounting or whether if you look at the data differently, combined census and school enrollment, and looking at income compared to the living wage, that's how you get the undercount.
That is how you get the undercount. Like SNAP TANF data is still our best source of accurate data for timely accurate data in terms of understanding economically disadvantaged, but we do know that a lot of our families had raises that put them out of the SNAP TANF thresholds because those are national thresholds. And we've done a great job of increasing our $15 minimum wage. And so there are fewer families that are meeting those thresholds, but still are not at the living wage. So to me, those are still families who are more at risk of needing the additional supports.
So that's really a definitional question. It's not that the government is cheating in terms of the definition. It's that maybe we should be looking at revising the definition.
We should look at revising the definition. Also, these definitions are just correlative. Like we know that schools that serve more of these students need more resources. And so that's why we're advocating for an increase in the at-risk weight.
That's helpful. Let me turn to colleagues. So Councilmember Trayon White, do you have any questions?
No, Chairman, I don't have any questions at this time. I'm just in a listening capacity, taking notes. My staff and I are here.
And Councilmember Lewis George, are you here?
Yes, I wanted to follow up with Mr. Boots really quickly, just on the point you were making about the at-risk funding and sort of, if you could sort of elaborate further on the chairman's questions regarding how we can actually get to a more accurate number to really actually support our at-risk students.
To get a more accurate number, again, SNAP and TANF are timely, right? Those happen throughout the year. We change the number of at-risk students throughout the year, and that's important. But in terms of like other things that we could be looking at are tax returns and looking at how we can maybe incorporate some of that data into and correlating that with students. But again, we just know that like more of these families who are no longer meeting that SNAP TANF threshold are in the schools that already serve more of them, but are just not being counted. That's why we think it's important to increase the at-risk weight to be able to like compensate for that.
Okay, got you. I appreciate that follow up. Mr. Brown, I missed your testimony, so I wasn't able to catch it, but I will follow up with questions because I think your organization does mentoring.
That's correct.
I remember
we can follow up
that
with
conversation. Yeah, I'll follow up with you on. I know you all do really great mentoring work, so I will follow up on you also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Councilmember. And we've also been joined by Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Henderson, do you have any questions?
I do really quickly. I have a question for Ms. Hodge. So we've been talking about this facility question, I think, for a little bit of time here. I do recall there was you all were supposed to, well, you all, charter schools had grant funding made available to them in terms of facilities over this past year. Have you gotten that money that was expected?
I believe that schools have access to the application to have submitted their applications, and I believe it's on a reimbursement basis. But the application has opened for this past school year's, or this current school year's reopening grant.
Okay, it's March.
Yes, well, yes. So I think the last time we talked about this, the schools had not gotten information yet on how they could apply for it, and so we were not anticipating they'd be able to access it before the beginning of the school year. But they have been able, from my understanding, to apply for that money.
Okay, all right. Unfortunately, I missed everyone else's testimony on this round, but I just want to follow up on that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to conclude questions for this group. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next group, and then I'm going to step out for a few minutes, and Councilmember Henderson will preside. Let me call the next group, which will be page 4. Dignorland Poiriet with Outward Bound Chesapeake Bay. Jacqueline Lopez Ponce. Charles Boston, who's with the District Youth Cycling Club. Jamal Jones, who's with Academy of Hope. Colleen Austin Crino, who's with the Hardy Middle School PTO. Juan Uloa, who's a parent at Duke Ellington School. Kimberly Johnson Miller. Not quite sure why she's here. It says Agency Fiscal Officer, OCFO, DCPS, Isabella Sanchez Pimienta, Armand Cuevas, who's with Empower Ed, Caitlin Earl, Paul Public Charter School, Dekebra Crow, Sophia Barada, Danielle Hamer, who's with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Kevin Molshine, who's listed as a taxpayer, I think everybody is, and a JUFJ member, Alan Gutman, who's an early childhood consultant with JUFJ, Michelle Engelman, who's also with JUFJ, Kathy Cardile, Jane Boline, or Boline, I think it's Boline, Hannah Garlick, who's also with JUFJ, Roshanda Hilla Thomas, Executive Director of AJE, Christy Walzer, Executive Director of Project Create, Andrew Lee, Executive Director of DC Strings Workshop, Andrea Tobin, Executive Director with Kid Power, Inc. So those folks should all be let in. The first is Dignorlin Pouriet. I'm going to step out for a couple minutes and Councilmember Henderson will take over. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dignorlin Pouriet with Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School. The Chesapeake Outward Bound School's mission is to change lives through challenge and discovery, with a vision to create a more resilient and compassionate world with more resilient and compassionate citizens. We have been providing life-changing, character-building opportunities for students since 1983. For us, the word partner holds a special meaning beyond being a service to schools or negotiating the use of public spaces to deliver programs. We take pride in developing meaningful relationships with public and charter schools so that the programs have lasting impact on their students and educators. One of those partnerships is with the Truth School, the first 6th through 12th grade Montessori school in the district. Working closely with Justin Lessig, Executive Director, and Dennis Edwards, principal of the True School, we develop a comprehensive program centered around emotional learning for their teachers and students. In fall 2021, every student from Truth was able to participate in an impactful one-day program where students worked on completing individual and team challenges. But being able to have their students fully participate in outward bound expeditions requires funding. In his words, here's what Justin Lessig said about the importance of funding for outdoor education for public and charter schools in the district, and I quote, "We have been incredibly grateful for our ongoing collaboration and social and emotional learning through experiential programs provided to students here at Truth. Since beginning our partnership in 2019, we have worked with CBOBs to have them deliver engaging virtual SEL programming during the pandemic. We have coordinated to bring our full school community out for a day of challenge initiatives in the fall of 2020. And we have planned a 4-day and 3-night Appalachian Trail expedition for April of 2022. As our school grows, we anticipate an ongoing relationship with Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound and couldn't be more delighted to partner with an experiential program partner whose learning concepts are closely aligned with ours. We support the Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School in their efforts to encourage and advocate for out-of-school funding. Future programs will equip students with critical life skills such as self-confidence, leadership, and self-esteem, which are imperative to enhancing overall success." End quote. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to amplify the voices of those that have witnessed the transformative power of outdoor education. It is critical that the DC Council fund outdoor learning programs, making those programs equally accessible to all public and charter students in the district, and not only for those schools that can afford it on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Lopez Ponce. All right. Michael Cox. Okay, Charles Boston, founder of the District Youth Cycling Club. Okay, Jamal Jones, Academy of Hope. All right, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Councilmember Henderson.
Good morning.
So I have submitted my testimony and was in the file, so I don't know if you've had a chance to review it or anyone has had a chance to receive it yet.
I have it, but go ahead and present your testimony, and we'll let you know if we need a copy.
Thank you. So, good morning. My name is Jamal Jones. I'm an educator who works in Ward 8 and lives in Ward 7. I've testified before in association with many organizations, including but not limited to the Strengthening Families Coalition, Empower Ed, DC Peace Team, and Academy of Hope, where I teach currently. Today, I'm mostly speaking as a practitioner of restorative justice, as well as an educator in the district working with at-risk youth and as well as adults. I wish to assert that the well-funded restorative justice program would impact all the major sectors of teacher retention, mental health, and public safety. Speaking as a teacher, and for everyone who's obviously read the policy, we know that our district has a 20 to 25% turnover rate. That is obviously the highest for a variety of different reasons. But I wanted to elevate that one of the biggest ways to address that is with flexible scheduling. Flexible scheduling itself is actually a restorative process of actually having a conversation with your team, discussing your needs, and then being able to make adjustments for your schedule so that you can be supportive of your students and the community that you teach in as itself. So I'd like to elevate both the flexible scheduling as well as a concept within restorative justice. I would also like to elevate that restorative justice itself has already been approved for about $90K a year by OSSI, and that funding needs to be extended. And not only extended, but also just continued. Restorative justice provides many opportunities and tools for diversion, as well as supporting like out of school time. In relation to some of the work that I've done with DC Peace Team, I know that restorative justice allows for means of addressing harm that may have occurred in the community that makes its way back into school. In my time where I was serving at the DORS My Angela New Beginnings program, I saw restorative justice in practice. And I would like to elevate that system works. Restorative justice is an effective approach to promoting school safety and stability while also supporting the behavioral needs of students and enabling a positive culture shift in schools. I'd also like to address that restorative justice is a means of supporting the mental health needs of everyone in the community. Suffice to say that restorative justice fosters connection and belonging among peers, critical components to mitigating trauma and building resilience. There should still definitely be a sustainability study just to see how effective that works in the school system, but that aside, restorative justice can be attached to that as a public safety measure. And in summary, restorative justice is a real alternative to address the increased violence in the city and schools, and by taking a critical and proactive interest in it, I know it'll be saving millions of dollars as well as lives. So thank you for your time and hope you have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Colleen Austin Crino. Awesome. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right, great. Well, thank you, council members and DCPS leadership for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Colleen Crino, and I'm a DCPS parent and the VP for Civic Affairs for the Hardy Middle School PTO in Ward 2, as well as a current Key Elementary parent and former PTO board member at Key. And I wanted to start by thanking Councilmember Brooke Pinto and Chancellor Farabee for advocating for Hardy Middle School to receive funding for a new athletic field surface in this year's budget. In addition to the field, the need for investment in Hardy overall is even greater. Since the 2017 school year, Hardy has seen its student population expand by 35%, and enrollment continues its strong upward trajectory. Despite having acquired classrooms from the Fillmore Arts Center in the past year, Hardy is quickly filling the existing building to capacity and has already outgrown other facility elements such as the cafeteria. Meanwhile, there is currently a proposed $56 million budgeted for a new Foxhall Elementary School, which is slated to draw students from our feeder elementary schools of Key, Stoddard, and Mann. These schools are unlikely to benefit from the proposed Foxhall Elementary, and it may actually be to their detriment. Stoddard has 20 million plus for expansion and therefore aims to keep all its current students. And given current enrollment, Key does not see the need for a new school to draw from its student base. The Mann community supports partnering with the other feeder elementary teams to drive smart planning for the Hardy MacArthur matriculation flow plan. In sum, this means that the families who were to be benefited by this new elementary school won't really be benefited by its construction. However, these same families and children will one day soon come to Hardy. We, the Hardy PTO, propose that the funds allocated for Foxhall Elementary would better serve the Stoddard, Mann, and Key communities if allocated to Hardy Middle School instead. An investment in upgrading and enlarging the existing Hardy School campus off Wisconsin Avenue would, 1, serve the purpose of addressing Hardy's current and future growth needs, 2, focus DCPS budgetary resources on the more acute capacity issue of middle school enrollment, and 3, ensure that we can serve as good custodians for families in our feeder pattern. In the Ward 2 and 3 community, we are excited that high school capacity is also being added in the form of the new MacArthur School. Concerns we've heard from our Hardy parent community include that Hardy must be part of the planning process. We are ready to work with DCPS in bringing a new principal for MacArthur on board immediately and on a planning process for a successful middle and high school feeder pattern and plan that addresses community, ward, and city needs. In closing, I'd like to advocate again that funding for Hardy Middle School building be included as part of the current budget exercise for infrastructure improvements. Investing in Hardy is the more urgent need facing our community. Fortunately, there is a reasonable way forward using existing budget and supporting the needs of our feeder community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sorry, forgot that I'm the one running here. Juan Yola, parent from Duke Ellington. Okay. Kimberly Johnson Miller. All right. Isabella Pimenta. I think she's on. Oh, great.
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a 5th grade teacher in DCPS and a fellow with Empower Ed. I'm here to explain why we need to urgently invest in training in the science of reading, a body of research based on experts from across disciplines that tells us exactly what happens in the brain during reading and how we can teach skillful reading. Throughout the pandemic, we've heard a lot about learning loss, but the truth is our reading data has never been adequate. Pre-pandemic, DCPS DIBELS data consistently shows that too many of our students have been reading below grade level. This is because most teachers, including myself, learned approaches to reading instruction that results in students developing strategies that struggling readers use, creating highly inequitable outcomes. Luckily, we can apply the science of reading in the classroom through a structured literacy approach. National data that shows that the science of reading and structured literacy are not buzzwords. States like Mississippi, Utah, New Mexico, and Alabama have invested heavily in training educators in these approaches. In fact, Mississippi trained all of its K-2 teachers in the science of reading, and in 2019, showed the highest reading gains in the country on NAEP, while nationally reading scores stayed stagnant. At my school, Garrison Elementary, we've shifted to a K-5 structured literacy approach by engaging in Letters PD. Letters is a program that trains educators in the science of reading. Our fantastic literacy coach, Catherine Noonan, is a trained facilitator and is training all of our literacy teachers at a minimal cost. I can't begin to explain how transformative this training has been for our students. We're seeing huge gains in K-2 reading data from BOY to MOY across all student subgroups that far outpaces DCPS's gains. In fact, the science of reading teaches us that 95% of all kids, regardless of background, can and will learn to read when they receive sufficient direct instruction in foundational literacy skills. And while 1/3 of kids will learn to read using any approach, 2/3 will struggle without explicit instruction. DCPS data consistently reflects these outcomes, including pre-pandemic. But high-quality Tier 1 instruction based on the science of reading will result in 85% of all students, including kids with IEPs, ELLs, and other at-risk students, becoming proficient readers. The remaining 15% will predictably need Tier 2 instruction. But first, we need trained literacy coaches to make this happen. Garrison was able to seek out its own funding for letters, but this cannot be the way to equitably close the reading gap. Empower Ed encourages the mayor and the council to work with DCPS and the PCSB to identify the cost of letters training for at least all K-2 literacy coaches. It's way more cost effective to train a large number of coaches as facilitators who can then train our teachers. Including funding for letters training in the budget would provide schools with a long-term stable funding stream that will outlast ESSER recovery funds so that every school in DC can shift to a structured literacy approach. As a fifth grade teacher, I can't expect every 11-year-old to ace all these standardized tests if they're not explicitly taught the code to read. But we can turn the tide and do right by our students moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pimenta. I think you might be in class. Will you be able to stick around for questions or?
They just went to lunch, so yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. All right. Armand Cuevas. Okay. Caitlin Earl, Paul Public Charter School. Let's see, Caitlin. All right. Dakibra Crow. Yep. All right. Sophia Barata, Public
Yes,
Witness.
hi. Can you give me like 30 seconds for
Sure.
a second? Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was in the middle of a transition. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay.
No problem. We can't see you. That's fine. I just wanted to let you know. If
yeah,
you think the
okay,
camera's on,
yep.
it's not.
Let me start that.
Okay, great.
Hello. Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Sophia. I'm a teacher at Henley Elementary in Ward 8. I'm here to discuss funding for outdoor learning and how it does and can impact my students and other students in the DC area. Within the 4 years alone that I have been with Henley, I have had ample experience with outdoor learning and related STEM opportunities. We partner with Washington Youth Garden. Every year, Food Court comes to our school and provides several of our classes with engaging hands-on lessons in the garden. Students have been able to plant crops in our garden beds and care for the plants with the guidance and support of their Food Court teacher. Washington Youth Garden also provides lessons for the students at the National Arboretum. In collaboration with my outdoor learning team at school and members of the Washington Youth Garden, we wrote a grant for the River Smart program. After hours of work and collaborating after school hours, we submitted our vision for the Henley's outdoor space. Our team was elated to find out we won the grant, yet in return, we have committed to monthly meetings and assignments to meet the requirements of the program and its funding. In addition to the River Smart program, I was accepted into the Environmental Literacy Leadership Cadre, which brings resources and opportunities in STEM and outdoor learning to our school, both for staff and students. While this has been an exciting resource for Henley, this is another after-school commitment, which includes meetings and more assignments. Why is it up to the teachers to fight for opportunities for the school when other schools just have it? Teachers should not bear responsibility for providing additional funding for basic educational needs, especially when 83% of teachers surveyed by Empower Ed have noted that teacher morale has worsened from previous years. And I started thinking, what would Henley do with extra funding for outdoor learning if we did receive it? As a second grade teacher, I had trouble coming up with great ideas by myself. So I asked our STEM teacher, who had an immediate answer without even thinking. Our students would benefit greatly from outdoor engineering projects. We all know the benefits of outdoor learning for students, especially post-pandemic, when students have spent so much time indoors. Parents could tell you, just like the one that told me recently that her daughter cannot stop talking about being in the garden. I envision a world where every school has the same opportunities for outdoor learning without having to rely on zealous teachers to do the heavy lifting. I hope for all students, no matter their zip code or parents' income levels, to access the same rigorous and engaging hands-on learning and field trips. We need the requested $6.5 million for outdoor learning school partnerships. Only with this citywide funding could we make it a reality, not just a vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barata. Daniel Hammer.
Hi there.
Hi. Go ahead.
Councilmember Henderson, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Danielle Hammer, and I'm a policy associate at DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a member of Under 3 DC. DCFPI commends the mayor for preserving the nearly $72.9 million in the Pay Equity Fund dedicated to raising early educator compensation, a crucial step in strengthening DC's childcare system and recognizing the long undervalued work of the early care workforce. DCFPI encourages council to protect this investment and implement the following recommendations to ensure implementation supports educators and advances equity. Adopt the task force recommendations on the fund and support OSSI in dispersing supplements for this year and implementing the permanent compensation plan. Include healthcare as a crucial part of the plan. Guard against benefit cliffs as early educators begin to receive their pay supplements, and ensure long-term stability and equity through monitoring the child care subsidy program. My testimony provides further explanation for each of these. I will focus today on the importance of the proposed equity adjustment and healthcare benefits as part of compensation. Council should protect the equity fund and its non-lapsing designation and require an equity adjustment. DCFPI commends the task force for including an equity adjustment in its proposed long-term funding mechanism, an enhancement for facilities based on enrolled children in the subsidy program, and a social vulnerability index. This funding boost would help mitigate the inequities that make these facilities less likely to have the resources to meet the proposed salary requirements, centering those furthest from opportunity by ensuring these providers can compensate teachers and provide high quality care. The task force current cost estimate does not incorporate this equity adjustment, however, meaning it is important that the fund remains non-lapsing as OSSI tests this equity element, ensuring it has the resources and capacity to scale the program and bolster the childcare sector. Given the equity implications, council should consider codifying a requirement for an equity adjustment into law with flexibility on OSSI's end to make adjustments and require this go through the rules process to ensure community engagement. Finally, council must recognize that full parity includes healthcare. The Birth 3 law defines parity for early educators as compensation equivalent to average salary and fringe benefits of elementary teachers. Excluding healthcare could cause some workers to be worse off if wage increases fail to outstrip increased healthcare costs as a result of their higher wages. The proposed salary levels for all teachers exceed some Medicaid income thresholds depending on family size. Council should assess mechanisms for ensuring all early educators have affordable health coverage, including a direct grant to employers to offset insurance costs or a direct subsidy to employments through the marketplace. The task force provides suggestions for these. These ideas would require additional public investment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Danielle. Kevin Molshine.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. My name is Kevin Molshine. Next year, it'll be 50 years since I first called DC my home. In that time, I worked my way in public service from an internship position to appointment as Inspector General for a major support agency of the Congress. For almost 40 years, I've lived with my wife in our home in Ward 3, just east of Connecticut Avenue. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice and of Temple Sinai, which is in Ward 4. As a Jew by choice, I deeply believe in the principle of tikkun olam, that is, our obligation to repair the world. We don't need to complete the task, but we must not ignore the obligation to do what we can. In this regard, the importance of caring for those who educate and care for our youngest neighbors from birth to 3 years old prompts me to testify today. Early childhood educators deserve to be fairly compensated for their important service. This council has wisely funded supplemental payments under the Birth to 3 law, and I thank you for these actions. Funding for the Birth to 3 law recognizes the crucial role of early childhood educators in caring for our youngest citizens who are mainly voiceless. I therefore urge the council to fully implement the Birth to 3 law to enable early childhood educators to pursue professional development opportunities and other academic advancement in this vital field. An important improvement is to provide access to the information regarding benefits in languages other than English for those whose proficiency in English may not be up to par. I respectfully urge you to fully fund and implement the Birth to Three law, including funding for these translation services. So all will have fair and equitable access to the law's benefits in this and future years. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Alan Gutman.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you all members of the council for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alan Gutman. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice's Under 3 DC Working Group. JUFJ is a grassroots organization that mobilizes thousands of Jews and allies in DC to fight for social, racial, and economic justice. I've also worked in the field of early care and education for over 40 years, and most recently was the director of early childhood policy and systems in the Johns Hopkins University School of Education. I am also the former school director of Educare DC in Ward 7. I want to thank the council for your forward thinking and dedication to the city's future, embodied and enacted in the Birth to Three for All DC law. What brings meaning and impetus to this law is the council's commitment to the fiscal resources necessary to take legislative words and transform these words into high quality early care and education actions. The council may take fiscal comfort from long established research that demonstrates that this investment in the first 3 years of each child's life will result in significant savings for other city programs and departments. The research concludes that children who receive early care and education services from experienced, qualified, and dedicated professionals in high-quality programs and childcare homes are, one, much less likely to need costly special education services, resulting in DCPS savings. Two, much less likely to require high-cost medical interventions or to use expensive hospital emergency rooms services for general health care, with savings realized for the Department of Health. Three, much more likely to graduate high school and college and be employed in successful careers and contributing positively to society. Four, much less likely to be caught up in the legal system and incarcerated. By committing dollars to the care and education of children during their first 3 years of life, the council and the district will significantly reduce the likelihood that these same children will require District of Columbia Public School Special Education Services and Department of Health intervention services. This continued investment in early care and education will also serve to disrupt and dismantle the school to prison pipeline for the district. The result, gainfully employed school graduates who contribute to the district's tax base, who don't require public assistance, and who stay out of jail. The targeted funding and supports recommended by the task force to assist early childhood educators, bringing equity to their compensation, will help the district to be able to attract, recruit, retrain, compensate, and retain the early childhood workforce necessary to expand access to high quality programs for DC's youngest children. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Gutman. Michelle Engelman.
Thank you, Chairman and council members, for your time today. My name is Michelle Engelman. I live in Ward 2 and am a member of Jews United for Justice. As a community leader, I believe early childhood educators deserve to be compensated fairly for their essential work. We must ensure that the compensation supplements approved by the council get into educators' hands in a timely and equitable manner in accordance with the recommendations of the task force. This council's historic investment in raising teacher compensation represents a critical first step in strengthening our early child care system. Council must ensure that $53.9 million gets into the pockets of educators as soon as possible this fiscal year, and must be diligent in minimizing the loss of public benefits for early educators receiving the supplemental pay which they so deeply deserve. Council must direct OSSI to provide effective outreach to early childhood educators to inform them of their eligibility to receive pay supplements. Currently, there is much misinformation and confusion in the field. Furthermore, OSSI must provide accurate technical assistance to help educators both apply for and understand the impact, if any, of pay supplements on their public benefits. All teachers must be able to access OSSI's communications and technical assistance in their preferred languages. I urge you to require the translation of all documents in a timely manner so everyone will have fair access. Going beyond this fiscal year, OSSI must develop the necessary infrastructure to implement the recommendations of the task force to ensure that the compensation of early educators reaches pay and benefit parity with their DCPS counterparts in fiscal year 23 and beyond. I am disappointed that the mayor didn't include increases in funding to the multiple health support programs in the Birth to 3 law. I hope the council will rectify the mayor's lack of funding for health support programs like Healthy Futures and Healthy Steps. I would like to thank council members for recognizing the critical link between investing in the equitable compensation of educators and fostering a strong, effective early child care system for all DC families. We must implement this investment in the most effective way possible in accordance with the recommendations of the task force so that all teachers will be able to benefit from the funds that have been raised and dedicated for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Cathy Cardell. You're on mute, ma'am.
Good morning, council members. My name is Cathy Cardell, and I'm a resident and voter in Ward 2. I've come to thank you for putting into this year's budget $53.9 million for the Early Educators Compensation Fund. And I've come to ask you to let those important funds get out of the budget and into the child care workers' hands of the city as soon as possible to help them make up for the loss of their income during these past truly difficult years. You might look at me and say, she's an old lady. Why does she care? Why is she speaking to you as a member of the Under 3 Coalition, a part of Jews United for Justice? Why indeed? I'm not Jewish and I have no children or grandchildren under the age of 3. But I can tell you that as a mother, grandmother, former high school educator, taxpayer, and voter, I really care. I see how important retaining the best and the highest quality teachers in this field are. These are the people who shaped and formed my 3 grandchildren here in DC. They're the women and men who hugged them, kissed them, taught them right from wrong, grew them intellectually, taught them to be good citizens, all by spending at least 10 hours a day, every day with them for the first 5 years of their lives. Frankly, this city runs now and in the future on early educators. We need them to enable our workforce to work, and we need to enable them to remain in their field now. Frankly, to lose any more of them would be devastating. Let me tell you a little story. I taught in a high school that was noted for its fine English department. We won in citywide contests, sent our students to fine universities, won grants such as the National Endowment for the Humanities and many other grants. Then one year, the whole English department left. It wasn't anger or disappointment. They had just chosen different paths for themselves. One became a principal, one went to law school. 2 others went to higher paying jobs across the border in a better paying state nearby, and I left to start our family. I don't need to tell you that it took years for that school to recover from that mass exodus. We cannot allow that to happen here. The city's early educators want to stay in their careers, in the field that they're good at. It's time to help them get over this global and very personal crisis for them. You've budgeted the money, and now it needs to get out the door and into the hands of the workers. Let's get that 5-to-1 ripple effect we learned about in high school economics happening. Put $1 in the economy, get $5 back. So I remind you of what you already know. Time is of the essence. Let it be known, the good that you're doing and the lifeline that the educators are receiving. Also, target educators in the ways that would best reach them. Make sure that the materials can be understood in the teacher's preferred languages so that applying isn't a great difficulty. And finally, make sure that they don't lose other benefits that they currently have with this short infusion of money. Have staff who can advise the educators of what they can get, what the funds can do for their current benefits, if they have any, and how this budgeted money can work for them. Low pay, long hours, and undependable demand. It's time to get them the lifeline that they deserve. Thank you for your service and for your attention on this.
Thank you. Jane Boleen.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jane Beeline, and I'm a resident of Ward 6. My husband and I retired to DC 17 months ago. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of Jews and their allies committed to advancing social, economic, and racial justice. I'm a first-time grandmother. In May, when my granddaughter Magnolia turns 6 months old, she will begin attending a daycare center here in DC so that her parents can continue to pursue their careers in DC. My granddaughter's daily care will be entrusted to the staff of the daycare center. The staff includes many Black and brown women who have the responsibility of providing a safe and healthy environment for DC's youngest residents. I am so very grateful to Council for providing this one-time stipend to early childhood educators, and I am asking that Council continue to provide adequate funding so that early childhood educators receive a living wage for their work. DC Council needs to ensure that the $53.9 million in the Early Educator Compensation Fund gets into the hands of educators this fiscal year. To do this, we need to minimize the loss of public benefits for early educators accessing the supplemental pay, conduct extensive outreach to early educators to inform them of pay supplements and help them apply for and understand the impact of pay supplements on their benefits and taxes. Direct that all communication is provided in the teacher's preferred language. Fortunately, Magnolia's parents can afford the $2,800 monthly cost of daycare. However, I am very concerned that many DC residents who want to work and who need care for children under 3 years of age do not have the resources to pay for daycare. We must ensure that all children have access to high quality early childhood education, regardless of family wealth, zip code, or race. According to the most recent statistics, there are 26,500 children under 3 who live in DC and only 7,600 licensed daycare seats. The pathway to creating a more affordable, accessible, and high-quality learning system includes paying teachers a living wage. I urge you to see that the $72.9 million dedicated to raising teacher compensation in fiscal year 2023 is implemented, following the recommendations of the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Hannah Gerlich.
Yes, Councilmember, thank you. My name is Hannah Gerlich, and I'm a community organizer with Jews United for Justice, which, as you have just heard a couple of times, is a local grassroots organization that mobilizes thousands of Jews and allies in DC to fight for social, racial, and economic justice. Thank you for your continued work in funding and implementing the Birth to 3 law. And as a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition, JUFJ enthusiastically supported taxing high-income residents last year. And we're grateful to see this increased revenue being used to support the higher compensation for early childhood educators. We want to thank Chairman Mendelson for his work in supporting Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force and its work to create recommendations for implementing increased compensation. And we hope that you and other council members will ensure the quick distribution and safeguarding of funds for early childhood educators. Jewish family values are at the foundation of JUFJ's belief that all children should have the resources they need to thrive. And every child in DC, regardless of their race, family wealth, or zip code, should have access to high quality and affordable early childhood education provided by early childhood educators who are paid fairly. We're at this critical moment for the next big steps of funding birth to 3, and some of those immediate next steps must include the $53.9 million in early educator compensation fund gets into the hands of educators as soon as possible this fiscal year, as is laid out by the recommendations of the task force. In the distribution of short-term payment supplements, recommendations clearly state that DC Council must ensure that the loss of public benefits for early educators is minimized, and by partnering with the Department of Human Services and Department of Healthcare Finance where needed. In addition, for educators to make the best decisions for themselves and their families about whether to apply for the pay supplement, it's essential that extensive outreach, ample technical assistance, and other resources, including applications, communications, outreach, and tech assistance, are all provided and occur in educators' preferred language. As excited as we are as a coalition for these funds to be allocated, we will not have done our job right without ensuring comprehensive outreach to teachers in their preferred language. One of JUFJ's values is balancing the prophetic with the pragmatic. The increased compensation once felt like a dream, and now that it's been achieved, DC Council must be attentive to develop the necessary infrastructure to implement the recommendations of the task force and plan for this future. It must steep itself in the practical details of implementation, and this includes safeguarding and implementing the $72.9 million dedicated to raising compensation in fiscal year 23, and also protecting the $2.9 million raised from sports wagering that is dedicated funding for early childhood development fund in fiscal year 24. While unrelated to our budget ask for OSSI, we also want to note that we are disappointed to see the mayor not meet under 3DC's investments for family health support programs outlined by Birth to 3, and we hope that the council will rectify that lack of funding. And as we head into the next stage of the implementation, we hope that you will ensure the recommendations of the task force are diligently implemented and the outreach is robust in educators' preferred language. We also hope that the final budget includes full funding for family health support programs so Birth to 3 can continue to be fully implemented. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Rashonda Hiley Thomas. Christy Walser. Andrew Lee.
Sorry. Hi, this is Andrea.
I haven't got to you yet.
Oh,
yeah. I was trying to see if Andrew was here. I was taking a beat. But it is your turn. Go ahead, Andrea Tobin.
Story of my life being I've mistaken Andrew for Andrea, so my apologies. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Andrea Tobin, Executive Director of Kid Power and member of the DC Actions OST Time Coalition. For 20 years, Kid Power has provided high quality after school and summer programs to inspire youth leadership, promote academic advancement, physical and emotional wellness, and positive civic engagement throughout the District of Columbia. We commend the mayor for extending $5 million increase for the OST office by another year with local funds. While we would like to see these funds become reoccurring investments to sustain high quality, affordable OST opportunities, this one-time continuation with local dollars is a step in the right direction. We all know the value of OST programs to provide safe, nurturing spaces for young people to grow, learn, and thrive. For time constraints, I will focus on 3 issues relating to rising operational costs. Staffing. According to a recent National Education Association survey, the ratio of hires to job openings in the education sector reached new lows as the 21 to 22 school year started, currently standing at 0.57 hires for every open position. The trends in teaching shortages across the country are, as you know, deeply affecting us here in the district, where they are exacerbated by delays in the background clearance process. Our students come to program every day because of the relationships they build with our staff. A parent emailed one of our instructors, "You made my daughter have the zeal to wake up every morning and connect to her class." We noticed her growth in reading, writing, and speaking, but also her confidence as well. We are so grateful for you. When we finally resumed in-person programming, our students sprinted up to our staff, wrapped her in her arms. "Miss Shana, I've missed you so much," before immediately calling her mom to relay the good news. These relationships are priceless, and we must recognize the incredible hard work, courage, and resilience our instructors, AmeriCorps members, and staff have shown over the last 2 years. As we ask them to do more to help our students recover, we must pay them a competitive wage, provide professional development, and support to prevent burnout. We also need to recognize that to maintain operations amid economic inflation, we have to invest in operating costs across the board. 2, equitable access. OST funds must be used equitably to remove barriers to participation and reconnect youth to programs. The latest pre-pandemic data indicated a large gap between need and availability. We know 2,500 fewer youth were served by Learn24 and OST programs between fiscal years 2019 and 2021. We need to recognize that to maintain operations, we need to help our programs reconnect, reach out, and rebuild. 3rd, OST programs provide flexible support to meet young people's academics, social, emotional, and health
Ms.
needs.
Tobin, I'm sorry, it's a long, we have a long witness list here over time.
Yes, didn't see the timer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Andrew Lee is here, so he will go ahead. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson, for recognizing me, and other members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Andrew Lee and am the founding artistic executive director of DC Strings Workshop, also known as DC Strings. We're an East of the River serving nonprofit committed to bringing music to all parts of our city, particularly underserved communities. And we're proud to be one of the few organizations in the region to keep our concert season and music classes going throughout the pandemic. We've collaborated with numerous district agencies and organizations, presenting over 15 concerts throughout the pandemic safely and reaching thousands online, and standing with families and people affected by gun violence in our community. Our summer programs with support from Learn24 had a waiting list of over 50 students last year. Our instructors were delivering instruments to students' homes, doing everything we could to keep music alive in the district. Currently, we're serving more than 300 students weekly across several DC public and charter schools, teaching piano, strings, and percussion to students who otherwise may not have access to music education. I'm here today to call on the DC Council to continue to fund the critical investments in out-of-school time funding programs. They are a lifeline to battered and bruised area nonprofits that serve our most vulnerable residents and students. The mayor proposed over $3.9 million in one-time local funds to expand out-of-school time recreation programs provided by DPR and other community-based organizations. We want to continue to see these investments so that students can celebrate not only DC culture, but have opportunities to see themselves on stage. The OST office also needs your support. Continue to empower OST providers to hire and retain highly qualified staff to work with programs like DC Strengths and other community-based organizations to pay them a competitive wage, to provide professional development and training, to make sure that our best and brightest teachers and instructors are not leaving the district for other jurisdictions. We know about the staff shortages, and we know about how they're impacting the ability to provide consistent programming. For those that partner with DCPS and other agencies, you know about these long, ongoing delays in background checks and clearances and how difficult it's been to get our folks working in schools. And another issue we need to address is timely payments. Because they're short-staffed, it's definitely put a strain on local nonprofits that we aren't often receiving grant funds in a timely manner, which creates instability in our organizations. Please fund the hiring of a supervisory grants management specialist to fill that vacancy and ensure a smooth process. I will say that OST programs are an essential part of our education system. You know the impact that they have on our communities for students to be in high quality programs outside of school and what they do for our students. So thank you for the opportunity to testify and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I see Christy Walser as well. Yeah, Christy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Christy Walser. I'm the Executive Director of Project Create and a member of the DC OST Coalition of DC Action. I'm here to provide support for robust funding for out-of-school time programming in DC. Project Create provides opportunities for creative youth development through accessible multidisciplinary arts education to empower young people and amplify their voices. We collaborate with children, youth, and families in an inclusive and supportive community where art is healing and transformative. For 28 years, Project Create has worked in partnership with social service organizations that offer emergency, transitional, and long-term housing to youth and families experiencing homelessness, as well as with out-of-school time community-based partners in underserved district neighborhoods east of the river. Since 2015, Project Create has provided visual, performing, and digital media arts education and art therapy at our own art center in the Ward 8 Anacostia community. All of our year-round out-of-school time programs are 100% free to more than 1,000 children and youth each year. The COVID-19 pandemic has been very difficult for many DC students and families, adding to and compounding trauma, stress, and other challenges. Never before has out-of-school time programming been more necessary as a critical support for social, emotional, and mental health. Project Create continues to play a critical role in recovery. We combine arts education with a therapeutic, trauma-informed, healing-centered approach, serving each unique student throughout their creative process. Every day at Project Create, we work to counteract the impact of trauma and childhood adversity with healing interventions. We believe in the art-making process as a powerful tool to promote positive youth development. Project Create relies on OST funding to support our commitment to free, high-quality out-of-school time programming. Additional OST funding in FY22, thanks to Federal American Rescue Plans, had an enormous impact on Project Create's capacity. We were able to hire a full-time art therapist to join our program staff, a critical addition to support our students as they emerge from the traumatic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Project Create was also able to bolster our program staff with additional art therapists and teaching artists to broaden our reach in the community. We're grateful that the mayor's FY23 budget extends the $5 million increase for the OST office by another year with local funds. We know that the council too believes in the vital role that OST programs play in providing safe, nurturing spaces for DC's young people year round. We hope that this increase in funding can be maintained in order to sustain high quality, affordable OST opportunities in DC over the long term. The future of our city and its residents relies on what we do right now in this critical moment of recovery to support our children and youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I'm going to call, sorry, before we get to questions, two people from the last panel who are here. I see Marianne Babcock from the School Without LSAT, if you want to go ahead. And then after her will be Allison Crococos from Carlos Rosario, and then we'll get some questions. Okay.
Thank you, Council Member Henderson, and to your faithful staff who is reading the chats and helping me out. To the esteemed council, I am here today to urge you to legislate safeguards that protect all public school budgets from the yearly impact of inflation and personnel increases have on the cost of funding DCPS schools. Each year, a school's buying power is reduced because these costs are not contained in the base funding amount. DCPS must build on the previous year's budget and include the costs of inflation and teacher personnel costs. After 2 years of cutting the librarian position, I really appreciate that the position is now included in the base budget. Having been a Walls parent for the past 9 years and serving as the LSAT co-chair these past 3 years, I have seen firsthand how schools work hard to keep their educational program fully funded. Over the years, Walls has expanded our enrollment capacity in our limited space from 471 kids to a robust 600 students to help us reconcile our budget losses. As the lowest funded school in the DCPS high school portfolio, it will cost us $10,915 for each student next year. Please know that our students are still below the funding amount laid out in the 2013 adequacy study, where $11,613 was set aside for high school students. We acknowledge that as a magnet school, our students' ambition and drive helps us to stretch our budget. And we are like-minded in equitably funding every DC student. However, as a blue ribbon nationally ranked zoo with a perpetually lean budget, Wall's parents are fighting to keep our program whole for students from all 8 wards. This new funding model greatly benefits high schools as a group, but it does not benefit Walls. With an annual enrollment of 600 and our at-risk funding at 17% or 100 students, our budgets only increased by $70,000. Our general education funding per pupil is $2,000 less than predicted based on school size. Under the new budget model, Walls is slated to have its funding cut by 5% in fiscal year 24. We also expect to lose $298,000, resulting in a layoff of 3 teaching positions. This year, we already had to reconcile a loss of social workers from 2.0 to 1.5 full-time positions. Again, we are advocating to keep our programming whole. We hope that we are asking you to stem further losses for our school by making sure that inflation and teaching personnel costs are included in our budgets. I see them coming up on my time, so I want to thank you all very much and to really take a look at that key base funding earlier on and tack it on to the previous year's school's budget as long as schools are not drastically losing students. So thank you again.
Thank you, Marian. Allison?
Good afternoon, Council Member Henderson, other council members and staff. For over 50 years, the Carlos Rosario School has provided top-tier education, training, and supports to the district's adult immigrant community. Today, we're serving 1,800 adult learners from all 8 wards of the district, supporting them via hybrid, in-person, and virtual modalities to gain the English skills, high school diploma, digital literacy, and career certifications they need to go beyond survival and to thrive. From the beginning of the pandemic, we have done everything in our power to make sure not one learner would be left behind. Our school has been a community hub, distributing over 2,000 internet-enabled laptops, distributing nearly 3,000 food boxes to school community members, and partnering with DC Health and the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs to host vaccine clinics and vaccine education for the communities we serve. Despite the significant challenges faced, adult learners have been fierce and persisting in their studies over this pandemic, advancing their English proficiency, passing the GED exam, and gaining their high school diploma, developing digital literacy skills that are crucial for their access to district resources and employment, earning career certifications, and gaining employment. I'm here today to specifically request your support for adequate funding and faculty supports for adult serving charter schools during this coming school year. We are 9 schools serving around 5,000 adult learners across the district. 68.2% of the community members, the adult learners we serve, are parents of school-aged children. And most of the community members we serve are Black or Hispanic. Adult learners at our schools are among the hardest hit by the economic, health, and family impacts of the pandemic. The coming school year will be a pivotal year for our students, our faculty, and our schools. We are committed to providing our learners one-to-one access to laptops, internet access, along with digital onboarding and troubleshooting, and supporting our faculty with fair wages, training, and the tools that they need. We're a tremendous asset to the district, and we ask for your consideration to 1, bring funding for adult schools to the level of the adequacy study to adequately staff for continued effects of the pandemic. This ask for adult schools is about $5 million. And number 2, provide educator incentives and supports for our frontline educators. For example, housing subsidies and tax credits. For example, a pipeline for teachers to education administration and into their master's degrees. Please keep adult education as part of the ongoing conversation about learning in our schools. And I thank you so much for your support to this day and appreciate this opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Okay, I'm going to do a round of questions and then turn to my colleagues. I've been taking notes. So yeah, I'm going to use the questions. But I do want to first say, for any of the public witnesses who are watching today, there are a lot of hearings going on. So if you don't see all 13, or excuse me, all 12 of my colleagues here, there are 5 other committees who are holding hearings at this exact same time. So please don't take that as someone not caring. There's just a lot going on that we're trying to balance and manage. Mr. Jones, I want to thank you so much for testifying in terms of the restorative justice work. It's so great to see how it has expanded in the district since we first started talking about this, like I would say 5 to 6 or 7 or so years ago, and started investing in it in a real way. To Kevin, Alan, Michelle, Cathy, Janae, and Hannah, who all spoke about the Early Educator Fund, I hear you on that. I do want to just note for the record, because we got this cleared up at the hearing a couple of weeks ago. So there's about 59 million this year, this fiscal year. Next fiscal year, it goes up to 70 and some change. And so the mayor's budget office has confirmed that they didn't cut that. So I agree with you. It is, we've got to get that money out the door. And I just want to commend the work of OSSI and commend the work of the Early Educator Task Force, who turned in their last report. They met probably more often than we thought they would to do some incredible work, to put some really thoughtful pieces together around things that we should consider. And I just wanted to publicly thank all of those people who gave up their time, in particular the chair, Abby Smith, who kind of had to be talked into it, but I'm so glad that she did it. So yes, okay. Miss Crino from Hardy, if you're still here, I wanted to ask you a question because this is really interesting. So I asked the mayor about this, I don't know what time is, but I asked the mayor about this whenever we spoke to her last, in terms of the original money that was put in for the old Georgetown Day school. It was to be a middle school. And then it became a high school. And one of the other things that I had asked, and I do plan to ask the chancellor this, and so if DCPS is listening, I hope you're going to be ready for this, in terms of what is the data that's underpinning the decision around these 2 new schools in Ward 3, because I thought your analysis was very interesting, that with Stoddard currently slated for an expansion and other things going on, who will actually benefit from a new elementary school at Foxhall. Now, that being said, to your question, or to your point around enlarge the campus of Hardy, let me ask you this: enlarge it where? Because geographically, you don't want to give up the field. So
no. The idea that, so we actually had been having some conversations with our local ANCs and with our PTO and the parents, and talking about how we could expand to the entire geography of the space, with maybe some underground parking,
Lord,
some facilities and a field on the roof. So you're right.
Oh, I see. Okay. So
the space is not a big space, but the intent would be to be smarter about how it's laid out today, and being able to maximize it, and put the field on the roof.
Okay. I said, oh Lord, because we've had this whole thing with Duke Ellington underground parking, Merch with underground parking. It adds time, and it's certainly more expensive, but
Understood.
I'll take that into, thank you for being here and testifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Miss Pimenta, is she still here? I don't know. Oh, because I bet your kiddos are like coming back soon. Thanks for testifying in terms of the PD around skillful reading training. So is your school the only one using letters PD right now that you know of?
So that I know of, this is happening in pockets around the district. I know that we're, I think, the only school that's training like all of its K-5 literacy teachers in the science of reading, using letters training. I know that the DC Reading Clinic has in the past provided scholarships for coaches to do that if they sought it out. And I know that OSSI had an opportunity for teachers to sign up to receive a stipend. But like I said, it's really haphazard, and it's, it's not equitable if some schools can have it and some can't. So as to my knowledge, it's just, we're the only school that's doing this K-5.
Okay. And shout out to Garrison. To Ms. Walser and Andrew Lee, thank you for testifying in terms of out of school time. Andrew, I just wanted to ask you, if you're still here, Oh, and the chairman's back, but yeah, I'm gonna use
I
this
am.
little fake
Yep, I'm
chairman's
still here.
prerogative that I have real quick. You said there was problems with grant funding getting out in a timely manner. Was that from OST or where are you getting your funding from?
Well, I mean, I think it goes all the way around, but specifically this is OST.
Okay.
But there's also been, I know several other organizations, we've all been impacted by late DCPS payments as well and other agencies.
Okay. All right. We'll follow up on that. Thank you. And the chairman's back. Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for testifying.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Appreciate that. Ms. Pimenta and Mr. Lee, I don't think we got copies of your statements, and it would help to have them.
Okay, I can resend.
For the record, I got my email bounced back, but I resubmitted.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, because I do want to follow up on some things there. I wanted to echo what Councilmember Henderson said with regard to the early childhood educator compensation. So there was quite a bit of testimony that sounded as if there was a concern that the money wasn't going to go out the door. We've been working closely with OSSI. And I say this with a little bit of hesitancy, but I'm fairly confident that they're doing everything. I am confident they're doing everything they can to get the money out the door this year. And the money's fully in the budget for next year, although we will double check and then triple check to make sure that the money's there. So the report just came out last week, and I would say that all pistons are moving forward on this, although I think that's a mixed metaphor. Let me see if Councilmember Lewis George has got any questions.
I think that is a mixed metaphor, but we'll keep going. Isabel, I wanted to come to you because you spoke about structured literacy and ability and the need to train educators in these. And I know you spoke a little bit about sort of your school, seeking its own funding for training, which I think is great. I guess the question is, how can we do that on a larger scale? How do we utilize the budget so that, each school doesn't have to do that sort of separate funding search for this type of literacy training?
Well, I definitely think it's a matter of equity that we fund this as a district so that schools don't have to either use ESSER funds that are going to be gone, we don't know when. But it's more cost effective to train a whole bunch of coaches. Like if we train all of our K2 literacy coaches in DCPS, for example, they can then train all of their teachers using our LEAP structure. And it's a lot more cost effective to do it in bulk because the cost per coach is going to reduce significantly. And then the cost per teacher also reduces because then you only have to provide funds to purchase the licenses for letters instead of paying the full price, which is double that amount to train each teacher individually. So I definitely encourage DCPS and the Public School Charter Board to, talk with the council about, depending on how many K2 literacy coaches they have, that would look like to fund them all, because I really do think that if every school has this, our data is going to look very different as a district.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And it's something that my team and I will take a look into. And then I wanted to come to you, Jamal, regarding restorative justice piece. And just, I wanted to get a sense of, I think you were talking about like funding teacher retention. I think that was a separate point. I have like notes mixed here, but can you speak to what your vision was for, I know a number of schools do have some restorative justice within their schools, but I think it's separate. Each school is individually decides to utilize that. Can you speak to me a little bit more what your visioning is as far as restorative justice? Are you thinking larger scale, similar to, I think what Isabella was saying about doing the literacy training?
It is definitely a larger scale thing. For currently, School Talks works in about 42 different schools to different degrees, and they have like a tier system, in which case they work with teachers either developing the system or founding it or even like maintaining that's already existence. That by itself was funding that was already provided by OSSI and would still need to be continued to expand to other schools. On the other end, DCPS has also started its own cohort model as it relates to restorative justice, and that I'm still actually waiting to find some final details about how it's been working with teachers. But either way, there's going to be a need for follow-up study to kind of determine like how effective this has been, what type of, and this is another issue, but like recidivism is the main thing that people use for RJ in terms of like a metric, but it is not enough. It is also determining about like the mental health supports, is also determining about the capacity supports, is also talking about the long-term like community foundations that need to go into it. So that's how that all.
Okay, got it. I appreciate that. And I've done some, restorative justice work and seen how it works in school. And I do think it's a added benefit to solving some, especially dealing with social emotional learning and its greater impact. Allison, I want to come to you. Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School does amazing work for adult learning in the district. And I know how hard you all work and the work that you do with a lot of individuals in our ward, parents in our ward, and helping. And so I got to ask you, I know you spoke about this a little bit, but can you tell me, so what was the recommendation by the 2013 adequacy study regarding the funding that's necessary for sort of some of our adult charter schools, and where are you all in that piece? Or are you all sort of one of the only, if not, I guess one of the only group of public schools not funded at the level recommended? And if so, how does that impact you all and your ability to support adult learning in the district?
Thank you so much for the question. It impacts us greatly. So with the 2013 district adequacy study for funding, we are in the only grade band where we are not funded at the foundation level recommended by the district's adequacy study. That's affecting adult schools as well as alternative schools. So there's some adult schools that are affected by both of these issues. The recommendation was that we be brought to 1.0, a foundation level. We are currently funded at 0.89 of that. The cost to resolve that is relatively affordable for the district. It's about $5 million. But it's a small impact on the district budget, but a huge impact on community members that are furthest from opportunity in the district, considering that over 90% of the adult learners we serve are under the federal poverty line. And our schools are where they have the hope and the skill building to navigate during these times. And our schools need the support now to best support our teachers, give them the tools they need, give them fair wages, and have the hybrid learning as well as in-person learning needed to meet our adult learners where they're at right now.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you to each of you for your testimony. You all are excused, and I'm going to call the next set of witnesses. I'm looking at page 5.
Thank you.
Of the witness list. Cynthia Davis, who's president, DC Family Child Care Association. Cheris Sharp, who's with the Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School. Leicester Johnson, who's Chief Executive Officer at the Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Regina Bell, who's with the Washington Teachers Union. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, who's president of the Washington Teachers Union. Holly Ann Fresso Moore, who is Chief Administrative Officer at Carlos Rosario Public Charter School. Patricia Sanabria, who's the lead organizer with Empower Ed. Angela Garcia, student at Brea Public Charter School. Zura Abamin, who's a teacher at Brea Public Charter School. Apologize for mispronouncing. Christina Benjamin, Managing Director of DC Head Start Association. Myrtle Washington, President, Washington Substitute Teachers United. Patricia Della Torre, who is Director of Comprehensive Services at Educare DC. Dane Anderson, who is Chief Operating Officer at KIP DC. Angela Nivens, Senior Manager at CASA DC. Casey Boyd, is a librarian at Jefferson Academy. Sakaya Dunmore. Marilyn James is Executive Director of Children and Charity International. Dwight Deloach. Carrie Thornhill, who's president of the DC Early Learning Collaborative, Inc. Dory Nolt, who's with Langley Elementary School, PTO. And Priya Cook, who's a parent and LSAT co-chair for Bancroft Elementary School. If you are in gallery view, you should see a clock. And please be mindful that you have 3 minutes each. Ms. Davis will begin with you. Is Cynthia Davis here?
She's there.
And she will be followed.
Yes, I am here. I'm sorry. It was hard to click over. This is Cynthia Davis.
Yes. When you're ready, please begin.
And mute me again. I'm sorry about that. Good morning, Chairman Middleton and the members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Cynthia Davis, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Family Child Care Association and the proud owner of Kings and Queens Family Child Care Center. DC FCCA is a 501c3 organization advocating for family child care teachers, educators working in the field of early childhood education in Washington, D.C., and is part of the Under 3 DC Coalition, which consists of various grassroots organizations advocating for pay equity. Community-based organizations, which include child care expanded homes and child development homes, are facing significant revenue losses due to the inability to operate at full capacity, according to a recent report modeling the cost of child care. Despite many myths concerning family child care, we are also experiencing staff shortages, just like our colleagues in DC public schools, charter schools, and child development centers. However, I thank you for your vote to increase early childhood educator compensation. This year's supplement will go a long way toward making life a little easier for me and my colleagues. Further, I would encourage the council to direct OSSI to develop the necessary infrastructure to implement recommendations from the Early Educator Compensation Task Force and to ensure our workforce reaches pay and benefits parity with DCPS counterparts in FY 2023 and beyond. The pathway to creating a more affordable, accessible, and high quality early learning system includes paying teachers a living wage, especially those serving children in family child care settings. Family child care often suffer from lower wages via subsidies, with often little to no resources offered to other educational facilities in the District of Columbia. We must ensure that all children receive every resource to ensure a quality education is provided to them, regardless of the setting. Last year's budget included a historic win for teachers, but the compensation increase on the horizon has done little to lessen the current workforce strike crisis. Therefore, I encourage the council to ensure that the $53.9 million in early educator compensation fund gets to the hands of educators as soon as possible this fiscal year, according to the recommendations of the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. I stand here proud to have been selected to serve on the Early Childhood Educator Compensation Task Force and to finally be able to represent and collaborate among my peers to move our mixed model education system forward during this historical movement and times in early care. While families continue to navigate uncertain times as the district works to recover from the pandemic, we must keep our commitment to improving our system of care and education to ensure our most vulnerable children are not left behind before they start their pre-K education. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Charis Sharp.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and members of the council. My name is Kara Sharp, and I'm the Executive Director of Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School. For 19 years, we've been providing a unique educational experience to DC families from across the city in our facilities in wards 4 and 5, growing this year to serve 533 pre-K 3 through 5th grade students. Our combination of Montessori and bilingual education provides a learning experience that builds independence while expanding each child's awareness of the rich cultures of our community. We are very appreciative of the Mayor's 5.9% increase to the UPSFF and the 2.2% increase for facilities funding. However, the cost of educating children has gone up more than that, and we encourage the City Council to build on the Mayor's budget to provide schools with the support we need to do the work before us. In particular, we need additional funding to provide our staff with salaries that acknowledge the significant impact of current inflation. The rise in cost of living has been acknowledged by the federal government with the 5.9% increase in Social Security payments. If we were to simply pass the Mayor's increase on to our staff, we would not have the resources to target further support to our community's recovery from the instructional loss incurred in the pandemic. We need additional facilities funding. The cost of building, upgrading, and maintaining our school facilities has increased much more than 2.2%. Even Lamb, with our recent renovations, still has additional work to do to ensure that our environment provides safe and comfortable opportunities while learning. We need the at-risk weight to increase to the recommended level of 0.37. The pandemic affected everyone, but it affected these children the most. We need the funds that can ensure that they have access not just into the building, but to the process of learning. That requires wraparound care, social work, and more. We need help in taking care of our teachers. Our staff at Lamb and across the city have done everything we have asked of them and more, and what we have asked has been impossible. We are worn out and burned out. We are excited to see the pandemic dying down, but we know that our stress is not a result of COVID. It was just made worse. Getting back to normal cannot be the goal. The council could help with more support for the social and emotional health of not only students but educators. It could also develop policies that support our work to dismantle racism and bias in our educational systems and make DC public and charter schools a workplace of choice. Thank you for listening to me and all about the needs of the education agencies in this pivotal year. I welcome any questions and offer any assistance in exploring these ideas further.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Leicester Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, for the opportunity to submit testimony today. My name is Leicester Johnson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. Academy of Hope provides district adults education, workforce training, and supportive services. Learners at Academy of Hope prepare for a high school diploma through the GED or National External Diploma Program and earn industry recognized certifications and transition to post-secondary education. Addressing the academic and career development needs of adults across the district as we recover from COVID-19 remains a critical need. Thank you to Ossie, the Deputy Mayor for Education, and the Public Charter School Board for their partnership throughout this crisis as the budget reflects ongoing investments needed to recover. I'm here today to request the assistance of council to encourage them to do just a little bit more. My testimony will highlight some critical needs of the adult charter sector as we continue supporting district residents to achieve their career and educational goals. Adult schools face a number of challenges this year as we navigated changing health guidance, stabilized distance learning models, return to in-person learning, and expanded career pathways programs to meet the growing demand for training of adults who were most impacted by COVID-19. As we look to another school year of uncertain realities, I ask council to increase the adult school funding level to 100% of the UPSFF, the level recommended in the 2013 adequacy study. As a reminder, adult schools only receive 89% of the foundational funding, and we do not receive any additional add-ons. Support the mayor's proposal for the 5.9% increase in UPSFF and increase facility supports to 3.1% instead of the 2.2% in the mayor's budget. Adult schools are experiencing significant increases in facilities costs and need those additional funds to keep up. Overall, adult charter sector saw an 8% increase in enrollment, and Academy of Hope saw a 50% increase in its enrollment last year, audited enrollment. We also saw a 300% increase in the number of deaf learners enrolling in our program. Our projected cost is over $400,000. Increasing the UPSFF to 100% of the adult charter for adult charters will go a long way in covering these expenses and support learners with learning differences and expand seats to the growing wait list for our workforce programs. Academy of Hope is ready to assist more district residents to prepare in the recovery and prepare for the recovery by offering additional high school credentialing and career training programs. We look forward to partnering with the council to best serve residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Regina Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. The last 2 years of the pandemic have been like an earthquake beneath our society, causing businesses, small and large, and many of us to rethink how we work and live, but also creating additional fissures in the lives of our neighbors who are already struggling. Throughout this upheaval, DCPS has remained an unshakable rock, unmoved by the needs of its students and relying on its typical practices of form over substance, words over action, and a continued reliance on testing over teaching. The DCPS budget that is in front of you demonstrates the mayor's failure to take this opportunity to reflect on how we teach our children and how its lack of transparency is the epitome of hubris. The Washington Teachers Union urges the council to take action to require DCPS to rethink its budget and its business as usual approach. The damage report from the pandemic should be familiar to you. As expected, our students suffered in the learning amidst all the disruption and uncertainty and are behind in reading and math. There's an increase in violence in schools, both student on student and student on teachers. The need for more resources is met with a teacher substitute and paraprofessional shortage. And now teachers are leaving mid-year because the working conditions are simply untenable. DCPS has the worst teacher turnover rate in the nation with 20 to 25% attrition. In response to all this, DCPS implemented more standardized tests, or as the chancellor refers to them as tasks on a near weekly basis, creating additional stress for students and teachers without addressing the anxiety, stress, and social isolation caused by the pandemic. The budget process is still shrouded in secrecy. At the WTU candidate forum last Saturday, Chairman Mendelson said 76 schools are receiving less money next school year, just more of the same from a system that views student performance through the eyes of a spreadsheet. Last school year, the system allowed principals to access its librarians until the council stepped in. Research shows that the presence of a qualified school librarian is associated with better student performance and literacy. And it was the council that passed Addressing Dyslexia and Other Reading Difficulties Amendment Act to ensure that teachers get the training they need to become literacy and language experts. This school year, the teachers are getting letters training, but enrollment was limited to 70 participants. Data shows that students are behind in their reading skills. However, we know that with the correct training, 95% of students can learn to read. Please increase funding for this program so that all teachers can receive the training as soon as possible. Earlier today and in previous hearings, you've heard about the problems with HVAC systems and the delays in work orders being completed. We know that students are behind in academic skills and require support with their social emotional needs. We need action that matches the urgency of the crisis. When Chancellor Furby was principal of the lowest performing school in his North Carolina district, he was given carte blanche to turn things around. His turnaround strategy was based largely on building relationships, trust, and listening. Please don't underestimate the value of building student-teacher relationships. For many students, school is the most consistent and stable part of their day. Strong relationships provide a foundation for student engagement, belonging, and better academic outcomes. Last week, we heard from, sorry.
Your time's up. Sorry, but I do have your statement here. Jacqueline Pogue-Lyons.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacqueline Pogue-Lyons, President of the Washington Teachers Union. I'd like to thank the council for holding today's hearing. Each and every year, the school budget process is fraught with issues. It is the WTU's position, and I hope that this council agrees, that every school should receive the funds needed to meet the full needs of their student body, and that students and educators deserve to know what is in their local school budget in a timely manner that allows families and students to make informed decisions about enrollment and employment. The current budget process has long failed on this very basic measure. Unfortunately, this year's budget is no different. This year, DCPS unveiled a new student-based budgeting formula. The hope was that DCPS would engage communities in the development of this process and preview budgets prior to their release. Unfortunately, this didn't happen. Budgets were given late, and as in past years, local school advisory teams scrambled to put together school-level budgets with little time and minimal information. And once again, many schools are seeing cuts. At-risk funds, which I'll remind you that by law are designed to supplement school budgets, are being utilized to fill required positions. We thank DCPS and the mayor for the city's 5.87% increase in the per student funding formula. However, we have to look at the details and ask ourselves, is this budget sufficient to cover the basic costs of all schools and to supplement schools serving students who are designated as at risk? Each year, local schools are left to scramble to find funds to maintain their current staffing and programs, pitting members of school communities against each other to save needed staff and programming. I encourage the council to take further action to improve the DCPS and the school-by-school budgeting process. First, the council should adopt the Schools First Budgeting Amendment Act. The WTU supports the primary purpose of this bill to promote stability in local schools. More importantly, the council needs to require the city to conduct and complete transparent review of educational spending, ensuring that each LEA and each school has the resources they need to fulfill and serve our students. It is also important to take this opportunity to note that DCPS budget process has long mismanaged at-risk funds. The Office of the District of Columbia Auditor found in June 2019 report that DCPS schools shortchanged at-risk students. The problems identified were long known to school communities, and we hope that the council will take steps to ensure additional transparency and accountability. This is not just for local funds, but at-risk dollars, but also federal relief dollars. I'd be happy to take more questions after I finish, as my time is running out. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pogline. Holly Ann Vestal-Moore. I don't see her. Patricia Sanibria.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Patricia Sanabria. I am a lifelong DC resident, graduate of DC Public Schools, and the current lead organizer at Empower Ed. I am here today to ask you to include specific allocations in the education budget to address teacher retention, particularly in the form of flexible scheduling. DC has a teacher turnover rate of 25%, which is nearly 10% higher than the national average. In my 10 years of teaching, I have been part of this turnover twice, once as a DCPS teacher who felt too overwhelmed and mentally beat down to stay, and once as a charter school teacher inspired in part by the problems surfaced by the pandemic to attend graduate school. At my most recent school, a DC charter, school leaders were responsive to the evolving needs of teachers and students and adapted both the workday and bell schedules multiple times throughout the pandemic. These adjustments significantly improved our working conditions and made us better pandemic teachers. Many staff members felt incredibly thankful that we worked for a principal who cared so deeply for our well-being and within a network that was able to quickly and efficiently make changes. The changes they made were all examples of flexible scheduling, a solution that teachers across the city are asking to be implemented. In a citywide teacher survey Empower Ed and the WTU conducted this school year, the #1 factor educators said would retain them was the adoption of flexible scheduling in their schools. There are a number of flexible scheduling models that have been well researched. Empower Ed would like to call your attention to 3. First, the enrichment day model, which would give staff members an entire day during the work week to attend professional development and conduct collaborative planning while students engaged in experiential learning. This model allows for more collaboration between faculty and staff, improved instruction, and the opportunity for students to take advantage of project-based and experiential learning, vocational education, internships, and more. The second is the reduced time model, in which schedules would remain largely the same, but educators would be allowed to reduce their time commitment by at least 20%. This model addresses mental health concerns and overwhelming workloads, which lead to burnout, which of course leads to poor quality teaching and teachers choosing to leave their schools and the profession altogether. The third and final model is the new parents model, which would allow teachers and staff coming off of FMLA leave to reduce their work time to 80 to 50%. This model would increase our retention of staff who come back from extended leave, particularly new parents. We are asking the council to budget $6 million to pilot a variety of flexible scheduling models at 10 to 12 schools in the city. While flexible scheduling could be funded through small private grant funding, an investment from the city would fully fund this pilot at the capacity needed to implement the solution beyond the pilot years. Funding from the city will also allow for greater equity than grant funding. By implementing a retention strategy like flexible scheduling, we will show that we are listening to our teachers and implementing solutions that legitimately address the incredibly damaging teacher turnover we have allowed to continue for years. Fund this teacher solution so we can keep our extraordinary educators and improve the academic experience of our spectacular students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanabria. I don't have a copy of your statement, so if you would submit it.
I will. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Holly Ann Vestal-Moore.
Thank you. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. And thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Holly Ann Friso-Moore, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer for the Carlos Rosario School. And I myself am an immigrant, just like the students that I serve. I see my own parents in the eyes of each and every one of our students, and I'm honored to serve them. I understand firsthand how critically important it is to have the city's investment in our adult education population. My life is an example of the ripple effects of adult education, and it is in many ways a byproduct of the return on investment that the city reaps when we invest in our adult learners and the parents of our K-12 students. Since March 2020, fulfilling our school's mission and mandate has meant centering the needs and voices of our learners and engaging our faculty in the co-creation of educational solutions to meet this unique moment. Our three modes of instruction, in-person, hybrid, and virtual offerings, have been a critical aspect of ensuring that our students have equitable access to education and the flexibility they need to persist in their education. In fact, 90% of our students indicate that our current modalities meet their diverse needs and support their ability to persist in their studies. Nearly 75% of our learners are able to regularly access their educational materials via our online learning platform when they're unable to attend class. And while this may seem simple, just 2 years ago, if any student missed class, it meant falling behind, because not only did we not have this resource, they did not have the practical means of accessing the online tools if we did. Throughout these 2 years of the pandemic, our career training programs have made some of the most significant pivots in order to not only ensure equitable access, but to also provide hands-on in-person learning opportunities that could not be reinvented for a digital space. Despite these changes, we have maintained graduation and certification rates at or above 70%. Which has been no small feat given the restrictions for in-person learning and the stressors of the personal challenges that our students have been experiencing. In the fall semester of this year, 20 of our 21 graduates from our nurse aid training program are now certified nurse aides. 70% of our 70 IT fundamental grads are already certified, and 15 new bilingual teaching assistant graduates are ready to support students in diverse classrooms across Washington, D.C. We want to continue to build on the strides we've made to improve access to education for DC's adult learners and to continue innovating in the instructional design of our programs to best serve the most vulnerable population of learners. While 45% of our teachers indicate that strategies like masking and social distancing has significantly impacted the learners' in-person experience, 60% also note that engagement and attendance among learners has remained similar to pre-pandemic times. I see that I'm out of time, but I will just close by saying we ask that you continue to help us fund to make sure that we're able to provide these different modes. And really it's about the technology access as well as making sure that data is available for our learners to continue learning. And you have my written testimony.
I do have your testimony. Thank you. Angela Garcia.
Yes, I am here.
Please proceed.
Okay. I speak in Spanish. Buenos días, miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Ángela García. Soy estudiante de BRIA Public Charter School, donde estoy estudiando inglés, alfabetización digital y desarrollo infantil. Yo vine a Estados Unidos para escapar de la violencia en Guatemala y encontrar trabajo para hacer una vida mejor para mi familia y especialmente para mis 2 hijos. He podido hacer todo esto y más gracias a muchas oportunidades nuevas, incluyendo a BRIA. Antes de la pandemia estaba trabajando en una compañía de demolición de edificios. Fue un trabajo muy duro, pero me dio más que podría ganar en mi país. Cuando empezó la pandemia, había una reducción de proyectos de la construcción y perdí mi trabajo. Aunque fue difícil para mi familia, también eso me daba la oportunidad de estudiar inglés por primera vez. Soy paciente de la clínica de Mary Center y hace más de 2 años atrás vi un volante de BRIA, pero no podía estudiar en ese momento por mi horario de trabajo. Cuando me quedo desempleado, quería aprovechar el tiempo para mejorarme y seguir adelante. En mi tiempo en la escuela he aprendido muchas cosas útiles para mi vida y siento más segura en mis habilidades de hablar inglés. Por ejemplo, cuando visito a el doctor, cuando estoy en el supermercado, también he aprendido a usar una computadora, trabajar en grupos. También soy una embajadora de BRIA y en esa opción puedo compartir mis experiencias con otras familias que están interesados en nuestra escuela. Estoy muy agradecido que las clases de BRIA son gratis. Si no podría pagar una vez pasada, intenté inscribirme en un lugar para aprender inglés, pero me pidieron, era muy costoso, aunque BRIA me ha brindado muchas oportunidades. Yo entiendo que los fondos para la educación de adultos están bajos donde deben estar. Quiero pedirles que suban la tasa de educación de adultos en Washington DC al nivel recomendado en el estudio de educación de 2013. Ese aumento anual de fondos sería un gran beneficio para BRIA y sus alumnos, la mayoría de quienes son madres, y les puedo comentar que cuando ayudamos a las madres, toda la familia se beneficia. Gracias por su tiempo y por recibir mi sugerencia. La comunidad de BRIA está disponible a colaborar con ustedes. Gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. And I have your testimony in the translation as well. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Zora Abamin.
Yes. Hi, thank you. Good day, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Zura Abamin, and I'm testifying on behalf of the students and staff at BRIA Public Charter School, where I've been an adult education instructor for the last 5 years. Since 1989, BRIA has served DC immigrant families through a unique 2-generation program. Over the past 33 years, we have grown from serving a handful of families to reaching almost 700 families annually across 4 locations in our city. At BRIA, parents and their young children learn together in one school. Parents can improve their English abilities, complete a high school diploma, gain workforce credentials that will lead to careers in education and healthcare. Simultaneously, their children receive high quality dual language education in our Reggio Emilia inspired classes, as well as experience our innovative outdoor learning program. This family-centered approach has resulted in strong outcomes for both our pre-kindergarten and adult learners. In fact, BRIA has been rated a Tier 1 school every year that the Public Charter School Board has awarded these distinctions. The pandemic hit BRIA families hard. 93% of our adult students reported a reduction in income due to decreases in work hours or loss of employment. Only 19% of them were eligible for unemployment insurance. Thanks to your efforts, more than 250 families were able to receive financial support through DC Cares. Despite the challenges of the past 2 years, BRIA families have persevered. Adult learners have improved their English proficiency, increased their digital literacy skills, and graduated from high school. During the period of virtual learning, 82% of adult learners indicated that their technology skills improved, and 57% reported increased confidence in supporting their children's learning. Last year, 100% of our workforce students passed their credentialing exams. 1 year after graduation, 70% of our child development associate and 88% of our medical assistant students are gainfully employed in their fields. At BRIA, we know that our families encounter many challenges that impact their ability to come to school ready to learn. BRIA's community school model facilitates strong partnerships with organizations like Marriage Center that ensure BRIA families have access to medical care, food, housing, and transportation so that they can focus on their education. I'm honored to share with you today the tremendous work of my colleagues and our students, and I ask you to continue to support them by fully funding adult education at the levels recommended in the 2013 adequacy study. While many adult students share characteristics with students considered at risk, schools that serve them are not eligible for this supplemental funding. Last year, when many K-12 schools received a financial boost through federal relief funds, adult serving schools only saw about 1/8 of that support. Meanwhile, adult public charter school enrollment grew faster than any other grade banned this school year and is now 8% above pre-pandemic levels. Raising adult students' rate to the base level will allow Berea to continue to deliver high-quality adult education programs and ensure that every adult learner has a Chromebook. We would also be able to hire and retain teachers who reflect the cultural and linguistic backgrounds of our students and increase access to mental health services for families, a growing need during this pandemic. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony today and for your consideration of my request.
Thank you, Ms. Abami. Christina Benjamin. Is she here? I don't see her. Myrtle Washington.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I am Myrtle Washington, president of Washington Substitute Teachers United. I first appeared before this committee on March 29, 2019. At that time, I spoke about DCPS substitute teachers with a wage of $15 an hour, and I am back today to speak on the same subject. We started earning $15 an hour in 2008, and it is the same today, 14 years later. Attached to my testimony is a copy of a date letter dated August 7, 2019, by Council Chair Mendelson and former council member David Grasso, urging Dr. Farabee, and I quote, to review the wage rate for substitute teachers and increase it as soon as possible. But as of today, Monday, March 28, 2022, according to my pay stub, we are still being paid $15 an hour. So my questions for this committee: is DCPS planning on privatizing substitute teachers and sending us to be hired by some national personnel agency so that we would be at will, still with no benefits, no protections or professional development? And is it because 70% of DC's school system is Black and the mayor and council does not really care who appears in front of them? Another question: if you are not going to privatize us and you really do care about DCPS children, can there be a line item in the 22-23 budget for substitute teachers that includes a respectful and equitable pay raise of at least $35 an hour? It amounts to about $1.40 a year, $1.40 a year. For the 14 years we have not received a raise, not even COLA. Would substitute teachers get a better raise if we were white? Even though Montgomery County's cost of living is lower than DC's, their substitute teachers earn more. Is that because most of them are white and only 20% of their school system is Black? But what is it about substitute teachers? Why aren't school administrators and council members standing up for us? Why aren't you helping us to get a much deserved and equitable raise? Are we disrespected because some of us keep showing up for $15? Right now, today, we know that teachers are quitting and some are retiring, and a number of substitute teachers found other jobs and have not and will not return to schools. Who will fill in for them? When the art teacher at my school left, a substitute teacher was put into that position on a long-term basis. She is doing much better as far as her programming, her planning. She is doing much better than the teacher that left. Why aren't we being treated better? I'm dressed like this because I just came from our substitute teacher rally at the district building. We hold every Monday. It's called a Day of Absence. And I hope that some of you will come out with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Yes.
Patricia Delatorre. Is she here?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole for hearing my testimony. My name is Patricia Delatorre, and I am the Director of Comprehensive Services at Educare of Washington, D.C., and a co-chair of the DC Health Management Network, supported by the DC Head Start Association. My family and I reside in Ward 7. In 2007, my son Adrian could only speak 3 words at age 3, and my husband and I knew that something was wrong there. My mother instinct dictates to look for resources that can help my son overcome his speech impediment. I found a place who can assess him, but it took me a long time to even schedule an evaluation. After 3 months of religiously calling and wanting to speak to an intake person, they finally scheduled an observation for him at home. He was diagnosed to have a developmental delay due to his speech, and that is when I was introduced to the Head Start program near our apartment. Adrian did not welcome the environment and would be crying every time he's in school. So my husband and I decided to transfer Adrian to the Head Start program at Brightwood Education Campus. Adrian received speech therapy twice a week, successfully closed out his IEP, and graduated with a principal award. I have witnessed and experienced how important it is to have an early intervention for a child who is struggling to learn. And I am so happy that we have a program that supports these children. At this time, there are 22 children at Educare DC who are receiving services for their speech, OT, and ABA. These are essential supports, services for their development. I also would like to point out that health and nutrition is equally important, as a child who is hungry and sick will not be able to learn. We have a total of 51 children in both locations at Educare Parkside and Educare Idea that have dietary concerns, and 20% of our population have some type of chronic disease like asthma. Without the support of teachers and our family engagement and service team, these students will not thrive. One concrete example is we have a child who has a lot going on in his life. His grandfather just passed away and did not pass our vision screening, has a special diet, and has an elevated lead exposure. His teachers approach our department for support due to child's behavior. Without this collaboration of our staff and the child's parent, I believe that this child will not be ready for school. In summary, it is not only the teachers in the classroom who are doing their best to ensure that school readiness of children and early childhood education. The wraparound services in health, nutrition, mental health, and disability, and family engagement are all necessary support that ensure these children will experience the care that they need to carry them to their childhood. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Delatorre. Dane Anderson.
Hi, Chairman. Thank you. My name is Dean Anderson, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at KIPP DC. The pandemic, the return to in-person schooling, and historic levels of inflation have put enormous economic pressures on the district's education system, including KIPP DC. We've had to invest in PPE, additional teachers, COVID support staff, new technology, food distribution systems, and much more. Thank you to the Council and to the Mayor's administration for understanding those economic pressures and for prioritizing education in this budget. This historic investment will provide KIPP DC and our fellow LEAs with the necessary resources to provide our students with the quality education they deserve. The added funds you're investing in DC students will help us meet our mission to create joyful, academically excellent schools and prepare students with the skills and confidence to pursue the paths they choose. Specifically, we've been able to fund smaller ECE classes, expanded mental health programs. Our mental health team will ultimately grow by more than 10 times over recent years, expanded extra programming, continuation of our longer school day and year, expanded out of school time and summer programming, and to maintain necessary support staff, like our independent contractors, such as custodians and security, that have seen their costs increase. This funding allows us to continue to cover those essential costs. In addition, I want to thank the Council and the administration for funding education in a way that supports LEA autonomy. Our team at KIPP DC works hard to prioritize funding where it will help students most. By increasing the UPSFF funding, creating the pandemic supplement for public charter schools, and increasing the facilities allotment for schools, you're allowing each LEA to allocate resources towards its most impactful programs. Nearly half of the district students are in public charter schools. DC students are best served when we fund all public schools equitably through the UPSFF so that students in all public school sectors have an equal opportunity to access programs and services. By prioritizing the equitable distribution of funds, we can ensure that those students who need additional support are able to get it. As the council continues your budget review, I'd like to make a few suggestions for how you can prioritize the equitable distribution of resources. First, as others have noted, increase the at-risk weight to direct resources to students most impacted by the pandemic. Second, increase equitable access to school nurses, mental health clinicians, and crossing guards. Thank you for investing significant resources towards those 3 priority programs, and please help us to do more with each of those. This is a critical moment in the district's recovery, and we know well that there are many competing needs. We appreciate that you're prioritizing education and look forward to working together on turning this historic investment into real results for KIPP DC students and families. Thanks so much, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Next is Angela Nivens.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and representatives of the Department of Education. My name is Angela Nivens. I'm a longtime Ward 7 resident and a former DCPS employee, where I served in the role as Dean of Students in Ward 8. Growing up, I was identified as a trauma-impacted youth. The many challenges and experiences that interrupted my childhood were beyond my control, like some of our youth today. Unfortunately, I was not aware of resources like CASA DC that would meet my own personal needs, supporting me in the areas of mental health, tutoring, mentoring, and overall life skill development. There was only so much my school could do, and my home was so dysfunctional, I don't think anyone was capable of helping me because they needed help themselves. Now, as an adult, I have spent my career reminding the young people that I work with that every day is a new day, and embrace them with love and care. I regularly remind the stakeholders we work with that the child you see today will not be the person you see tomorrow. So never give up on our youth because they need us. Each of us is gifted with a unique potential. Regardless of our own backgrounds and special stories, we all simply deserve a chance to learn and grow from life's teachable moments. What I valued most while working inside of the school was the impact of building strong and meaningful relationships with youth. That would eventually become a shining light on the progress a child was making. All that it takes is for at least one person to be committed. I have now joined CASA DC as Senior Manager of Juvenile Justice and Education. As you probably know, education is an area of significant challenge for foster youth. Youth who have experienced childhood trauma, such as the traumas of abuse and neglect, are permanently impacted. Particularly in learning, childhood trauma impacts brain development, impairing cognition, focus, and emotional regulation. Because of this, foster youth are often at a greater educational disadvantage compared to youth in general population. CASA DC seeks to better support DCPS in its effort to improve educational outcomes for at-risk youth, using our 20 years of experience supporting DC's youth and families. There are strong opportunities for partnership, utilizing our dedicated community-based volunteers to increase support. Show Up, Stand Out is one clear area with our expanded education division that CASA DC can increase support. As a Show Up, Stand Out partner, CASA volunteers would work with youth and families at risk of chronic absenteeism, providing one-on-one support to address each youth and family's unique needs. As with our court-based families, CASA volunteers will visit with youth and families twice a month, identifying and connecting families with resources to address barriers in attendance. Together with individualized support, we are optimistic that we can help DC's at-risk youth thrive. We look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nivens. Casey Boyd. I don't believe she's here. Sakaya Dunmore. I don't believe he's here. Marilyn James.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the committee.
My name is Marilyn James, Executive Director of Children and Charity International and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. As leader of an organization that has been providing quality STEM and other learning opportunities to district youth and family from all 8 wards for the past 24 years, and having served with advocates that expended time and energy into formulating the Learn 24 OST initiative under Mayor Bowser's administration, and from years of collaborating with the Learn 24 OST office, I feel obligated to remind you, our district leaders, that we must maintain this good work that was started to enrich the lives of district children, youth, and families, to ensure they have continued access to quality educational and enrichment activities beyond the school day. We are grateful that Mayor Bowser has extended the $5 million increase for the OST office by another year with local funds. Key to us going forward are concerns relating to OST funds being spent with transparency, accountability, equity, and consistent community involvement. We urge the Committee of the Whole to continue to closely oversee the OST office to ensure that the office remains a responsive steward of public funds. OST office needs to address ongoing issues with payments, including making sure grantees receive grant funds in a timely manner, receive sufficient funds upfront, because late payments hinder operations, paying staff, and maintaining financial stability. OST office must consistently engage with OST providers, families, and stakeholders as they make decisions about how the public funds for OST will be used. And OST needs to create more slots in OST programs, to really relate to the disconnected youth with positive opportunities. That's my suggestion for today. I thank you for your time and for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. James. Dwight Deloach. I did not see him. Carrie Thornhill. Ms. Thornhill. There you are. Good afternoon. You are muted, however. Ms. Thornhill, you are muted.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon. I am a longtime Ward 7 resident, president of the DC Early Learning Collaborative, and also actively engaged in the leadership of the Under 3 DC Coalition, seeking sustainable funding for the full implementation of the Birth to 3 legislation with fidelity. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the DC Early Learning Collaborative, I want to thank you and your colleagues for your longstanding commitment and dedication to affordable, accessible, and high-quality early care and education services essential to the sustainability of district families, early learning, pre-K through 12 education, workforce development, and the city's economy. I want you to know that we are a multi-sector advocacy alliance of a number of membership associations, including the Education for the Young Children, the DC Family Child Care Association, the DC Head Start Association, the Directors Exchange, the Multicultural Spanish-Speaking Providers Association, and the Washington Association of Child Care Centers, representing over 2,000 early childhood educators and their organizations. Today, I want to take a few minutes to share 3 brief points relative to the work of the Early Education Equitable Compensation Task Force, and 4 regarding the OSSI's budget. First, I want to applaud the very impressive and credible work of the task force and its members, your staff, and all other contributors. Second, while we want the council to approve the task force report, we want you to look very carefully and mandate that more consideration be given to the band approach to the salary scale to ensure early educators and the public at large that so they can have confidence that the approach as modified is a system approach to equitable compensation, and it does not extend existing inequities or create new ones. Third, while we are grateful that the mayor has included funds for her in her proposed budget for phase 2 compensation payments, the mayor and the city council must make a long-term commitment to sustainable funding to early educators compensation, just as you do for pre-K through 12 educators. Specifically regarding the OSSI budget, we recommend that OSSI launch an all-out campaign to alert early childhood educators about the current credential and degree requirements for teachers and directors and provide the supports they need to help them accelerate attainment. We recommend that you create a grant initiative to support programs that are attempting to achieve quality or high quality ratings. Third, we would recommend that you improve the knowledge base and skill set of the current cadre of capital quality consultants. We also recommend that OSSI conduct a data summit with membership association leaders prior to the release of any data collected during the pandemic 2021 using class, ITERs, and other assessment tools that measure the quality and programs and services for the purpose of ranking them. These rankings have a direct impact on the funding of programs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Thornhill. Doreen Nolt, whom I believe is not here. Priya Cook.
Good afternoon, members of the Committee of the Whole, and thanks for the chance to testify. My name is Priya Cook, and I'm a DC public school parent of 2, and I serve as the co-chair of the Bancroft Elementary LSAT. In my professional life, I advise city and school district leadership in advancing equity-based district-wide green schoolyard initiatives at the Children and Nature Network. I first wish to applaud the earlier investments in outdoor learning offered by the district. In school year 2021, the vast majority of students at our school had 0 access to any in-person learning, in contrast to many private schools in the region. Thanks to initial outdoor learning funding made available to our school, all of the 40 students who signed up for a weekly 1.5-hour outdoor learning program with our Urban Adventure Squad partners experienced precious in-person and hands-on learning outdoors, through which they also reaped significant social, emotional, academic, physical, and mental health benefits, all well documented by research on the effects of time and nature on children. Our principal noted that without a complete program delivered by our Urban Adventure Squad partners, this in-person outdoor learning opportunity would not have been available to our students. Furthermore, the partnership has grown thanks to a DOE grant, now including standards-aligned outdoor learning during the school day for our 5th graders. This highlights the critical importance of partnership with educators who excel at place and nature-based instruction and don't place additional coordination burdens on schools. Outdoor learning partners work not only fills equity gaps in access to outdoor learning, it also models for pre-K through 12 educators the lessons, inquiry, and possibility of engaging outdoor instruction. In school year 21-22, DCPS made additional outdoor learning funds available to schools, but limited its use to furniture and supplies, which arrived too late to be put to use at our school. This strategy only offers value if investments follow to activate those physical spaces with effective outdoor education. but this activation has been defunded from $9 million last year to $0 in the current budget. DC is already ranked by the Trust for Public Land as the #1 city in the nation for having the most 10-minute walk to a park access, meaning we are rich with nearby nature throughout this city that is ripe for use by all residents and schools. When public health experts have seen a doubling in anxiety and depression levels among children during the pandemic, when educators and students face increasing academic disparities, when collaborative work and project-based learning has been swept aside for worksheets and computer screens, there has never been a more critical time for our city to invest in the holistic well-being and growth of our children that is possible through equitably accessible outdoor learning that uses our abundant natural spaces. I urge the council to ensure that such experiences are available to all kids in the district and that DCPS is able to see its vision through. Please ensure that $6.5 million for outdoor learning led by experienced partners is in the budget so that all children can thrive through more opportunity, more equitably distributed throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Christina Benjamin.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole for your time. My name is Christina Benjamin. I'm Managing Director for the DC Head Start Association, whose mission is to provide unified leadership and support to all early Head Start and Head Start programs in the District of Columbia. DC Head Start Association is a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition that is committed to securing a strong start for every infant and toddler in DC. My testimony today will focus on the importance of providing OSSI with a $139.5 million in funding for child care subsidy program for a strong, effective, and connected early childhood system in the district. Thank you for your ongoing support and providing federal and local funds to enable early childhood programs to remain open during the COVID-19 pandemic. On average, 15% of the funding for early Head Start and Head Start programs comes from the DC Child Care Subsidy Program. With the COVID-19 pandemic and inflation rising, the cost of delivering child care services has increased by 35 to 45%. Many of our programs are seeing high costs when it comes to covering the amount of paid family leave, hiring, or also using substitutes, supplies, PPE, and utilities and food. Although the district's mandate for wearing masks indoors has been lifted, our programs must continue to follow the Office of Head Start requirement for all children ages 2 and older and adults to wear masks indoors. While families continue to navigate uncertain times as the district works to recover from the pandemic, we must continue our commitment to improving our system of care and education to ensure our most vulnerable children are not left behind before they start pre-K and kindergarten. Last year's budget included a historic win for teachers, but the compensation increase on the horizon has done little to stem the current workforce crisis. On average, early Head Start and Head Start programs are serving 65 to 75% of their licensed capacity for children due to being unable to recruit and retain early childhood educators. DC Head Start Association strongly encourages the Committee of the Whole to hold OSSI accountable for implementing the recommendations of the Early Childhood Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force to ensure educators receive the FY22 pay supplement as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm available for additional questions. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. And can we have a copy of your statement?
I will submit that.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Cook, you, at the end of your testimony, you mentioned $6.5 million. How did you come up with that figure?
This was a figure that's been discussed by the DC Coalition for Equitable Outdoor Ed, and looking at partnerships that would make it possible for all schools to be to have access, for all schools interested to have access to developing such partnerships that activate spaces and build on the $9 million invested last year on the physical infrastructure for those spaces.
Thank you. And Myrtle Washington, I thought that the chancellor announced an increase for substitute pay. And I don't mean by that I think it was adequate, but your testimony spoke about how it hasn't been adjusted since 2008.
Exactly. That's true.
Increase.
In the news, there was some word that it was increased $2 to $17. And then we heard that it was $5 to something to $20 and 25. We haven't seen anything. Okay. So we don't know if it was just all talk or what. And what we know now is that these agencies are paying the substitute teachers that they hire, contractors, more than DCPS. How is it that DCPS
okay, no,
I
didn't ask you to, excuse me, but I just wanted to, so what you're saying is that the chancellor announced an increase, but it hasn't actually happened.
Well, it was the mayor. The mayor announced an increase of $2. Okay,
but it
and then
hasn't
I think she also said something about $5. So, but we haven't seen anything in our paychecks to that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lewis George, if you're here, do you have any questions? Councilmember Henderson, do you have any questions?
I have just one, Mr. Chairman, for Miss James, Marilyn James, if she's still here.
Yes, I'm here.
Miss James, I don't know if this is like now starting to become a recurring trend, because I don't actually recur hearing this. I get, well, during performance oversight, but the late payment issue.
Yes.
Do you also get most of your funding from OST as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And I know that like, I don't know if you can necessarily opine on the inner workings, but is this a paperwork issue? Is it a capacity issue in terms of staffing on the agency side? What are your thoughts?
It's probably is both. Because I do know they went through some transitional period during, COVID-19. So perhaps that contributed to it, but it doesn't really account for over 6 months waiting when you have to conduct programming.
6 months?
Yes, ma'am.
Understood.
6 months. Yes.
Okay. I will most certainly follow up with the deputy mayor for education who's out of school time, who's out of his office. I do have a little bit more time, so I'm going to use it. President Polk Lyons, this is, I didn't have an opportunity to catch your testimony, but I do have a question that's kind of an aside as it pertains to the supply cards that teachers receive.
Yeah.
I know that there was a delay, but I'm curious, when's the last time you all received an increase on what is received from that card? Does that make sense?
I can't tell you exactly what the increase. I know during the pandemic, because teachers were using their printing materials at home, they did receive a slight increase when we were working virtually. But then we went back to the rates we had before. Unfortunately, the cards came so late this year that many teachers had to put out their own funds.
Right.
And did not, it was difficult to get reimbursed. And by the time we received them, I believe it was late November, they definitely had to put out their own funds and in order to buy supplies and things that they needed for their classrooms.
Okay. And how much is it?
What is it, $200?
Okay. $200 for the entire school year.
Yes. And I routinely would have to hide from my family how much I would spend. It could go upwards of, I'm embarrassed to say, it could go upwards of like $800, $1,000 just to get the mainstay of things that you feel children need, especially if you teach in underserved communities. And this is just the basics.
I remember when I was in school, they would send home the supply list at the beginning of the school year, tissues, paper towels, packs of paper, those kinds of things. And then, there would also be a call for that usually mid-year as well, like, okay, and we're out of our fall supply. But that was just something I was thinking about the other day. And so is that part of the CBA, the amount of money?
Yes, but I can say in some years, and I'm speaking as someone who's been teaching for 29 years, some years I would even purchase toilet paper just to make sure that we have everything. I'm not saying teachers are doing that now, but you'd be surprised how you have to purchase the basics that students need. And it's not the frills. It's just to make sure that when you go in that cabinet that you have towels, that you go in the cabinet and you have crayons and paper. So it was a real struggle when teachers did not get their cards on time, because teachers can't wait till November to start teaching.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the witnesses who testified.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to each of the witnesses. I appreciate your time, your testimony. You all are excused. I'm going to call the next panel. Christina Robbins, who's a parent at Langley Elementary, Felicia Thurston, who's listed as UPO, Rosie Galdamez, Maribel Valalta, who's with Jubilee Jumpstart, Margarita Crespo, who's with Bria Public Charter School, Alida Munje, Jana Mohammed, who is a Development and Partnership Coordinator at School Talk, Arlene Valadolid, Barbara Chambers Children's Center, Mary Onufra, Barbara Chambers Children's Center, Elisa Flores, also with Barbara Chambers Children's Center, Lily Rose, lead teacher at Woodbridge Daycare, Elena Romero, Hortensia Vargas, Kelly Silva, who's with Curious Explorers, Maria Miranda, with home daycare, who's home daycare owner, Jacqueline Damaris Reese, or Reyes, teacher Pettit Scholars, Yasmin Cardoso, Shelley Gray, principal of LaSalle Bacchus Elementary School, Cecilia Tercios, Gavin Ware, Deputy Director of the Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School, Kendall Bryan with the Amy Jacques Garvey Center, Amy Jacques Garvey Institute, I misspoke, Stephanie Wolf, who's with Reading Partners DC, and Eric Heckel, who's a teacher at Theodore Roosevelt High School. I'm not seeing everybody, but I'm going to start anyway. Ms. Robbins, you're up, and you will be followed by Felicia Thurston if she is here. Why don't you proceed, Ms. Robbins?
Thank you. My name is Christina Robbins, and you'll hear from more Langley parents later in testimony. I have a second grader and a kindergartner at Langley Elementary. Langley is our second home. I served 2 years as PTO president, and I know nearly every staff member and have dedicated countless hours advocating for our school community. I've lived in DC for over 20 years, and I remember in 2011 when Langley opened as a pre-K through 8th grade public school. Walls were painted brown, some new doors were put in, and that was called phase 1. The city promised that the rest of the repairs would come when the school was modernized in 2018, but that never happened. Langley is a Title I elementary school. That means the majority of our students are considered at risk. The school was struggling, and when the PACE Act removed their modernization funding, no one had the bandwidth to fight it. I have questions for you guys today. Would you send your kids to a school where 2 floors of the building don't have working bathrooms, where staff have to schedule extra bathroom breaks for kids before meals or at gym because there are no working bathrooms on those floors? Would you send your kids to a school where it took a pandemic to get the mayor to budget for an HVAC system, but it is still unclear if that $6 million will actually solve the extreme heating and cooling issues that plague our students and staff? Would you send your kids to a school where the roof has leaked consistently for 11 years, causing damage to classrooms and hallways? DGS promises that they have fixed it this time, and the city continues to tell us that they won't get a new roof until modernization. In 2018, DGS hired a company to do a building assessment at Langley, and it was reported that the building was not ADA compliant and urged DCPS to fix it. 11 years after Langley opened, our 5-story building finally got an elevator, but we still lack working bathrooms on the bottom 2 floors. Why won't the city fix this? Why is the city consistently throwing hundreds of thousands and now millions of dollars at something that could all be fixed with modernization? I invite you, Chairman Mendelson, and all council to take a facilities tour of our building. We'll unlock the bathroom like the one you see behind me in this photo, and you can tell me if you'd like your 2nd grade daughter to use it. We'll walk you up to the locker rooms next to our gymnasiums, and you can tell us if you'd like your kindergartner to use it. Our foreman can walk you through the halls where the paint is chipping and show you all the places where the roof is leaked, and we've had to put in work orders and wait for them to be patched. Let me be clear, my family loves our school. We love our administration and our staff. Educationally, our students are thriving. But I'm here today to ask you, why do my children, their classmates, and all the children at this Title I DC public school have to wait until 2028 to have a facility that meets their basic needs? 17 years after the school opened. You can fix this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robbins. It would help if we had a copy of your statement. Can you provide that?
Yes, I emailed it yesterday, but I'll send it again.
Okay, and I checked with my staff. We are trying to set up a visit for me to come out to the school on April 7th. And I've noticed when I schedule these things and make it known, sometimes repairs get made, so we'll see. I can't say that date is definite, but that's we're trying to do. Felicia Thurston, I don't believe she's here. Rosie Galdamez, I don't believe she's here. Maribel Villalta, I don't believe she's here. Margarita Crespo. You're muted.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Ms. Crespo, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the connection is very, very bad.
Thank you for the opportunity to about adult education in DC. My name is Margarita Crespo, and I am a student.
Ms. Crespo, you're muted, but the connection was very, very bad. I would suggest that perhaps you log off and log on and see if that helps. Keep your video off.
Okay. Thank you.
If you log off and come back on, we will admit you. And we'll see if that helps. So let me go to the next witness. Lida Mung or Munjay is not here. Jana Muhammad, I believe, is not here. Marlene Maladolid, I don't see her. Mary Onofra, I don't see her. Elisa Flores, I don't see her. Lily Rose, I don't see here. Elena Romero, I don't see her. Hortensia Vargas, Kelly Silva, Maria Miranda, Jacqueline Demores Reyes, See her. Yasmin Cardozo, don't see Shelley Gray. Cecilia Tercios, see her. Gavin Ware, I see him. Gavin Ware,
Yes, I'm here.
please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone and members of the committee. My name is Gavin Ware. I proudly serve as the Deputy Director for the Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School. Also proud members of the DC Out of School Time Coalition and the Coalition for Equitable Outdoor Education. The Chesapeake Bay Outward Bound School, or CBOPS, is a part of an international network of outward bound schools in over 30 countries with 11 chartered schools in the United States. Our experiential curriculum focuses on teaching social emotional learning skills to predominantly middle and high school youth through challenging outdoor experiences ranging from one day to multi-weeks in length. CBOP serves people of all ages from all backgrounds, but our priority is serving youth in high-need communities across the Mid-Atlantic. Founded by local community leaders in Baltimore in 1986, CBOP's mission is to change lives through challenge and discovery. And we do that every time a young person embarks on one of our programs. Outward Bound instructors challenge students to experience adventure in a way that helps them realize they can do more than they thought possible. You take part in a time-tested curriculum that builds character and develops leadership and coping skills. Our programs provide an evidence-based approach to character education that can significantly shape the future of our young citizens. A study by the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health shows that our students acquire vital skills in leadership, conflict resolution, and compassion. According to Dr. Peter Wench, director of the Social and Behavioral Interventions Program at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, there is growing evidence that outdoor education programs, which focus on strengthening life skills and social skills, are effective at promoting healthy adolescent development. Now more than ever, our programs are essential to the overall well-being of youth in Washington, D.C. Every student deserves the opportunity to engage with differentiated experiential educational experiences. Following an exploratory campaign to expand accessibility of CBOP's programs in the DMV, the Board of Trustees voted in 2018 to establish a campus in Washington, D.C. Despite the challenges COVID-19 presented, we successfully continued our expansion into the D.C. area. In 2021, we worked with 13 schools, serving 881 students in the district. This year, through our partners with the DC Department of Parks and Recreation, we plan to serve the district through our differentiated educational approach by activating the Palisades and Marvin Gaye recreational centers for student and adult programming. We really hope that outdoor education is considered as a part of the mayor's budget from now into the foreseeable future. This is critical in making our programs accessible to students in the district. Support from the mayor's office can directly reduce the cost of the programs for schools. As a result, we are able to serve more students, many of whom would not otherwise be able to participate in our Outward Bound program. We are extremely grateful for your time today and the continued investment of our young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. Kendall Bryan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you to the members of this committee. Particularly want to thank Councilmember Janice Lewis-George and Councilmember Christina Henderson, and look forward to your input. My name is Kendall Bryan. I'm the Executive Director of the Amy Jacques Garvey Institute and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm testifying about the proposed budget for the OST in fiscal year 2023. So I'm talking about Amy Jacques Garvey Institute is committed to serving youth with the full fidelity of deliverables required by the Learn 24 office, the OST office here, as it's known locally here in Washington, D.C. I particularly want to thank the professionals there, Vanya Brown, Deborah Eichenbaum, also Alex, David, all the other staff at the OST office. They're magnificent, wonderful, hard-serving public servants. I want to also thank Riley Danilko, the DC OST Coalition. So for over 25 years, the Amy Jacques Garvey Institute has been serving youth in the District of Columbia, providing youth workforce development and enrichment programming through after-school, summer, and year-round programming. Youth from all wards, especially wards 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, have all come through our doors. We have served over 3,000 youth through our various programs, including wraparound casework services, media arts programming, humanities-based curriculum, which is based on professional experience around videography, photography, art criticism, logic, history, law, and civic engagement. So let's get right to the point. I'm here to ask for a $4 million in additional funding for year-round out-of-school programming. I mean, I want to acknowledge and thank the council and the mayor for extending the $5 million increase to the OST office for another year, but this is just a step in the right direction. Small, nonprofit, out-of-school programs are successfully right now providing an opportunity for youth to gain reading skills and workforce, advanced youth work services skills and the after-school hours, but that's not enough. We need a clear investment in our OST social infrastructure, and a $4 million additional funding supplemental would go towards that goal that I'm hoping that the council will consider. I'm urging the council members to be bold and to make sure that these OST additional funds go towards programs that serve areas east of the river. And very quickly, I want to mention that the funding for the speed of the payment issues, I want to just say that that we could talk about that in questions. I know the councilman had to talk about it in the questions, but yes, we do need to expedite some of the processes, especially the background check process for the CFSA, CPR. That process needs to be streamlined. Programs should not wait long periods of months and weeks before they can get funded. That hurts, especially small nonprofits who are first responders. We are first responders, council. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Wolf.
Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Stephanie Wolf, and I am the Development Manager for Reading Partners DC and a member of DC Action's Out of School Time Coalition. As we address the impact of the mayor's proposed FY23 budget today, I am here to testify about the importance of secure and significant funding opportunities, keeping the budget stable from last year for education nonprofits like ours, especially from government agencies like OSSI, the OST office, and MOLA, to name a few. As the pandemic has highlighted, there remains a real need and demand for local government funding to support evidence-based interventions to help ensure that all students, especially those who need extra academic support the most, are able to receive it. As you may know, we deliver a high-dosage one-on-one literacy tutoring program in wards 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And this school year, we're at 21 partner elementary schools and a new innovation site at the Terrell, a public housing unit this year in Ward 5. And we anticipate serving around 600 youth by the end of the year, delivering our Common Core line curriculum via twice weekly, in-person or hybrid, where the volunteer is virtual, but the student is at the school with an AmeriCorps member who helps them sign into their tutoring sessions. Despite the challenges over the past couple of years, a recent DCPS study found last year that when our program was completely virtual, that there was a positive, significant relationship and impact between our enrollment and improvements on students' DIBEL scores from beginning to end of the year. We are extremely grateful that the mayor wants to invest $5 million to extend out of school time grant opportunities and preserve continuity to youth through the OST Learn 24 office. And we have no doubt that this funding will continue increasing the capacity of programs like ours who are working to deepen our impact on the students and families we work with. We believe that this investment reflects a commitment to advancing educational equity, which we applaud. It should also be noted that we have greatly valued new opportunities to apply for funding this year from a high impact tutoring grant, enabling us to serve 250 youth in person, which also practically doubled our government funding to increase amounts available for our OST grant as well. And we're extremely appreciative of OSSI's early literacy initiative that we've received for multiple years and the ongoing support we have received from MOLA. So we definitely would love to be able to see those continue. We are grateful also to see that the mayor is continuing to prioritize education, not only in the $5 million mentioned, but also in $18 million to provide stability to schools through the pandemic supplement fund, as well as an initiative to safeguard students' mental health. And we believe that it's up to all of us to really put some pressure on and hopefully find solutions for barriers that exist right now, such as the DCPS clearance process, which, as has been mentioned, has caused some delays in being able to get volunteers started, and things like that. So we know that funding is one key critical factor in the pandemic recovery, and that ongoing collaboration with community leaders is also critical. We're extremely grateful of the work of the DC Council to continue to listen and advocate for the community as we navigate through the pandemic together. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. I'm going to back up just a little. Shelley Gray.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. My name is Shelley Gray. I serve as the proud principal of LaSalle Backus Elementary School in Ward 4. At LaSalle, we have faced many setbacks and challenges through the pandemic, many of those like all other communities. However, our community has demonstrated strength, perseverance, resiliency, and so much joy at the same time. This in part is due to our community views every challenge as an opportunity to teach, learn, grow, and lead with excellence. As we continue to move forward and out of the pandemic, it is our mission to prepare our students for 21st century citizenship by equipping them with the knowledge and the skills needed to make a positive impact on the global community. With the assistance of our local school advisory committee, we've made critical decisions with our school budget on further expanding our investment in personnel and non-personnel funding to support both students' academic and social emotional development. We reopened our doors this year as a computer science education school. As we continue to lay a strong foundation in computer science and seek to close the digital divide, we used funding to further invest in the program. This included professional development funding to expand after-school enrichment programs and experiences in computer science, funding to enhance our coding, robotics, and collaborative science projects, and funding technology for students with diverse needs. As LaSalle continues to address students' specific academic needs and establish a culture of excellence for all students, we've also made an investment in our special education and ESL programs. This included adding a special education resource teacher and a bilingual education aide to support the implementation of a new specialized programs, small group instruction, MTSS intervention, professional development, and to create a robust small group instructional model in which all subjects that are responsible to increase responsible and for us to be responsive, to our increase in our multilingual community. With the additional hold harmless and stabilization funds, LaSalle is also excited to further expand our partnership with the Literacy Lab in elementary grades and DC Leading Men program for pre-K students. We are investing in a restorative justice coordinator to create a learning environment where all children feel loved, challenged, and prepared. Finally, LaSalle has invested in redesigning our self-contained programs. We know educators can provide a high quality, engaging learning experience for all children when they are equipped with additional resources and opportunities to take children on field trips. Therefore, our LSAT made an investment on educational resources, including classroom supplies, a school resource center, traditional books of student interest, digital literacy libraries. The LaSalle Backus community knows we will continue to face many challenges on many different things, but the LaSalle way is to maintain a whole school focus. And we intend on being poised to prepare our students to bring their talent, their voices, and their experiences to the 21st century changing workforce. Thank you again for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Principal Gray. Let's try again with Margarita Crespo.
Yes, I'm ready.
Excellent.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about adult education in DC. My name is Margarita Crespo, and I am a student in Brilla Public Charter School. I have studied Brilla for 2 years, and during this time, I had improved my English learning, how to use a computer. I acquired important strategies to support my children's learning, increase my self-esteem, and become more motivated to learn. My life is very busy. I have 2 children aged 10 and 14. I work Tuesday through Saturday at a restaurant, but being at Brilla has shown me that I can do and be more. My goal is to complete my high school diploma and become a head chef because at Brilla, I know that these things are possible for me. I am also a member of Brilla Students Advocates Group, Brilla Voices for All. You have seen me in my classmates testifying before you about changes in this alliance. Thank you again for your support in making health insurance more accessible to over 11,000 DC residents. What you have not seen this tremendous impact that this work has on us youth individually. Through participating in Brilla Voices for All, I have learned about the structure of my city government research issues that impact my community, and most important, learn that my voice matters. This is not only impacts me, but also my children in my community. When I advocate on their behalf, I am a role model for what my children can and will become. Council members, I am requesting that you increase funding for adult education so the students like me can learn in incredible school like Brilla. I ask you fund adult education at the level recommended in the 2013 adequacy study. With this support, adult education school can continue to support adult learning and improving their English, graduating from college and learning new skills to improve their employment prospects. Thank you so much for your consideration, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Cresswell. Eric Heckel.
Hi, thank you. Greetings, DC Council and the Committee of the Whole. My name is Eric Heckel, and I'm an English teacher at Roosevelt High School. I'm here today to talk about the space and safety issues in our building. Outside of Wilson High School, Roosevelt is the highest enrolled comprehensive public high school in DCPS. According to the 2021 Deputy Mayor of Education Master Facilities Plan Supplement, the Roosevelt Stay building is the highest utilized building in all of DC public schools at 127% utilization. Wilson High School, which was recently awarded a second campus, was recorded in the same document as 106% of site utilization. It's unfathomable that after the growth that both Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay have seen over the past few years, they would still be forced to share the same building. In the same document, the 2021 DME Master Facilities Plan, there's a note next to the Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay building utilization number that states, DCPS will monitor enrollment to ensure a satisfactory learning environment is provided for students. At this point, I would ask what DCPS considers a satisfactory learning environment for students. Is it a learning environment that has fights destructive enough to force MPD and DCPS to recommend that a number of students learn off campus? Because that's what happened 3 weeks ago at Roosevelt. When Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay students fought, and MPD and DCPS removed 5 Roosevelt High School students and asked that they be placed on virtual learning until they can ensure their safety. This fight happened because both schools share the building. The fight was between Stay students affiliated with one gang and Roosevelt students affiliated with another. This is only the most recent and largest incidence of fighting between Roosevelt High School students and Roosevelt State students. This happened repeatedly throughout the school year. Is a satisfactory learning environment one that forces 40 to 50 students into the same classroom? That was one idea floated by those who work outside of our building in a recent walkthrough to address space issues. There's no way, even with multiple teachers in those classrooms, that 40 to 50 students in one room would be a positive learning environment. How can either school tell families that their students would have their learning needs met when they're in overcrowded classrooms? This is all not to mention how the building is not being used to the fullest and will continue to be underused with 2 schools in it. When the school was modernized before the 2016 school year, a ribbon cutting, which Mayor Bowser herself attended, there were many amazing things added to the building to entice students to enroll. These included a new gym, state-of-the-art library, dance studio, recording studio with over $10,000 of recording equipment installed, a greenhouse and gardens, and a full culinary arts studio. All of these are either shared between the schools throughout the week, meaning that neither group of students gets full access, or not used at all because they've been converted into traditional classroom space because of the lack of space in the building. This is a waste of funds and a waste of student talent. We can't go into next year with the same model. Now is the time to ensure that both schools have their own building so they can effectively provide the programming that both groups of students desperately deserve. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Heckel. Actually, let me kind of begin with you. Are there any facility issues there? It's a pretty new school.
Oh, throughout the building, the PA system doesn't work.
Go on.
Yeah, so the PA system doesn't work. We have multiple areas where there's flooding. Anytime we have rain, there are holes in the wall. There are the clocks are set to the wrong time. Heating and so the HVAC system has been a consistent issue. There are some rooms that don't get any heat, other rooms that don't get any cooling. And that has been talked about repeatedly. Many open work orders about the HVAC system, open work orders for the PA system. That there's a number of facilities issues in our building. Yes.
What does holes in wall mean? Is that could just be from kids hitting the walls, or is it something related to?
So it's both that, but then also like in some of the ceilings of classrooms where there has been flooding, temporary solutions to run like a hole in the wall and run a garden hose down from where the flooding's happening into a trash bin in the learning environment.
You said the clocks don't work. Are the clocks connected with downtown?
It's centralized within the building. So the clocks work, they just had been set to the wrong time.
That's easy enough to fix. I think I said that with some sarcasm.
And then you'd also see if you came into the building, some of the temporary solutions, quote unquote, and in terms of trying to keep the schools separate. So that's another facilities issue. There's a sort of a sliding partition in two hallways to try to limit the movement between students, the adult students that are at Roosevelt Stay, as well as the students that are in the traditional public high school of Roosevelt.
Just out of curiosity, what do you teach at Roosevelt?
English, 11th grade English.
Thank you. Principal Gray, are you, for your budget for next year, are you having to make any personnel changes?
We have made a few personnel changes, more so to be able to respond to the needs of the school. So for example, we have received a bilingual counselor, which is a benefit to our growing multilingual community. However, we have found that our children coming back from the pandemic have needed to learn some more soft skills and some skills around developing relationships, collaborative working and learning. So we have added a restorative justice coordinator. So most of our personnel changes have been increases. We've had a few reductions to them, but they are switching to a different position versus just losing a personnel.
So overall, it sounds like what you're saying, characterizing is, I'm going to say a net gain for the school.
It has been a net gain, both for teachers as well as aides, as well as support staff. We have gained staffing.
What about your enrollment? What's your projected enrollment for next year?
Our projected enrollment is 267 students.
And compared to where you are now?
We are at 269. We've been teetering between 269 and 272.
Do you see a lot of increase during the school year?
We start seeing an increase between January, and around this time of the year, the spring months. And then we'll see at times a minor jump right at the end of the school year.
So what's your current enrollment like today, if you know?
Our current enrollment today is 269.
Okay,
2 more than our projection for next year.
I don't think I have any other questions. I do want to thank Ms. Crespo for her patience in logging back on. It was much better. Council Member Lewis George, do you have any questions? Don't see or hear her. Councilmember Henderson, if you're here, do you have any questions?
Just a couple. Ms. Robbins, I'm not sure if you're the person who testified last year, but someone from Langley testified last year with this exact same photo, I think. And I understand, you know, a full modernization is certainly needed, but in the interim, this needs to be handled. And so I'm hoping that if not someone from DCPS's team, someone from DGS is watching, because the fact that you said the bottom 2 floors don't have any restrooms that work for students.
We basically have them locked, and we aren't, because we don't want the kids to use the one like behind us. So this is the bathroom in the cafeteria, and then the floor above it is where we have gyms. And those are locker rooms from 50s. I don't even know when. I haven't ever been able to see them. They just keep them locked. So those 2 floors have no bathrooms that students can access.
Wait, so if a student had to go to the restroom and they were in gym class, they would
Someone
have to
has
go.
to leave and escort them up. We have like 2 stacks of stairs to get up every floor. So up 2 stacks of stairs to the ground floor level to use the restroom. And if
Okay.
they're in the basement, that's technically 4 staircases.
Got it. Mr. Heckel, thank you so much for testifying. I don't know if Councilmember Lewis George is here. In other hearings, she has most certainly been an advocate as it pertains to Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay. And I believe there was a question, or it came up at a hearing in terms of the HVAC issues that the school has been facing. And I think they said basically, in not so many words, you basically need a new system, is what was shared, which I think is very frustrating and ridiculous considering how much money we spent for that school when we redid it the last time. That I don't even think we are 15 years out.
It opened in 2016, the new
All
building.
right, so we're not even 10 years out, and the fact
Yeah.
that we have to replace the HVAC system. I think the DGS hearing is coming up later this week, and I want to ask some questions in terms of, you know, who's the original contractor who put and did that work, because we've had this other issues too at other high schools where we spent a lot of money, then all of a sudden we have leaking because the roof doesn't work, or you know the work was shoddy and they weren't unable to do it. So I don't have any immediate suggestions in terms of the space issue, because I know one of the things is that, you know, Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay, for the Stay program, is to stay somewhere in the same neighborhood that they currently are. And unfortunately, the only facility that really makes sense, well, not only, this facility that makes the most sense is currently being used as swing space for the next 6 years or so. And so that's just another question that we can bring up with DCPS, because I live in that area, and even just the let out between Roosevelt Stay, McFarland, Dorothy Height, Sharp School, like there's just a lot happening sort of right in that particular area.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Principal Gray, thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedule to testify as well. Big fan of the work that you guys are doing over at LaSalle Bacchus, and you know, appreciate you uplifting the work and the resources that you guys need. Thanks to the rest of the public witnesses for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you again, all of you. Ms. Robbins, I do have a copy of your statement. Appreciate your testimony, and maybe I'll see you in a couple weeks or whenever I'm coming out there. Thank you all. You all are excused. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. I'm looking at page 7 of the testimony. John Hassel, McKinley Tech Educational Campus Parent Teacher Organization, Tiffany Jones, parent at Theodore Roosevelt High School, Peter McPherson, Jessica Argueta Martinez, Franklin Siate Akosoa Ali with the NAACP, Dr. Antoine Kirby with the NAACP, Robert Avery, President of the Foxhall Community Citizens Association, Edwin Chamberlain, Stephanie Kay, Laura Aragon, a mother at Langley Elementary School, Tom Wolf, Friends of Hardy Park, Kevin Nema, who's a mentor at Capital Partners for Education, and Joshua Graves, who's a mentee with Capital Partners for Education, Adam Neufeld, Barry Brinkley, Chief of Staff at DC Prep, Makina Conklin, who's at School Within School, Lydia Curtis, a substitute teacher, Wesley and Sylvana Hallman, who are parents of a freshman and an alumna. I don't know where. Chris Taylor, Truesdale Family Teacher Organization member, Mitchell Brunson at J.O. Wilson, and Hugo Rosen, co-president of School Without Walls. Mr. Hassel, are you here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you're first up. If everybody's in gallery view, there'll be a clock in the top row. Please be mindful of the time. You have 3 minutes. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is John Hassel and I serve as president of McKinley Tech PTO that serves both the high school and the middle school. I live in Ward 2 and my son is a junior. McKinley is a Title I school. Nearly 1,000 kids come to it every day. It's the only STEM school in DCPS. I rise today to ask you to intervene on behalf of McKinley to overturn DCPS school chancellor's refusal to grant our request for a full-time principal for McKinley's high school and a full-time principal for McKinley's middle school. What's the justification as to why School Without Walls at Francis Stevens Middle School and School Without Walls High School, also application schools, are different than McKinley? Each has a full-time principal. What's the justification for why a half-time principal for McKinley Middle School and half-time principal for McKinley High School, when Coolidge High School and Ida B. Wells Middle School, which occupy the same building, each have a full-time principal? What's the justification for how a half-time principal at McKinley can be just as effective as full-time principals at 5 other high schools? Banneker, Duke Ellington, Bard, Phelps, and School Without Walls each have full-time principals devoted 100% to the success of those high schools. Not so at McKinley. So the model is how we're supposed to justify this, say DCPS. For 9 years, this model has failed. Very low rate of matriculation from McKinley's middle school to McKinley's high school. Here's the data. In 2017, 40% of McKinley Tech middle school students were accepted at the McKinley Tech High School. In 2021, it dropped to 10%. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. I'm not an educator, I'm a parent. And in my day job, I work as an HIV advocate. I have a pretty good sense of smell for unequal treatment. This treatment from Farabee and his team reeks of unequal treatment. The demographics of the school are obvious. Less than 2% of the high school is white. Less than 1% of the middle school is white. Why are we being treated unequally? For a school system that brands itself as anti-racist, I ask you, is this treatment anti-racist? Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hassel. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide it, please.
I submitted it to the COW email address, but I'll do it directly to you, sir.
Okay. There's a lot of testimony, so it could have been misplaced. If you could resubmit it, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tiffany Jones.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the committee for having me to testify. My name is Tiffany Jones, and I'm a native Washingtonian, DCPS graduate, and parent of 2 DCPS students, one at Benjamin Banneker and the other at Roosevelt. Today, my concern is with the overcrowding and hazardous environment that currently exists at Roosevelt, because DCPS is utilizing one facility to operate 2 separate schools, Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay, which in recent years have both steadily increased enrollment. The standalone decision was made in 2014 to convert Stay from its traditional evening hours to daytime operation. Although less than ideal, the community has been tolerant of the decision as Roosevelt High School was undergoing positive transition and revitalization. Our family has followed the revitalization of Roosevelt very closely. 2 years ago, with my then 8th grade daughter, I attended an in-person open house and was extremely impressed by the facility and staff. My daughter researched the Foreign Services and Diplomacy Academy and was determined to transition from her current charter school to Roosevelt. Her journey over the last 2 years has been remarkable, even as a virtual student. However, capacity and safety remain a strong area of concern. A real-time example of this is this semester, my daughter is in an art class with 28 students, of which 23 are ELL learners, with a teacher that is not bilingual. This scenario has long-term negative effects and burdens each student as well as the instructor. A couple of weeks ago, there was a physical altercation between a Roosevelt High School minor student and an adult in the Roosevelt Stay program. Roosevelt has steadily increased its enrollment and is becoming amongst the top sought-after high schools, one of the top sought-after high schools. The projected enrollment for 22-23 is 868. The legal capacity of the building is 1,000. The time has come for you to stop endangering students and staff on multiple levels by ignoring occupancy and physical safety concerns. The successes of Roosevelt Stay are commendable, but it is not acceptable and no longer tolerable to operate an adult educational program in the same space with impressionable minors, many as young as 14. As a DCPS alumni, I can confidently say that there have always been known inequalities within the public school systems across the wards of the city. Roosevelt's overcrowding is no different, and I would argue more urgent than Wilson. However, the board moved expeditiously with the favorable decision to build a new school. It is my sincere hope that you will recognize the urgency of Roosevelt and Roosevelt Stay's operations and relocate the Stay program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peter McPherson? I don't see him. Jessica Martinez? I don't see her. Franklin Ciate? I don't see him. I'm told Peter McPherson is here. Oh, there he is. If you would unmute and proceed.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing. I mean, lots of very important issues have been talked about today. I'm going to speak about my usual hobby horse, which is the school libraries and librarians, in particular about the legislation that you were co-sponsor of to require all DCPS campuses to have a librarian. I would say first that I heartily endorse the idea of that idea going forward, that the council take up that legislation in the context of the budget proceedings and pass it. But I would also say that I think that there are some important additions to be made to the legislation. I mean, the first is that there's a huge range in enrollment in schools in DCPS. And we have a situation where, if you use that one size fits all model, you have a librarian serving a school with 300 kids, or you could, in the case of like Wilson High School, one librarian serving 2,000. And the problem with that is that the 2,000 students aren't getting near the quality of just FaceTime that a more than one librarian would provide, simply because that you need more than one given the 2,000 students. So I think there needs to be some adjustment in the law as it's written, that say that if a school had more than 700 kids, it would get a second librarian. And if you were like Wilson and you crossed that threshold of 2,000, that would be, that would be 3. I mean, it just has to be some recognition that a person who's working with 300 kids is not doing the same amount of work as somebody who's working with 2,000. The second thing I would say is that I think that the bill needs something in terms of an enforcement mechanism. I mean, the DCPS, that as has been so often the case with the school system, is just that they have tended to view laws as guidance as opposed to laws, and that there has to be some expectation of a requirement that they'll actually staff the school libraries based upon the law. So I think that there needs to be, some kind of an enforcement mechanism, some sort of that the school system would have to show, say, by the beginning of the year, the following January, after the start of the academic year, that they would have to demonstrate the steps that they have taken to staff all of the libraries. I think I have gone over, Mr. Chairman, but thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement.
Yeah, and I promise I will have that to you by the end of the day.
Great, thank you. Kosua Ali.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman. My name is Akoshua Ali. I am the president of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. I am a D.C. native, a graduate of D.C. public high schools. I grew up in Ward 5, have lived in Ward 7 for over 12 years. Today, I testify as a concerned Ward 7 resident, elevating the racial, technology, modernization, and education equities facing families east of the river. The NAACP, as you know, is the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization and a fierce advocate for education equity across all 8 wards. The NAACP supports the FY23 budget, increasing funding for school-based mental health programs and the $5 million for out-of-school time programs, and the $43 million for HVACs and the $35 million to demolish the old Winston building. However, without more details on Winston, we don't approve the vague concept of a learning facility. There are adult learning and technology needs in Ward 7, but it would be better located in downtown Ward 7 off Minnesota Avenue near the metro. Ward 7 Hillcrest residents deserve a new modernized DC public middle school offering premier program, language immersion, STEM, gardening, outdoor learning, and strong feeder patterns. The NAACP urges prioritizing the modernization in Ward 7 and Ward 8 DC public schools. In Ward 7, the NAACP urges prioritizing Kelly Miller's HVAC replacement, the plumbing at HD Woodson, fixing the sprinklers at Ann Beers, and fixing the playground at Marvin Gaye. In Ward 8, the NAACP urges you prioritize fixing the roof at Savoy Elementary School, in addition to Johnson Middle School. With regards to the $400 million for Parks and Recs, we urge you all to look at the Farabee Hope Recreation Center, which was a substandard renovation conducted, violating the terms that were agreed to with the ANC. We want you all to really look at the importance of equity within that space. We know that equity matters, and within Ward 7 and Ward 8, we are failing to see equity. When we talk about failing roofs and inoperable HVACs, broken playgrounds, and broken plumbing in Ward 7 and Ward 8 when Ward 3 gets a new high school. This is not equity. The continued disinvestment in DCPS in Ward 7 and Ward 8 is a serious education inequity and racial injustice. East of the river has the highest and most rapidly growing population. However, Ward 3 is 81% white, but it gets a new high school instead of investing in improving DCPS in Ward 7 and Ward 8. For generations, DC natives, particularly in Wards 5, 7, and 8, have traveled across the city to attend a quote unquote good school. Instead of the city being intentional about investing in schools, quality DCPS schools within our wards. So again, in closing, I want to emphasize that the NAACP strongly urges you all to implement these budget recommendations and these actions to ensure that Black students have access to quality education within their wards and within their local communities. On behalf of the NAACP DC branch, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Ali. Dr. Antoine Kirby.
Greetings, Chairman and members of the Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the District of Columbia's public school fiscal year 23 budget. My name is Dr. Antoine Kirby, Education Chair of the NAACP Washington, DC branch. I am a DC native and I'm a Ward 4 resident. For over 112 years, the NAACP has championed the fight for racial equity as the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization since our organization was founded in 1909. The mission of the NAACP is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic empowerment of African Americans and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. Today's testimony will raise concern of continued disinvestment in DC public schools east of the river in Ward 7 and Ward 8. For generations, many DC natives in Wards 5, 7, and 8 have traveled across town on the Metro to attend a quote unquote good school. Instead of the district investing and improving existing public schools, Ward 3 received a new high school, further perpetuating generational patterns of students traveling across the city to attend school. There's a significant need for modernizations and investments in existing schools in Ward 7 and Ward 8, particularly another middle school in Ward 7 to offer language immersion and special offerings. The fiscal 23 budget includes plans for the demolition of Winston, which is necessary. However, the planned use of the space is unclear. Projections indicate schools in Ward 7 and Ward 8 will experience large enrollment declines in fiscal year 23. Considering enrollment drives the school's budget, these declines could undermine the very schools that already struggle to meet the needs of their students. While DCPS enrollment methodology attempts to keep schools whole amid enrollment losses, opportunities remain to protect neighborhood schools from funding losses due to student population decline. The NAACP urges you to consider new weights for schools with below average enrollments, whose funding is more sensitive to enrollment fluctuations. Another major enrollment concern is a growing saturation of new charter schools, especially in Wards 5, 7, and 8, without a proportionate growth in DC's school-age population. This can lead to more families opting out of neighborhood schools and in turn drive down DCPS enrollment. Although DCPS has experienced enrollment declines during the pandemic, DCPS enrollment steadily climbed in the prior decade. From fiscal year 2020 to 2022, public charter schools audit enrollment increased by 1,600 students, while DCPS audit enrollment declined by 1,500 students. On behalf of the DC branch of the NAACP, we strongly urge you to implement these budget actions to ensure that Black students across the city have access to a quality education within the ward they live. Thank you. You're muted.
Sorry, thank you, Dr. Kirby. Robert Avery.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council. My name is Robert Avery. I'm the president of the Foxhall Community Citizens Association. It's a community organization of about 1,000 households in the southeastern corner of Ward 3. In this year's budget, DCPS is proposing to build 2 new schools in the heart of my community. As you just heard, 1,000 student new MacArthur High School And what you may not have heard, a 550 new, completely new student Foxhall Elementary School. Others in our community will present testimony on the proposed high school. So I'm going to limit my remarks here to the elementary school. Our community is almost unanimous in its opposition to this school, which was proposed without any planning, without any public input in the spring of 2020, and will be built on our local Hardy Park, which was just renovated. As proposed, this school would deal with, quote, overcrowding at the Key, Mann, and Stoddard schools. But a separate budget item proposes to deal with overcrowding at Stoddard by expanding that school. So this is really just about Key and Mann. But Key and Mann are not overcrowded. They are operating at 85% capacity and have had declining enrollments over the past 5 years. At 319 students, Key is currently the smallest of the 11 elementary school in Ward 3, and Mann is the third smallest. All but one of the other 9 schools are operating at higher capacity rates than either Mann or Key. Is this a temporary COVID-based phenomenon? Almost surely not. Key has been declining in enrollment since 2017, and its kindergarten class is 1/2 of what it was 5 years ago. According to census data, the combined population of the Key and Mann enrollment areas only grew 2.9% from 2010 to 2020. That's the lowest growth rate of any school area in Ward 3. It amounts to 21 new students a decade for the combined schools. That's not a basis for a new school. So why is the city persisting in proposing this school? Why is it doing so without any site selection process, no public engagement, without any hint of a formal planning process, all of which are called for by DCPS's own procedures? That's a good question, and it's one that the council should be asking. It's particularly important when DCPS is proposing to expropriate a precious public park for the school while publicly admitting it didn't bother to look anywhere else. Proposals like this, while superficially appearing to deal with real problems such as Ward 3 overcrowding, in fact, do nothing and should not remain on the books for 3 years. We ask that you remove this item from the current budget with the confidence that the $56 million allocated to it can be put to better use elsewhere, as I've just heard from my fellow panelists. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Avery. Edwin Chamberlain. I don't believe he's here. Stephanie Kay. Laura Aragon.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Aragon, and I am here to testify about Langley Elementary School and what you can do about it. When I was growing up in Mexico, I barely went to public bathrooms. I tried to avoid them as much as I could, and I cannot believe I'm sharing this very private information into a public forum. The main reason I avoided going to public bathrooms in Mexico is because they were dirty, they lacked running water, they were completely forgotten and had not been repaired for at least a decade. Now I remember my mom worried about me getting a urinary infection if I was trying to hold it too much and trying to convince me to use public bathrooms, but I would rather hold it for hours or hide behind the bushes to go potty. The picture you see behind me is not a public bathroom in Mexico. It's a picture of a non-functional bathroom at Langley, my son's school here in Washington, D.C., only a mile away from the Capitol. When I moved to this country, I never thought the bathroom story would be repeating itself. But Theo, my son, who is 5 years old, comes back from school, excited about his day, his amazing teachers, his friends, and what he has learned. But before he can even say a word about it, the first thing he does is run to use our bathroom in our home because he doesn't like going to the bathroom at his schools. Yet he's still privileged, but 1 out of 4 students in our school are not. They have special needs. A DCPS facility study in 2018 noted that none of our bathrooms are ADA compliant. More than half of our students are deemed at risk, and yet they go to a school with no bathroom next to the cafeteria. If we're truly committed to public education, then we have to act consistently and invest the funds so families do not leave our neighborhood school for surrounding charter schools just because they have superior facilities. This is an infrastructure problem because we have some of the best teachers in the city and a wonderful leadership team with Principal Kellogg and Assistant Principal Burr. And this is why I'm here today, so that our public neighborhood school is no longer neglected. I want to be very clear about that. This is not a cosmetic repair. This is an urgent health-related and equity issue that you have the power to fix immediately. I trust that today you will use your power to allocate and advocate for the necessary funds to fix and upgrade all bathrooms at Langley so kids can focus on what they should be focusing at school, learning and growing. We love the school, and I know he's loved by the teachers and staff there, and it is time for the building to reflect what happens inside the school every day. Thank you so much for listening today, and thank you, Chairman, for accepting our invitation to come and tour the school in the next days so you can see yourself the much needed improvements. Thank you all. My hope is that we all together can see this fixed before the fall and that we have a better picture to show you all next year.
Thank you, Ms. Aragon. It would help if I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Of course.
Tom Wolf is not here. Kevin Nama.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Kevin Ma, and I proudly serve as a mentor with Capital Partners for Education. I have been involved with CPE since 2019. I was searching for a way to positively impact young men of color outside of coaching basketball. I know how it feels to grow up without someone rooting for you. My mother raised me on her own. My main interactions with male role models came through my participation in sports. I came across a Twitter post by Washington Post reporter Elahi Izadi that CPA was looking for mentors. I applied right away. Being a mentor encourages me to hold myself accountable because I know that someone is learning from my example. I also share the wisdom I have gained from my life experiences. It has been a fruitful mentor-mentee relationship. My mentee and I have related interests and backgrounds. We both have strong mothers who raised us with similar values. Josh has interest in math and engineering. He also wants to become an entrepreneur. Over the years, I've witnessed his growth and maturity. Josh asks for help when he needs it. He has even refined his vision for the future. Josh can talk to me about any topics. I'm glad I can be there for him, especially during the pandemic and virtual learning. It was not easy for Josh because he is an extrovert. We went from seeing each other twice a month to only virtually. I saw a change in his demeanor. The focus of our conversations began to change. We went from focusing on his academic goals to his mental well-being. I was able to see how he was doing emotionally. It unlocked a deeper connection and bond. I was proud of him for being honest by expressing that he was struggling. He wouldn't look like he was doing well. There were clues that I tapped into, such as his change in tone. I knew I needed to make sure he had additional support. I reached out to CPE. His program coordinator connected him with the school counselor. This is just one example of the circle of support a student receives with CPE. Josh is very smart. I enjoy getting to know what drives him. He will soon be graduating from high school and attending college. I'm glad I was part of his support system along the way. During the college application process, I reminded him about upcoming deadlines. I would also find out what prevented him from moving toward his goals, and I make sure he understands there will always be things he can control along the way. The DC Council should support the College Rising Grant Program and promote mentoring for high school and college students. Mentoring programs do more than help students academically. They also help students build their social skills and networks. There are so many kids like Josh who could benefit from this program. I know additional funding would assist these organizations in serving more students. Your investment would positively impact the future of the city. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify today and share my story.
Thank you. And your mentee, Joshua Graves.
I believe he might be in school.
Well, that's a good place for him.
Great place.
Thank you. Is it Nama?
The end silent is just Ma.
Ma. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Adam Neufeld or Neufeld?
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kira Neufeld, and I'm a fifth grader at SWS, testifying for food prints because I know all schools should have it. I'm a picky eater, but when I step into food prints, I am encouraged to try it because others are enjoying the food. And I know it's in the food we're eating because I helped cook it. For example, when we made sweet potato biscuits, I expected not to like it since I don't really like sweet potatoes. But I was inspired by others, and I'm super glad I tried it. Our parents went along with us when we bring our recipes home. I make granola bars that I learned at Food Prints for my family, and they loved it so much I made it 3 more times. Please consider funding Food Prints so all students can have this joyful learning experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Barry, well, no, let me, I'm going to kind of skip for a second. Mcknight Conklin.
Hello, I'm Mcknight Conklin. I'm speaking to you because I think Food Prints benefits kids and it should be in more schools. I just joined the school last year and I already look forward to Food Prints anytime we have it. My old school didn't have a garden and we didn't learn about plants frequently. In Food Prints now, we focus on enjoying the garden and cooking foods. In Food Prints, I love to learn about health and nutrition too. We also are in the process of writing a grant. This grant is for composting because we have learned that it is a better way to waste food and reuse. I think Food Prints should be in more schools because it has taught good tricks and tips for health and for the environment to me. Our school feels really grateful to have Food Prints because we know our parents work hard to fundraise the program. We also know that all schools can't fund it. I hope you consider funding Food Prints. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Conklin. And let me just say, I think this is the previous witness. Sweet potatoes are very good. So I'm glad you tried the biscuits. Barry Brinkley. Is Mr. Brinkley here? I don't see him. Lydia Curtis.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and the Council Committee of the Whole. My name is Lydia Curtis, and I am a DCPS substitute teacher in the leadership of Washington Substitute Teachers United. I am here today to advocate for the 500 or more substitute teachers registered with DCPS for more money in the fiscal year 23 budget for higher pay and also for immediate raises because we cannot live on the $120 a day that we currently receive in this metropolitan area. We came together in 2018 as Washington Substitute Teachers United to organize for better pay, legal representation, a benefits package, and paid professional development. As we sat and listened to each other, we learned that some substitute teachers had payroll issues and hadn't been paid for weeks. Because we cannot access the sick leave reflected on our pay stubs, if we are ill or injured or have a doctor's appointment and cannot come into work, we lose our income stream. This benefit or lack thereof became crucial during the pandemic when substitute teachers were asked to come back in the fall of 2020. At that time, only the teachers were being provided with vaccinations, yet some of us returned, risking our health and safety. Substitute teachers should be treated as the professionals that we are. When we come into a school, we are often required to pivot from the assignment we signed up for and go where we are needed. We may be in a pre-K class in the morning, in 5th grade class in the afternoon. Oftentimes, we don't know the children's names and may have to look for a lesson plan. Yet we are responsible for the safety of the children and for maintaining a learning environment at all times. When we are hired, we are asked to teach a 5-minute class to a panel of our peers. So we come in already having basic skills in how to teach. We are required to have a bachelor's degree, although many of us have master's and some have PhD and law degrees. When DCPS reaches out to temporary agencies to fill vacancies, they do not receive that level of quality in the candidates. They don't get people who are dedicated to DCPS students and who have a wealth of experience in different arenas that they can bring into the classroom, like the substitute teachers that we represent. We have been in conversation with DC Public Schools leadership since the summer, and we still do not understand why we have not received the raise that we are asking for and that we deserve. So we are coming to the council to ask for your help in making sure that we get an immediate raise to $300 a day with retroactivity, and that higher level of pay is reflected and funded in the next fiscal year DCPS budget. We also need technical assistance from the council's budget staff. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. What do you mean by technical assistance from the council's budget staff?
So we need to come up with a formula so that we can put something on a line item amount on the budget. And we're having difficulty finding someone to help us with that.
Okay, thank you for explaining. Wesley and Sylvana Holman. Not seeing or hearing. And I thought Barry Brinkley was not here, but he is here. Why don't you proceed?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council present. My name is Barry Brinkley and I'm the Chief of Staff at DC Prep. I'm testifying to share how DC Prep is addressing challenges brought about by the pandemic and the impacts on our students and staff. It is our hope that the next budget will provide the right support to meet the needs of our students and staff in our schools. Just a little bit about DC Prep. We are celebrating our 19th year of operation and is now a network of 6 schools serving 2,100 students in wards 5, 7, and 8 in grades pre-K through 8. DC Prep is considered the highest performing network of charter schools in the city. At the time of our last rating, all of our schools were rated Tier 1 by the Public Charter School Board. At DC Prep, our vision is that every child will be prepared academically and socially for a successful future. This belief drives the work, curriculum, and instruction that we do each day in our classrooms. We understand and appreciate that delivering an excellent educational experience for our preppies is hard work that takes constant reflection and refinement. We're committed to ongoing improvement to ensure our students are engaged and have more of a voice, questions, and feedback reflected in our classrooms and school buildings. We strive to have this vision in our classrooms directly connect to our values, commitments, and routines and rituals. I'm here today to discuss the importance of adjusting the at-risk funding weight for schools. The 2013 DC Education Adequacy Study recommended an enhancement of the at-risk funding weight to 0.37. Given the study was done almost 10 years ago, and all that our students have gone through over the last 3 school years braving this pandemic, we know that we need this adjustment now more than ever. One-time additional budget items can be difficult as they are always helpful in the present moment, but they do not allow for sustained change. The actual game changers are the budget adjustments that allow us to hire positions and expand programming over time. If the at-risk weight is adjusted, it has the potential to support schools in a great way. We should get more money for students with the highest needs to support things like providing mental health support for students and staff. Right? For our students in particular, we want to make sure that we are receiving direct funding to get services that we need. We appreciate the partnership with DBH, but we also think that it's important that schools have the flexibility to hire and retain services that fit the unique needs of their students in their buildings. We also think that the at-risk funding weight enhancement will help with providing more food options for our neediest students. We recognize that schools play an important role in ensuring our students are fed consistently. We always want to be able to provide healthy food and snack options in our schools. In addition, uniform support. We never stop thinking about how we can better support our students and families as it relates to providing uniforms and uniform support. Enhancing the at-risk weight could provide our students and families with more options to obtain uniforms without creating a financial burden on them. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Brinkley. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. Thank you. So I don't believe that Wesley and Sylvana Holman are here. Chris Taylor?
Yes, hi, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thanks again for letting me present today. My name is Chris Taylor, and I'm a concerned parent at Truesdale Elementary School and also the board member of the family teacher organization that we've had there for a couple of years now. I just sent my testimony in a little bit ago. We understand this is a tight budget, and we really appreciate you prioritizing Truesdale's modernization starting next year. But I would like to request that the mayor include the funding for the new Ward 4 satellite location, a modular site at 3rd and Sheridan, as the strong request of our community. If the mayor can include it in her FY23 proposed budget for DCPS. I know I'm echoing the testimony of many others that came before me, ANSI Commissioner Zach Israel, as well as other families, also at the prior hearing on March 2nd. We're really pleased at the $92 million in the budget to fully modernize Truesdale. That had been a while coming, and will finally make the school in compliance with the American and Disabilities Act. But as you have heard from over a dozen Truesdale families, staff that have already testified, along with many that we represent with the Family Teacher Organization have spoken with, people are very concerned about this swing space. We know the budget has the 20 million for a quote unquote improved swing space, but our main concern is over the location of this, because at a recent hearing, Mayor Muriel Bowser did tell Commissioner Louis George that Ward 4 needs Garnet Patterson for this funding. And to us, this makes it clear that DCPS is very much going ahead with the plan to move ahead on Garnet Patterson as Truesdale's swing space as well. But using that as the swing space really is in opposition to what we're hearing from the community, our families, our teachers. I have in my written statement, and we've said it a couple times before, so I won't repeat all the reasons, but simply, Chairman and everybody, we worked really hard to build strong ties with the community and in the school and as the Family Teacher Organization, and moving this far away to the Garnet Patterson space would harm so many of us and disadvantage of our families, many of whom are already struggling. I mean, my wife and I chose Truesdale actually, as well as being in bounds, because of the school's commitment to excellence through equity. The school's motto, excellence through equity. And we really love how this school represents DCPS's commitment to equity for all families. But we're simply hearing that current families have indicated many would look for an alternative school if they had to go 2.5 miles, quite a number of miles away. I don't remember how. So we are requesting, just closing, that DCPS construct the modular space located in Ward 4. This could be used not only by Truesdale, but also by Whittier, LaSalle, Bacchus during their modernizations. The best space seems to be 3rd and Sheridan Streets, within 1 mile of all 3 of these schools, and not the long distance of the other space, and hoping you use the funds for that purpose. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide it.
Sure, I just emailed it a bit ago. Might not have.
Oh, yes, I think you said that. Sorry. Mitchell.
Sorry.
Mr. Brunson, you're on mute.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mitchell Brunson, and I serve as the principal of J.O. Wilson Elementary School in Ward 6. At J.O. Wilson, our mission is we are soaring to success every day in every way as we strive to create an environment in which joy, pride, positive interactions, and growth mindsets lead our students to comfort in taking risks, self-advocating, and facing adversity. Despite many obstacles our Cardinals have faced in the last year, we are holding steadfast in our mission. We want each of our scholars to develop self-efficacy to be successful in their elementary school academic careers and beyond, and we remain committed to nurturing the whole child. As a result, with the assistance of our local school advisory team, or LSAT, we decided to invest some of our ESSER funds in the expansion of our intervention programs. We elevated our students' academic and extracurricular experiences, and through partnerships, we focused on improving small group learning experiences for all students in reading and mathematics. Striving to elevate the overall student experience at J.O. Wilson, we developed partnerships that intentionally target the social, emotional, and academic development needs of our students. Using ESSER and other school-based budget funds, we partnered with the Literacy Lab to provide one-on-one targeted reading instruction. Polite Piggies provided our Cardinals with a multitude of social emotional learning experiences and robust wellness activities during after-school programming. Through Polite Piggies, our students receive strength-based care, which allow them to focus on their interests and gain exposure to new and exciting classes that increase their experiences and curiosity in a nurturing environment. Another partner, One Breath at a Time, taught and reinforced mindfulness using yoga. Champions in Kid Power reinforced and supplemented what was taught during the school day, and the Washington Ballet exposed our students to the performing arts through dance. Also, we were able to develop our very own, soon-to-be, award-winning drama department that produced an amazing student-led musical melody. This past year, led by our school interventionists, we launched our SOAR Academy, which is an academic intervention and tutoring program. We documented the progress of our students through our multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS. We will measure our progress using the MTSS dashboard, which is a real-time indicator for our staff of each of our students' academic competencies. We recognize what a pivotal time elementary school is for each of our cardinals, and we want them to have a school experience that they will always remember. With this in mind, we remain committed to the academic and social wellness and growth of our students, while ambitiously finding joyful, innovative ways to remediate and accelerate the growth of our incredible cardinals. Our cardinals are indeed soaring. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal. Hugo Rosen, I don't believe he's here. So that's going to conclude the testimony of this group.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you skipped me. Tom Wolf.
I thought I had you checked off. My apologies. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak today on behalf of the Friends of Hardy Park, a community organization in Ward 3 of the neighbors of the proposed MacArthur High School and the proposed Foxhall Elementary School. We are very concerned that the district government has pushed ahead with budgeting these proposals without any real community involvement in the most critical education decisions being made. Site selection is of fundamental importance to the best interests of the DC students who will attend these schools, as well as their teachers and administrators. It must come from a deliberative, inclusive engagement process. Over 1,000 of us have signed a petition in this regard at www.savehardypark.com. And yet there has not even been the most rudimentary site selection process that could identify the best options for locating these schools, their potential accessibility, the site impacts on the city's students and state school employees, or the effects they would have on the surrounding community. Rather than a holistic examination of alternatives available, DCPS is engaged in a set of random decisions, including a fake community work group process that was specifically forbidden to examine these most important questions. What resulted was a political crapshoot, not reasoned decision making. What is being proposed is questionable from almost every angle. It involves building schools in a remote place, far from the students in need. It has not addressed how the students will access them. It would bring 1,550 new students, their teachers, and transportation needs to an area that is already congested with traffic and lacking amenities necessary for a satisfactory school experience. It would also involve using a precious park land for construction. Building on existing parks is municipal malpractice anywhere in urban America, and yet it is almost always attempted by thoughtless individuals until preempted by the courts. The MacArthur campus already has a school on site. Whether that site makes sense for a 1,000-student high school is quite problematic, however. The Foxhall proposal is deficient for all the reasons I have already set out. Could the schools that DCPS seeks to build be built in a currently available commercial location, close to Metro, close to where current overcrowding exists? If the district goes forward with the current budget proposal, we will never know. Indeed, we ask that DCPS, as required by its own procedures, engage in a meaningful planning process, examine alternatives, and seek the best sites for the students involved, their parents, their teachers, and the community. To do otherwise would be arbitrary and capricious and bad government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf, and I apologize for skipping over you. I have just a couple of questions. Mr. Hassel, could you say a little bit more? How long? Well, no, let me ask how long has it been that McKinley has had one principal for the two schools?
9 years.
And I've only heard of this issue recently. Is it only recently that parents have become concerned?
Our PTO passed a unanimous resolution, and we brought it to the attention. We worked through the chain of command at DCPS and got rebuffed. So that's why we've come to you.
When was that?
Oh, I would say it was November.
Okay.
So basically, we have one principal splitting her time between two schools, and she's retired, quit in the middle of the school year out of frustration. And so our community surrounding the school rarely gets to see who runs the place. So it's just it's an uneasy.
What do you mean you currently don't have a permanent principal?
Yes, that's correct. We have an acting principal. Dr. Louise Jones ended her career with DCPS on Friday.
As in like 3 days ago?
Correct.
Okay, that can be traumatic for a school. And you said that the transition, I don't have a copy of your statement, so that puts me in a little bit of disadvantage. You said the transition, I think you called it matriculation between the middle school and the high school is been declining. It was low to begin with and has been declining.
That's correct. So the model that the chancellor and his team want us to accept doesn't work. It basically says, take the kids to the middle school with a STEM program and, support them in going to the high school. So of course, students can choose wherever they want to go, but it's an application school. It's a selective process. And each year, the numbers of kids getting into the technology high school has declined. And I make the case that it's because they're not getting the kind of attention that a full-time principal would offer them.
Well, let me turn to Ms. Curtis, Lydia Curtis. The mayor or chancellor announced an increase in pay for substitute teachers. Have you seen it?
I have not seen it. And that's why we're still advocating. We have a rally every Monday morning at the district building, and we are asking for help from the council.
Sure, I understand. This, I guess, a rhetorical question. What was all the noise about an increase if it hasn't actually materialized? Have you heard? Have they informed you that it's in the works?
Well, we were told that there was an administrative hurdle that they had to overcome, but we were not specific about what it is.
I have administrative hurdles every day, but okay. Let me move on because I don't have a lot of time here.
Thank you.
Though, Principal Brunson, what does your enrollment look like this year and next year? You're muted.
Yeah, we currently stand at 425 students this school year. We're projected to have 431 for the upcoming school year.
So relatively stable. As you're putting together your budget for next year, are you having to cut any staff?
No.
So you're fortunate in that regard. Do I have another question for you there? I don't think so. Thank you, though. I don't have a copy of your statement. It would help to have that.
Okay, I'll ensure that you guys receive a copy of it.
Thank you. Give me just. I thought there was another question I wanted to ask you. Facilities. So are you the only school in DCPS that has no leaks? The roof is fine, the windows are fine, TGS comes as soon as you contact them? How are your facilities?
I would say it's pretty much very similar. It's very similar to all of my colleagues. We do have areas of concern, but I will say that DGS has done a much better job of responding, especially following the new process that we have in place. It's not perfect, it's not ideal, but it has gotten better.
Better is comparative. Better today
Well,
to when?
Yeah, well, I've been with DCPS since 2003. So I've seen like the growth over the years, and I say better in compared to like the last 2 years, actually, especially like when I first took over as principal of J.O. Wilson. I'm in my 3rd year now. So being able to get work orders, taking care of that process has sped up some, but there's still room for growth.
All your bathrooms are working?
All of my bathrooms are working.
HVAC is working?
Yes.
Ooh, the hesitation.
It's working. We do have an older system where some days it's working too well, where it may be extremely hot or extremely cold, but it is working.
Okay, I'm glad it's not perfect. Thank you. I do appreciate your testimony. Let me see, Councilmember Lewis George, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to first, Mr. Hassel, I just think this is absolutely ridiculous, the situation with the principals at McKinley Tech. And, you know, if I'm hopeful, you know, at-large council members and wards, well, I know I'm in Ward 4 and that's not your ward, but I absolutely plan on asking about it. I think it's ridiculous. And I think someone leaving after burnout as a result of it is a true testament to what happens when we don't appreciate, prioritize, give the resources to leadership in communities and schools. So I thank you for your testimony. I wasn't, you know, I'll bring the question up and definitely will follow up. I do think it's a ridiculous situation. I know so many great alumni of McKinley Tech, family included, you know, Judge Sullivan, so many people in the city who are strong alumni who I think also need to be brought into this conversation as well to help advocate. I want to, Ms. Curtis, I want to come to you. And I want to ask you about, I know the mayor's increase was $2, I believe, a $2 increase. What is, and I appreciate you all's continued advocacy. And I know I missed a previous witness who testified, but I wasn't there during questioning. And she talked about a lot of the racial justice factors to that, comparing it to like Montgomery County and other school districts and I appreciated that aspect as well. Are you all, is the ask to receive the $2, the increase in the mayor's promise, or is the ask to, for us to increase even from that number?
Yes, we need an increase of at least no less than $35 an hour.
Okay.
And so if we get the $2, that would take us to 17. And then we heard talk about a $5, which would take us to 20. And so that's still well below a living wage for us. And so, and we're also asking for retroactivity, since we were asked to come back in the fall of 2020 without prioritization for vaccination. We were just kind of on our own, whether, you know, we could get in line with the public or not. And so we're asking for that as well.
Okay, so it looks like, and when I'm looking at the budget right now, it looks like the daily rate for substitution will increase from $121.50 a day to, I guess, $136. So we're going from $15.20 an hour to $17 an hour. And so from $121 to $136, the ask is for $170 per day. Is that right? Is that the correct calculation for you all's ask?
So it would be $300 a day.
Oh.
Or $280 a day.
Oh, okay, so that's a different increase. Okay.
Yes. That's our ask.
That's the ask. Okay. we will look and dig and get a sense of what's going on now with the current promise, and then see what's possible to take that further. And so thank you all for your continued advocacy and showing up downtown, and the work you all have been doing and being persistent. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We're very grateful. Thank you.
I want to come to you, Chris Taylor, Ward 4, Truesdale parent. As you know, we've been in this process for a while. Last May of 2021, we sent a letter sort of giving potential locations, possibly for swing space location. We're in the swing space crisis. Now I'm getting some feedback that, parents might ask for modular space, but once they get modular spaces, they're usually unhappy with the modular spaces. And we're not sure if we want to take that risk with the parents being unhappy with modular space versus the commute to Garnett Patterson building. So since I'm getting that feedback, I want to give you the opportunity to feedback on whether you all understand sort of what a modular space sort of entails, what that looks like, and whether you would prefer that over the space at Garnett Patterson.
Yeah, I think it's just two key concerns that I'd reiterate. The first, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but as Ansi Zach Israel testified earlier, there's skepticism from our side too, family side, and others we've spoken with officials about just Garnett Patterson being realistic. I mean, how do you devote that amount of money for such a short amount of time and turning around? And Truesdale's been left out in the cold a lot in the process of modernization, and we're just worried about the logistics administration not coming through on that plan is one concern. And then it's just hard to count. It's just hard to consider what the distance means. I mean, we're there dropping off our kids, and other families are rushing early in the morning, dropping off students, and then getting straight to the bus to go to work 10, 11, 12-hour work days. How are you going to do that at a longer distance? And I'm frankly, as the family teacher organization representative here, willing to make some sacrifices about, modular space is whatever it is, if we're in a location that really does provide for the needs of our families and disrupts the school community the least. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Can I just want to say thank you to Peter McPherson for his years of library advocacy. And I want to thank Coach Ali for showing up and advocating for our Ward 7 schools, Ward 8 schools, and really bringing up the issue of equity. So really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to conclude the questions. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. You are excused, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. And I'm on page 8 of the witness list. Christine Dupree, Program Director, Edgewood Brookland Family Support Collaborative. Audrey Walker, who's Director of Youth Services at Jubilee Housing. Sharice Fagans, who's Infant Toddler Teacher Aide at EduCare. Piper Davis, who's President and CEO of EduCare. Brigham Kiplinger, he was a principal at Garrison Elementary School. Nadia Gold Moritz, who's Executive Director of the Young Women's Project. Abigail Smith, who is the Chair of the Early Childhood Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. Marcel Brown, who's a school counselor. Melinda Peters, who's Director of Education for Casey Trees. Stephen Kletter. Kent Withicombe, who's Education Project Director at the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Ann Haas. Suzanne Wells, who's President of the Ward 6 Parent, I can't remember what the SPO is. Deidre, and she'll tell me. Deidre Mosey, who's Roosevelt High School parent. Tracy Barnes, PLE board member, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Parents Amplifying Voices in Education is also known as PAVE. Keisha Clark, who's a PLE board member for PAVE. Shaniola Arawalaju, and I mispronounced that, my apology. Policy captain at PAVE. Cassandra Gentry, who's a citywide board member at PAVE. Lakeisha Battle Krim, who's a citywide board member at PAVE. We'll go back to, when I say go back, I'm bringing up to the top of the list, Christine Dupree with Edgewood Brookland Family Support Collaborative. If you're in gallery view, there'll be a clock. And if you're not in gallery view, there's still a clock, whether you can see it or not. And if you would keep your testimony to 3 minutes, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Christine Dupree, Program Director with the Edgewood Brookland Family Support Collaborative. I am here today to urge you to consider establishing a funding source to maintain and promote community schools after the initiation grant. As you know, the Mayor and Council enacted the DC Community Schools Initiative Act of 2012, and then through the Raising the Expectations for Education Outcomes Omnibus Act of 2012, required the establishment of at least 6 community schools across the city. I am very pleased to share that there are currently 17 community school consortiums across the district that receive funding through the Community Schools Incentive Initiative Grant, which is administered through OSSI. While significant gains have taken place to increase the number of community schools, insufficient attention has been given to creating funding opportunities to sustain existing community schools that have reached the end of their 3-year grant award under the Community Schools Incentive Initiative. The current funding structure requires existing community school grantees to recompete against a pool of applicants that are seeking to establish a new community school consortium. The existing funding structure creates a conflict between supporting the growth of an existing community school and advancing the community school model through establishment and development of new community schools. Research has shown that community schools is an effective strategy with tangible results. In a July 2021 brief published by the Coalition for Community Schools titled Community Schools Supporting One Another as a Blueprint for the Future, 4 key themes emerged that provided vital and consistent processes that are at the core of community schools. 1, community schools cultivate strong youth connections. 2, community schools build trusting relationships with families that make flexible options of engagement work. 3, community schools generate ecosystems of collaboration. And 4, community schools encourage civic engagement. Furthermore, the Children's Age Society, National Center for Community Schools, has publicized that community school growth and development is a process which requires long-term commitment. They have developed a comprehensive guide outlining the stages of development of a community school. The stages are not marked by a timetable, but rather clear and measurable capacities. The 4th and last stage of development, excelling, is characterized by permanent political commitment, designated funding, private and community support, and alignment of related initiatives using community schools as a coordinating strategy. Our schools are at the heart of this work and establishing sustainable funding that secures the community school coordinator's position, meaningful programs, and evidence-based intervention positions our students and families to thrive. In closing, it is critical that this council consider establishing a funding stream that supports the continued growth and development, as well as sustainability of community schools in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing before the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Audrey Walker.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Audrey Walker. I am Director of the Youth Services Program at Jubilee Housing and an active member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to comment on my opinion on the state of education in DC. The pandemic caused a lot of students, particularly students from underserved communities, to fall several grade levels behind. While virtual learning was not the best option academically for large amounts of students, it worked well for others. I mention this to say that the district should take a look at the data related to student level, grade level attainments during the past 2 years. What worked? What didn't work? What were the lessons and insights gained? I believe the data will show that a lot of students did not meet academic attainment during the pandemic, but were promoted to the next grade. The data may also show that some students thrive in a solely virtual classroom and/or hybrid education model. What implications does this have for our students' future academic careers and the future of education? What is currently being done to assure that students are actually retaining grade level material and are actually prepared for the next grade? Honestly, I think most, if not all, students needed to repeat the grade that they were in during the pandemic, when the pandemic first hit. However, I could see a lot of raised eyebrows about my opinion. I think it's important to get educational attainment correct before being promoted to the next grade, even if it means repeating a grade. While I'm not saying we should go back to 100% virtual learning, I am saying that the education system is not cookie cutter. And the pandemic exposed the gaps and inequities in education, along with revealing different learning modalities that serve different learning styles in and outside of the classroom, and can show promise if educational leaders look outside of the box in terms of future education models. Some of the things Jubilee Housing has been doing to support our students during the pandemic is providing high dosage tutoring for each student enrolled in our OST program since October 2020. Our in-house data shows the impact that high dosage tutoring had on supporting our students during the pandemic through virtual learning and supporting grade level attainment. While we are a small program and we're pretty successful in supporting our students academically, I am concerned about the other DC students who do not have access to high dosage tutoring, high quality OST programs, and other educational supports that may slip through the cracks academically. Research shows that out-of-school time programs with stronger relationships with school teachers and principals are more successful at improving student outcomes. One key opportunity for DCPS and other agencies is to proactively engage right now with OST partners in planning and making decisions about summer learning opportunities to bridge the gaps of learning loss and to assure that DC youth and families have access to academically enriching, affordable, and joyful activities this summer. The pandemic has tested us all, but it has also demonstrated the incredible resilience of our program staff, students, and families. We're proud to be part of the OST network and a proud member of the DC OST Coalition. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Sharice Fagans.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Sharice Fagans. I am an infant toddler teacher aide with a CDA at Educare DC. I am extremely excited to know that my profession as an early childhood educator is valuable to receive a fair and increased pay compensation through the new Pay Equity Fund. Our jobs are extremely important and we should be compensated fairly. We teach and take care of very young children at the most critical and formative stage of their lives. At Educare DC, my colleagues and I work extremely hard. We provide healthy, nurturing, and safe learning environments for all children in our care. We instruct children at a notably early age in social, emotional, and cognitive skills, language, literacy, physical, and early math skills. We collaborate weekly and develop lesson plans and individual growth plans to assure the children are developing individually and age appropriately. We form a partnership with parents and help set goals with them to ensure their infants and toddlers are growing appropriately and are meeting goals that their parents would like their children to meet. We also made ourselves available to work on site to accommodate families that needed childcare during this COVID-19 pandemic. We adjusted and implemented extra safety precautions for the children and staff in our classrooms to ensure we all stay safe. We are very passionate about what we do and take our career choice very seriously. There are many of us that have been working in the field for a long time, knowing that the compensation is low, and continue to stay in this field because of the love and passion we have for God's most precious gifts. We love teaching them and seeing the impact and difference we are making in their individual lives and their families. Unfortunately, there are also many great early childhood educators that we are losing because of the unfair compensation. Educators are choosing different career paths for better salaries. For myself, if it weren't for me living in a household where there is a second income with health insurance through my husband's job, instead of me paying for Educare's health insurance, it would not be affordable for my family and I. I would have to have a second job, as it is the case for many early childhood educators. So now for our jobs as early childhood educators to be considered important, valuable, and worthy of an increased pay is astounding for me and long overdue. Thank you to the council for prioritizing early educator pay equity. Please continue this critical funding for the long term so that teachers like I can rely on it while we do very important work with young children.
Thank you, Ms. Fagans. Piper Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Piper Davis, and I'm the president and CEO of Educare DC. Educare DC is now DC's second largest Head Start provider, serving 424 children from prenatal to age 5. I want to start by saying how proud you as council members and we as a community should feel about our birth to 5 system. We have built quality universal pre-K, pioneered using cost-based studies for subsidy funding rather than unrealistic market rates. And we have passed the Birth to 3 for All DC law. And now the Pay Equity Fund will pay early educators more fairly. The district is first in the nation in all these initiatives. We are first, we are an exemplar, and other states are following our lead. This is good and right and commendable, so thank you and congratulations. As exciting as this is, the components don't automatically become a system. There are gaps, inequities, and administrative barriers. For fiscal 23 and beyond, the council should be intentional about evaluating the system as a whole and should fund OSSI to ensure effective operations. There are 2 important components of this developing system that I want to comment on today. First, mixed delivery with CBOs is key to the strength of our Birth to 5 system. Enrollment in the pre-K PKEEP program has been growing from 4% in 2013 to 7.4% in 2020. Many parents want small community-based programs for their children, but these programs don't get equivalent resources to district or charter schools. For example, PKEEP providers have not been allowed to participate in the My School DC lottery. Families should be allowed to rank their high-quality PKEEP program as one of their lottery choices without being shut out of elementary schools. They should be able to choose to stay at a program where their child has been thriving since birth. Another example is that the district is not providing Part B services for children with IEPs in PKEEPs. Parents must either waive the IEP or transfer to a DCPS school, or providers must raise private funds to cover the costs. Also, PKEEPs do not receive any facility allowance. I encourage the council to pay attention to these discrepancies so that children enrolled in our PKEEP programs get fully equitable services and access to elementary school and kindergarten. Finally, the Pay Equity Fund is truly historic. Thank you to the council for funding it and to the task force for their outstanding work and thousands of hours of volunteer time. As my colleagues, Ms. Fagans just said, this pay increase for early educators is both astounding and long overdue. The pandemic forced a universal awareness of how important early educators are because families with young children did not have their amazing teachers to rely on. Thank you for fully funding the Pay Equity Act for next year, and I urge you to protect the non-lapsing status of the fund permanently. This can bring unprecedented stability to the ECE sector. Building a strong mixed delivery system that is stable, predictable, and equitable directly benefits children. Children thrive with adults who are stable, predictable, and loving, and adults thrive when their employers are stable and predictable. We have the pieces of an exemplary system ready to assemble here. Let's honor the opportunity and continue to approach the system building with thoughtful intentionality. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. The next witness is Brigham Kiplinger, Principal, Garrison Elementary School.
Good afternoon. I'm Brigham Kiplinger, and this is my 5th year as the proud principal of Garrison Elementary in the Shaw-Logan Circle neighborhood of Ward 2. Despite the significant challenges of the past 2 pandemic school years, we are excited to continue to grow next year towards our vision of a school where every Wildcat from every background can thrive. Therefore, we will continue to prioritize whole child well-being and joyful, rigorous learning, and have built our FY23 budget to reflect these top priorities. Now more than ever, the healthy development of the whole child requires robust social emotional supports, so we will invest in a wellness team of our school psychologist, social worker, dean, and a new bilingual counselor position. We also know that the arts and physical fitness support a joyful and well-rounded school experience, so we'll continue to invest in full-time art, music, library, and PE. To be their best selves each day and remain in the classroom long-term, teachers also need time away from children to refresh, to connect, collaborate, and plan. Our partnership with City Year allows us to provide teachers with this duty-free time during lunch and recess, as well as supporting after-school acceleration and other important school needs. Excellent educators also want to constantly push their own practice, so we invest in 2 top-notch instructional coaches for ELA and STEM who help our teachers to outgrow themselves every day, therefore accelerating student learning. Finally, we know that the early years, pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade, are the most vital in building a strong foundation of student literacy and numeracy. So last year we opened an additional kindergarten classroom, and next year we'll add an additional first grade classroom, which will enable us to lower class sizes and ensure that every Wildcat goes to second grade with the reading, skills, and number sense needed to thrive. The combination of our teachers' excellent professional development and more small group touch points per student have led Garrison to the district's highest reduction in at-risk or so-called red reading levels, and we are excited to continue this growth in the coming year. Finally, I want to echo and emphasize the testimony earlier today from our amazing Garrison 5th grade teacher, Isa Sanchez, who called for funding professional development aligned to the science of reading, such as letters training for instructional coaches and educators across DCPS. This professional development has revolutionized teaching and learning at Garrison and could do the same for children and teachers across the city. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you, Principal Kiplinger. Nadia Gold-Moritz, I don't believe she's here. Abigail Smith.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Abigail Smith, and I am here in my capacity as the chair of the Early Childhood Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force, which just last week submitted its final recommendations to the mayor and to this council. I want to start by thanking the council for your commitment to the critically important issue of pay equity for the district's early educators working in child development centers and homes. This work is the latest in DC's long track record as a national leader in early childhood. I, of course, have to particularly shout out my former boss, Councilmember Vincent Gray, for his decades of work on behalf of our youngest residents, but the entire council deserves credit for establishing the Pay Equity Fund as a dedicated revenue source for this groundbreaking work. I also want to specifically applaud OSSI for how it has approached this effort, including their level of engagement as part of the task force. Not only did Assistant Superintendent Sarah Mead and her team provide extensive information to the task force, Sarah also participated meaningfully in every meeting and listened with an open mind to the perspectives of task force members and their related constituencies. That commitment to co-creation and transparency will undoubtedly strengthen the path ongoing. The task force's recommendations are detailed rather extensively in our 55-page report, which I hope will provide valuable guidance to OSSI and their partners in the ongoing design and implementation of the PEF. I want to highlight just a few issues that are particularly relevant to this body. On top of the range of unanticipated issues that any new program of this scope and scale would encounter, the pandemic has created instability and anomalous shifts in the childcare market, including related to staffing, that make financial planning for the PEF particularly challenging. Furthermore, the authorizing language did not anticipate the two-phased approach to funding mechanisms recommended by the task force, nor the timing for a transition from one to the other. As a result, the availability of administrative funds as currently defined in law does not entirely align with the timing of when those funds will be needed. The council wisely established the PEF as a non-lapsing fund, and I believe this choice will prove very important in its early years. I urge the council to allow OSSI to fully leverage that flexibility in adjusting rate of spending across fiscal years, both with respect to program funds and administrative funds. While the legislative annual funding levels for the PEF are significant and based on our initial estimates will deliver on the promise of the new salary scale, the task force has elevated some additional elements that are likely beyond the resources currently allocated. The first is benefits. The Birth to 3 Act is clear that equitable compensation includes not just salary, but also comprehensive benefits, including health insurance, paid time off, and retirement. I urge the council to build on the PEF in the future to expand these critical compensation issues. The second unmet funding priority to highlight is for a formal external evaluation of the PEF. With such a significant outlay of public dollars, an evaluation seems an important part of financial stewardship, as well as a way to strengthen the program over time. In addition, given the groundbreaking nature of the PEF, an evaluation would be an important contribution to the early care and education field nationally, nationally, I encourage the council and mayor to identify additional resources for an external evaluation. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And let me publicly thank you for your service. Not only did you spend a lot more time than you expected, but you also were chair of the group. And I know that had some additional responsibilities, so thank you for that. Let me go to the next witness, Marcel Brown, who I believe is not here. Melinda Peters.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. My name is Melinda Peters, and I am the Director of Education at Casey Trees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Casey Trees is a DC-based nonprofit dedicated to restoring, enhancing, and protecting the tree canopy of our nation's capital. We plant trees, we advocate for tree protection, and of course, dearest to my heart, we teach students of all ages on the value of our district's trees and green spaces. For this hearing, we're concerned about the future funding for environmental literacy and outdoor learning for youth in the district. Because as environmental educators, we've been fortunate to work with teachers, students, and staff across all wards and district schools, and we've been a provider of environmental education through the past Environmental Literacy Advancement Grant, which was funded through OSSI, and currently through a Nature Near Schools pilot grant from DOEE. We also implement tree planting programs with schools, and all of these programs incorporate curriculum that meets our district's standards. We see firsthand how important outdoor environmental learning is to student well-being, especially as many of our students are still experiencing learning and developmental loss from the pandemic. These benefits help students foster creative and critical thinking and increase competence. We've heard from other partners today on some of these issues. And as a reminder, I'd like to note that the district's Sustainable DC plan includes a goal for every student in the district to be taught environmental and sustainability concepts. Yet we see no commitment to the continued outdoor learning and environmental literacy reflected in OSSI's FY23 budget. And we know that last year OSSI allocated $9 million in federal funds to schools for outdoor learning. The key here is infrastructure. But it's unclear that there's funding for outdoor classrooms, green spaces, or really more importantly, the programs to assist teachers in utilizing these spaces to facilitate outdoor learning and environmental literacy. And members of the DC Coalition for Equitable Outdoor Education have made clear that that infrastructure without programming is really ineffective. And moreover, defunding outdoor learning in this fashion creates an inequity between schools who have the capacity to provide field trips and education like this in outdoor spaces and those who do not. And this inequity will deepen as students without these opportunities have less exposure to academic and career opportunities that outdoor learning provides. So we must invest in our partners to do this work. Our teachers and students need support, and it should be available to every school in every ward. We urge the council to ensure environmental literacy and outdoor learning are provided to every child in the district and to commit funds to support teachers and partners in this endeavor. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Stephen Kletter.
Yes, hello. My name is Stephen Kletter, and I'm a practicing economist who has lived and worked in the District of Columbia for over 25 years. I have two children in DCPS schools. My youngest child attends Alice Steele Middle School. With about 1,500 students, Alice Steele is by far the largest middle school in the city. This is not a typical year because DCPS has implemented an entirely new budget model that replaces the old CMS budget model. I previously testified before this committee on how the old CMS budget model systematically underfunded large schools. On two occasions, I made similar presentations to DCPS leadership and staff. Unfortunately, the new budget model has not fixed this fundamental problem. As a result, many students in our city, including those that attend Alice Steele Middle School, will continue to receive inadequate general education funding simply because they attend a large school. I encourage the council to review my previous testimony on this topic, which I've reattached to today's public statement. With the balance of my time, I'd like to address what DCPS refers to as one-time stability funds. What does it mean for a school to be allocated a large amount of one-time stability funds for next year? Well, it means, and this is important, that the new DCPS budget model has determined that that school's baseline funding should be cut dramatically. These stability funds appear intended to temporarily mask in an election year the inevitable baseline funding cuts for these schools that are scheduled to kick in FY24. Although not publicly acknowledged by DCPS, the new budget model shifts tens of millions of dollars from elementary schools and Alice Deal Middle School to high schools. While I'm thrilled to see the additional baseline funding for the high schools, which is much needed, I'm disappointed that it will come at the expense of other schools. For example, the new DCPS budget model cuts Alice Deal's general educational funding by over $1.6 million for FY23. This funding cut is temporarily masked by the $1.7 million Deal will receive in one-time only stability funds. However, beginning in FY24, these stability funds will be eliminated, resulting in a $1.7 million funding cut that will require Alice Deal to eliminate a whopping 15 general educational teaching positions. This is simply unacceptable, and the budget model must be fixed. Similarly, the elementary and middle schools that feed Jackson Reed High School collectively will lose over $10 million in annual funding when the stability funds are eliminated beginning in FY24. This represents a whopping 11% funding cut, which will necessitate the elimination of over 90 full-time teaching positions. Again, this is simply unacceptable and must be fixed. I've attached a presentation that outlines this funding problem in detail. Thank you for your time and for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Kletter. Kent Withcomb.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and to the entire council for this opportunity to testify. I'm Kent Withcomb, the Education Project Director at the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. We urge the council to continue efforts to reverse the effects of decades of systemic racial discrimination and poverty, and to invest in racially just education system in DC. The legacy of a segregated and unequal education system is still present. Black and brown students in DC are more likely to attend public schools that are under-resourced. The pandemic meant 2 years of traumatic, unpredictable challenges for our students, staff, and parents, and our school communities have shown tremendous resilience. Nevertheless, during the pandemic, literacy rates of Black and brown students and those in poverty dropped, and the literacy gap widened. Our neighborhood public schools in particular deserve more support to assist students and school communities to continue to recover and to really begin to thrive. Summarizing our extensive written testimony that will be submitted today, our recommendations prioritize investing in students who need it most: students of color, students with disabilities, and students in poverty. We recommend that the council provide additional funding for DCPS schools to ensure that no school needs to cut critical staff and programming, and invest in DCPS's neighborhood feeder school systems that serve students and communities that have been underfunded in prior years. We should create digital equity by ensuring that students and teachers have the devices, infrastructure, and training necessary for their work. Many schools are still not at one-to-one, even though digital equity has been advocating for that for two or 3 years. Our school partnerships report to us that many schools have laptops on carts and things like that, instead of in the classrooms in the students' hands. We should reduce funding for police and invest instead in proven strategies that promote public safety and equitable learning environment, including mental, behavioral, and physical health services, enrichment and community building programs, conflict resolution training, and restorative justice. And we need to designate funds to compensate students with disabilities for special education and related services during the pandemic. With my remaining time, I'll touch on a few things. The Deputy Mayor for Education has repeatedly told the public charter school board that we are spreading resources too thinly over the charter schools and the neighborhood public schools. In Ward 5 alone, we have 41 charter schools and we have 16 neighborhood public schools, 57 schools for 17,000 students. Most school districts have about half that to educate that number of students. I'm running out of time, but more is in our testimony, and that will be submitted today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Withcomb. I was going to ask about your testimony, but you said you will be submitting it. Thank you. I believe Ann Haas is not here. Suzanne Wells.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Wells, president of the Ward 6 Public Schools Parent Organization. I'm also a community member on the Eastern High School LSAT. What has become clear from our member schools is that most of the schools whose budgets allow them to keep their current staff are only able to do so because of the COVID recovery funds that were added to school budgets. The addition of these one-time funds makes it appear our schools are adequately funded when nothing could be further from the truth. We are very concerned about the budget cuts that are expected next year when the COVID recovery funds are not available. Because the schools are not adequately funded, we are also seeing schools forced to use their at-risk dollars to maintain their current staff. The lack of adequate funding doesn't allow the schools to target their at-risk dollars to the students with the most needs and continues long-standing practices of using at-risk dollars to augment school budgets. Our city leaders must work together to ensure schools have adequate local funds that cover rising costs and provide stability in school staffing from one year to the next. Our city's education budget is $2.2 billion to educate approximately 96,000 students. It's past time for the council to look holistically at the costs for both DCPS and the public charter school sector to find ways to most efficiently use our education dollars. The FY23 budget includes funding to build out the Georgetown Day School property the city purchased in order to alleviate overcrowding at Wilson High School. DCPS has indicated a portion of the seats at this new high school will be reserved for out-of-boundary and at-risk students. Some have reported up to 50% of the seats, or 500 seats, will be for out-of-boundary and at-risk students. While on the surface, this might sound like a good idea, there are multiple concerns with this plan. To reserve these out-of-boundary and at-risk seats assumes this new school in Ward 3 will be more desirable and families will want to choose it over their in-boundary feeder school. A shift of up to 500 high school students to a new high school in Ward 3 by design will reduce the enrollment in our by-right feeder schools. Is this what is intended? The city must continue to strengthen the feeder patterns in all parts of the city instead of opening up new seats in Ward 3 and encouraging families to travel across town for a quality education. The opening of this new high school will bring the total number of high schools in DC to 38. This is far more high schools than our city needs, especially in light of declining student population numbers. I hope there is a commitment to ensure our families can rely on predictable feeder patterns, programming, and staffing at our schools. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Deidre Mosey, Roosevelt High School parent. I don't think, oh, she is here. Please proceed.
Hi, Councilman Middleton and other council members. I'm Deirdre Mosey, and I'm a parent of a Roosevelt High School student. I have two concerns that I want to address today. One is the overcrowding and lack of space at Roosevelt. And the second issue is the safety issues with Roosevelt state adults attending school with high school students. Roosevelt is slated to have approximately close to 900 students enrolled next year, and their capacity is 1,000. So when you also factor in the Roosevelt state increase in population, that brings the school well over the slated $1,000 students capacity. I think with all of the issues with COVID and of the issues that come with high school students, I think the administration should not have the issue of trying to resolve space issue for students in high school. I think that DCPS needs to reconsider and find a different location for Roosevelt State, because that is an adult program that has their own resources and needs that should be separate from the high school students. Currently, they have classes with, like my daughter's art class has 28 students, and the teacher is tasked with trying to communicate with Hispanic students and English students so that they know exactly what is expected of them, which takes from the students learning from both Spanish side and from the English side. The school is slated to get 22 additional resources as far as teachers, but it's not enough space. So where are they going to put these resources? Because again, Roosevelt State is taking up a percentage of this valuable space at Roosevelt High School. Also, they're having issues with maintenance as far as the air conditioning system. I believe Mr. Urkel spoke about that earlier today. They have plumbing issues where the bathrooms are overflowing at times and the cleanliness. And it's just a situation that we really need the council to consider in finding a different location for Roosevelt State so that it's not a safety issue and Roosevelt can continue to grow as they promote the excellence that's happening at Roosevelt today. I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the parents and on behalf of the administration, and I hope you all will take this into serious consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mosey. Tracy Barnes.
Good afternoon. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Tracy Barnes, and I'm a Ward 5 parent serving on PAVE's Ward 5 PLE board. The investment of $3.8 million to support initiatives for the school-based mental health expansion program will be great for kids throughout the district. But I'm asking you all to take it a step further by assessing the mental health needs of DC school communities, generating a comprehensive map of what mental health needs and supports currently exist in each school, as well as where the gaps are, and provide $300,000 for a cost study to identify how much it will really take to meet needs now and in the future. I believe there are especially gaps in supports for students with special needs and IEPs, and I'd like to share my child's story with you today. My son started school at 3 years old. At first, I thought he was adjusting wonderfully because he was always extremely happy to see me and share stories of his day with me after school. It wasn't until a parent-teacher conference that I found out about his crying all day, and outright refusal to participate in anything with the class, even that time, unless the teacher held him. By the second part of the school year, when he was having an even more difficult time being in school and away from me, I took him to early stages. He was diagnosed with sensory processing disorder. He had an IEP created, and with the cooperation of the teachers asking for and listening to my advice, the rest of the school year was much easier on everyone. The following school year was a different story. He became aggressive towards his teachers and any adult that he did not feel safe with. He hit, screamed at, threw things at, and ran away from them. I, along with his service providers, were totally shocked at the stories we heard about this sweet, quiet, finger-sucking little boy who loved to give out hugs to whoever will hug him back. Although he had his IEP already in place and now a BIP created by the school psychologist, his coordination of care was non-existent. By the second grade, we left and went to a charter school. This school's coordination of care was so much better that for the first time in 3 years, my son did not ask me to go to school with him every morning. Despite his progress, he eventually reverted back to his old ways. Within 1 academic year with no social growth, they offered me a private placement. I refused and demanded they did more for my son. I gave them a list of demands and they met every one of them, which included multiple evaluations. The results from these evaluations were eye-opening and instrumental in determining our next steps. It showed that my son has multiple anxieties in addition to his SPD. It became clear that the school cannot support his mental health needs. This time when they offered a private placement, I immediately accepted. My son is now in a private placement school with children that have various yet similar disabilities, no more than 10 students per classroom, and assigned in the classroom, always available even to parents, therapists, and is being taught social, emotional lessons alongside the academics where he is finally flourishing. I'm so sorry. Private placement offering should be an across-the-board, transparent, and equitable process for all families across all schools. Why is it that a DCPS institution did not offer me a private placement for my child after 4 years of struggle, but a charter school offered it within 1? This is a story I hear from many other parents. And I'm over time, so I'll stop.
Thank
You
you.
have the extended
Thank you.
version.
I don't have, yes, I don't have a copy of your testimony, so if you could provide that, please.
Okay, it was emailed earlier, but okay. Thank you.
Keisha Clark.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Keisha Clark, and my daughter attends Eastern High School. I serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, as you well know, in Ward 6, and I'm a PLE board member, and it's great to see you again.
Yes.
I want to start by thanking Mayor Bowser for investing nearly $16 million in OST programs. Personally, I'm hopeful that these funds will be used to provide a variety of sport OST programs, like Girls on the Run, swim classes and camps, or things like that. And that these funds can be used to provide more opportunities for students with special needs and disabilities so that they too can participate in programs as well. Nationwide, 1 in 5 children and adolescents experience a mental health problem during their school years. And among the 3.8 million teens who reported major depressive episodes in the past year, nearly 60% did not receive any treatment. Even here in the district, we have a problem we need to fix. According to PAVE's 2021 Fall Back to School survey, only 49% of families reported that they even know where to look for and receive school-based mental health support with their children in need. I often think about the ways OST programs can complement mental health, which is why I'm asking you to ensure that these increases in funding will be equitably distributed to conducting an up-to-date needs assessment for community engagement around these programs. I am a strong believer that OST programs, especially ones with sports and physical activity, benefit our children's mental, spiritual, and emotional health. Now, that is not to say that academic programs are not beneficial to mental health, but in my very own experience as a mother of a student athlete and as an athlete myself, I've seen firsthand and experienced the ways in which sport-related OST programs lead to strong mental health. It is my personal experience that OST sports can be an additional intervention to improve mental health. Good mental health is critical to children's success in school and life. Research demonstrates that students who receive social, emotional, and mental behavioral support achieve greater academically. School climate, classroom behavior, and engagement in learning and students' sense of connection and well-being are all improved as well. Mental health is not simply the absence of mental illness, but it also encompasses wellness, promotion, social, emotional, and behavioral health, and the ability to cope with life's challenges. Left unmet, mental health problems are linked to costly negative outcomes such as academic and behavioral problems, dropping out, and delinquency. Mental health and behavioral health problems not only affect students' short-term classroom engagement, but also interfere with long-term development of positive relationships and work-related skills. What if we could reach families to give them school-based mental health supports they needed by meeting them where they are? If we reimagine the way we look at OST programs, especially sports, specific programs, we can meet our families at a place where they would need to take extra steps to find them. Increased access to OST programs can work hand in hand with access to school-based mental health to create a brighter future for our youth. Thank you for allowing me to share my testimony. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement. That would be helpful to have.
Yes, sir. We'll make sure you have it.
Thank you. I believe that Shaniola Parolaju is not here. Cassandra Gentry would be next. Ms. Gentry.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of Whole. I am Cassandra Gentry, a grandmother of 2 grandchildren that I raised in Ward 6. I'm also a citywide and Ward 6 PLE for PAVE. I serve as a grand voice with Generations United for Grand Families in the District of Columbia. I would like to thank the mayor for her proposed budget for OST and school-based mental health that was released. I am also elated about the efforts being put in place to keep our youth off the streets and increasing their social activity, including Teens Night Out. It lets me know that the children in DC are a priority. I'm testifying today because school-based mental health is so important to my family. After losing my children to domestic and gun violence, I know firsthand of the effect that it has had on my grandchildren. In the past 2 years, I have experienced a lot of social and emotional changes and setbacks in my family as well as in my community. I think we can all agree that this is not normal. The everyday trauma of living safe and adapting to change is affecting our children. My granddaughter has collapsed both socially and emotionally over the last year. She attends Inspired Teaching School, where it is recommended that she receive weekly services with a clinician. While this is the plan, this is not what she is being implemented. There's been a lack of communication between me and the school about services that concern me. I have heard from other parents that their children are not getting consistent services. Just last week, we experienced a brawl fight on our playground that shattered our community. I've been with this community for over 9 years, and this is not normal. It's like giving me a prescription, but I don't get the medicine, so I'm still sick. I could take my granddaughter out of school every week for services, but then she would miss her academic day. She needs services in school worked into her academic day plan. I'm asking that the $300,000 for a cost study for school-based mental health. It is imperative that we make sure that there are enough services available for each child that is supposed to receive mental health services. We need your help in making sure that these services are available, accessible, and reporting goals and outcomes for our children. We need accountability for rendering services that are needed. Thank you for your service, and thank you for listening to my concerns for my grandchildren and all the children in DC.
Thank you, Ms. Gentry. And I don't have a copy of your statement either, if you can make sure we get it.
Yes, I sure will.
Thank you. And the next witness, who I think is not here, is Lakeisha Battle-Krim. So that will complete the testimony of this group. Give me just a second. Ms. Battle-Krim?
Yes, I'm here.
3 minutes, please.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilman Mendelson, members of the Committee of Whole. My name is Lakeisha Battle-Krim. I'm a proud parent of 3. My youngest daughter attends Rocket Ship Legacy Prep. I live in Ward 5, and I also serve with PAVE on Ward 5 citywide and PLE board. First off, I would like to say thank you so much to Mayor Bowser for her increase investment in school-based mental health for fiscal year 23. I'm testifying today in regards to my daughter being overlooked in school-based mental health. And I think personally, because she's doing extremely well academically, but I still have some major concerns regarding her mental health and her behavioral issues. She recently had these issues due to COVID-19, and many children in the school year of 2019-2020 had a real rough year. She had a hard time dealing with these issues. A lot of it affected her emotional, mental health. She really started showing signs of depression and anxiety, anger through behavior issues, and meltdowns that desperately needed mental health support. But her school seemed to punish her instead of recommending the mental health support. What I've learned in my experience with my daughter is not every student has the same access to resources of SBMH. From 2021 school year back to school survey, only 49% of parents are aware of the availability for school-based mental health in their school. You might have heard other PAVE parents testify to the data points because the numbers are way too high. Lastly, the lack of resources and trained professionals in DC schools can address these issues when they don't even know the current needs and or gaps in our system. This is why we are advocating for DC to generate a comprehensive map on what mental health needs supports currently exist in each school. This should include corresponding gap analysis. A good way to start this is with the $300,000 to fund the cost study, expanded school-based mental health programs now in the future for the support of the clinicians, COB clinicians. At this time, when I didn't receive, the recommendations or resources for my child, I was basically forced to do my own research, whereas I would have to go outside of the school, which I'm getting support from Community of Hope. While presently she's receiving one-on-one therapy sessions and family therapy to help cope with her everyday life and implementing the school-based mental health, I would just urge us all to figure out a way where we can best support teachers and aid SBMH clinicians. One way is providing the $2.5 million to stabilize grants for COB providers in general for mental health support. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Battle-Krim. And I don't have a copy of your statement either, if you could provide that.
I definitely will. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's going to complete the testimony for this group. I just have a couple of questions, maybe three. Principal Kiplinger, if you're here, I asked this question of the other principals. Your enrollment, is it changing between this year and next year?
It's increasing.
And with regard to your budget, is your budget for next year forcing you to have to cut some people?
No, it inevitably forces difficult decisions, but not cuts.
And how about facilities? What are your facilities like?
It's a huge area of need. $10 million or so were cut out of the Garrison modernization budget for cost overruns on another DCPS modernization, and that has left us with an incomplete modernization with a lot of deferred maintenance and recurring issues, a leaky roof, rodent infestation, that kind of thing. And in a building that was modernized 5 years ago, that should not be the case.
I wrote down rodent infestation and leaky roof.
Yes.
Let me turn to Ms. Wells. In your testimony, you make a good point about a new high school, but in Ward 3. But how do we address the overcrowding at at Wilson? Jackson Reed. How do we address the overcrowding at Jackson Reed? Ms. Wells, are you there? Looks like she might have left. I guess she left. Ms. Smith, are you still there? Yes, Abigail Smith.
Yes, I am here.
Are you suggesting that we need some legislative changes regarding the non-lapsing fund?
I think that the non-lapsing fund is fine, and it's just a question of continuing to support that. I think the issue is that the legislative language around administrative funds and how much can be used in the current fiscal year versus next fiscal year, because of the way the task force has recommended rolling out those funding mechanisms doesn't quite line up with the fiscal years. So I think that's something that that OSCE is aware of, and I think is, you know, if they're not already having conversations with your team, they plan to. But I think that will just be an important adjustment to make.
Okay, and some of that is spelled out in the report?
That's right.
Okay, and then you think there'll be additional costs with benefits and
Then an evaluation.
yes, do you have a sense of how the evaluation would be by an independent outside party?
I think that's the wise way to do it, both because it will just, you know, add credibility, but also, again, this is not only for us, but really for the country, because we're at the cutting edge here, and I think there's going to be a lot of interest in learning from what we do.
Okay, well, I hope they learn from how we got it right rather than from things that.
I do too.
Yes. Again, I want to thank you for your work on this, and I will probably be in touch at some point. I don't think there are any other council members present, so I'm going to excuse this panel or group. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, which might be a little bit more than 5 minutes, and then I will call the witnesses on page 9. So I'm not going to gavel. I'm just going to take a break until 4:55 at the latest. All right, we're resuming the hearing. And I appreciate everybody's patience. So I'm now on page 9. I'm actually going to call pages 9 and 10. Yvette Selby, who's a citywide board member of PAVE. Stephanie Griffith Richardson, who's an organizing captain with PAVE. Lindsay Jones Renaud, who's a PLE board member for PAVE. Renee Davis, who is a citywide board member with PAVE. Carolyn Bowen, who is a PLE or Parent Leader in Education board member with PAVE. Brajane Williams, who's a PLE with PAVE. Alina King, who's a student at, it says here Wilson High School, but I believe it's now Jackson Reed. Elizabeth Abbotton, who's a McKinley High School student. Julian Lopez, who's a student at Jackson Reed. Natalie Tiadam, who's a student at School Without Walls. Nomi Durand, who's a student at Basis. Jean-Pierre Roberts. Daniela Mendez Castro, who's a student at Wilson. Brianna Iglesias, who's a student at McKinley High. Maurice Depiendo, who's a student at Banneker. Juliana Lopez, who's a student at Czech, that's Columbia Heights Education Campus. Amber Golden, who is with the Duke Ellington Parent Teacher Organization and LSAT. Jeff Wheeler, a parent at School Without Walls. Ari Fitzgerald, president of the Ellington Fund. Dylan Craig, who's a teacher at Roosevelt Stay. I'm going to pause. Carmen Shepard, who's at Thompson Elementary School. I don't know if that means parent, student, teacher. Danielle Bigby, a student at Thurgood Marshall Academy. Julissa Canales, is a student at Czech. Dilshad Nahar is a student at McKinley High. Jennifer Saldana, who's with the Young Women's Project. Cathy Hollowell-Mackel, who's Executive Director of the District of Columbia Association for the Education of Young Children. Cheyenne Telfer. Donna Mason, who's with St. Albans Early Childhood Center. Jeffrey Credit. India Patrick, who's with PAVE. Cameron Rollins, who's Vice President of the Southeast Children's Fund. Patricia Brown, who's President and CEO of NCC. Jake Fishman, who's Policy Captain with PAVE. Gabby Frazier, who's a citywide board member of PAVE. Janae Gaynor, who's with Truesdale FTO. Jocelyn McClure, who's inaugural president of DESAAA. Lenita Law Reed, who's with Kids Are Us Learning Center, Inc. Leila Peterson, who's executive director of School Talk. Joshua Hurley Bruno, who's a teacher at Roosevelt High School. Africa Battle, who's a teacher. Allison Fulghum, who is a school counselor at Roosevelt. Shelley Hawkins, who is with Roosevelt, I don't know in what capacity. That's a lot of folks I called off, but I don't think very many of them are here. So is Miss Selby here?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
You are here. Please proceed, and good afternoon.
All right, so good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Whole. My name is Yvette Selby, and I am a proud parent of 11th grade twins that attend Capital City High School in Ward 4 and McKinley Tech High School in Ward 5. And I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE on the citywide and Ward 5 parent leader boards. Thank you to the mayor for proposing $15.3 million in increases for OST grants and programs, DPR and SYEP. Those are important investments. I am testifying today because dedicated funding for schools for before, after care, school, summer, winter, spring programs should become a priority for all district children. OST programs play a critical role in providing a safe, structured environment for children. Educational enrichment programs also promote positive benefits such as improved academic, social, emotional, and health and wellness outcomes. My son is a perfect example of the benefits of OST enrichment programs. I have testified in the past about my son's exposure to robotics in a community-based STEM OST. His robotics team participated in several competitions, and they were able to compete at world's competitions against teams from Romania, Liberia, as well as other teams across the United States. As part of the program, he learned not just to build robots, but also about coding, measurement, project management, teamwork, problem solving, and strategic thinking. As well as academically, he went from being a B student to a straight A student who wants to become a mechanical engineer and entrepreneur. Educational equity is essentially giving every student the tools they need to succeed and thrive. OST enrichment programs can level the playing field and help to close the achievement gap between lower and higher income students. That is why it is so important that the dedicated funding be differentiated based on the number of students, student need, grade level, etc. It should also include a redesign of the cost structure and requirements for vouchers and financial aid for students in need, and provide financial incentives for school teachers who are leading OST programs so that they have the resources and are compensated for their time. OST programs have to be quality, affordable, and accessible. Therefore, strategic plan with families, educators, OST providers, and community partners to ensure access to in-demand programs for all kids should be a priority. This plan should define what a high-quality OST program looks like and metrics for evaluation, and include updated needs assessment to identify existing program gaps and needs, and looking both at location, program type, as well as other factors described in our parent statements of beliefs. Ultimately, the strategic plan should be used to inform allocation of funding, resources, and other policies needed to expand OST. Every child in DC deserves to have equitable educational enrichment programs to help them grow and learn. Let's work together to make that a reality. Thank you for allowing me to testify and share what I want to see for our kids in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selby. Is Stephanie Griffith Richardson here? Don't see her. Lindsay Jones Renaud, I think I saw her.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Councilman. Hi, Council Member. My name is Lindsay Jones Renaud. I am a resident of Ward 7, and I'm a parent of 2 children in a Ward 7 charter school, and I'm a parent leader with PAVE, as well as an advocate with Decoding Dyslexia DC. So today I'm here with many of my other PAVE families to testify to advocate for better and more holistic school-based mental health supports, including funding for the cost study to better understand the scope of the school-based behavioral and mental health situation. I know that both of you and anyone else reading my testimony have worked hard to make sure that mental health supports in schools are a priority, and I thank you for that. And I'm sure that you agree that we need better mental health supports in schools. But I do have kind of a foundational question for you all, and that is, do you believe that it is the role of the school to support the whole child? Not just the child who shows up at school, but the whole child. Not just the child who, quote, disrupts or causes problems in the classroom, but also the child who leaves and goes home, wherever that may be. And what about the child who puts on the mask and uses all their energy while they're at school to be good or even perfect, but on the inside, underneath that mask, they're struggling? I ask you to think about that and answer that question, at least for yourself, because I know many parents, myself included, who have been told by our school that there's nothing they can do for our children because they seem to be fine while they're at school. And yet we know as parents, when they are home or in other situations, we see that they are struggling. Just because a child is not causing problems in school or not struggling academically does not mean they are not struggling on the inside. Those struggles may not show up inside the classroom, at least not yet, but at some point, whether it's at the end of the day, after they come home from school, or when they get older and they just can't wear that mask anymore, they're going to fall apart. I read an article in the Washington Post yesterday that said, quote, on average, it takes 8 to 10 years from the time when a child first starts having symptoms for them to receive treatment. So I want to know, what do you believe is the role of our schools in the situation where in those first few years, only the parents see those symptoms, but those symptoms build up over time until maybe 8 years later, everyone can see them. The article said that many children don't get care until they're at the late stage of the disorders. And what do you believe is the role of the school in helping children before they get to that late stage? As a parent, I'm not going to wait. And I want to be part of a community support system, including the school that doesn't want to wait either. That is why I'm asking you to provide funding for the district to comprehensively assess the mental health needs. And the cost study, I know I'm almost out of time, so I just want to add that that study needs to be intersectional. It must look at how children experience mental health challenges and access support depending on multiple intersecting factors, including race, socioeconomic status, as well as gender, disability, sexuality, and other factors. For example, we know that girls often go undiagnosed for disabilities and disorders and mental health needs like autism and ADHD. So the gap must be explored in an intersectional way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones-Renaud. And thank you for, I just want to acknowledge your strong feeling here. I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could submit it. Is Renee Davis here? Yes, Renee Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of this Committee of the Whole. My name is Renee Davis, and I'm a proud parent of 2 students with IEPs, which are managed by the Capital City Public Charter School lead agency in Ward 4. I also serve on the citywide board with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, and I'm currently representing Ward 1 on the citywide board. Today, I really wanted to testify about the importance of school-based mental health and out-of-school time funding for all learners, especially children with disabilities and/or IEPs or placements due to FAPE outside of DCPS. So back in 2019, OSSI published a statement that about 15% of all students in DC are children with disabilities. And usually we say that about over half of the students attend public charter schools. Now, my 2 children have had very drastically different experiences with accessing school-based mental health and OST due to their neurological differences and subsequent different educational placements. My daughter, Alexa, is an autistic, and she attends a private high school in Maryland where she can work towards a DC high school diploma. So on a typical day, she works with a home health aide before the OSSI DC public transportation bus arrives, and she travels 30 to 45 minutes to a private placement. Now, before COVID-19, both of my children struggled with accessing school-based mental health, but for different reasons. So again, going back to my daughter, with her private placement, now, I couldn't actually access any educational opportunities outside of her self-contained classroom due to her autism and the concurring mental health issues, anxiety. Now, in contrast, my younger child, my son, he attends Capital City Public Charter School, where the school-based mental health program is well funded, and it's in partnership with the Mary Center, also in Ward 4. So as a middle school student, since the 6th grade, he's been able to access all of his supports through his IEP right within school with a full-time staff person, and he's able to access those supports with his peers. So as a matter of fact, during the COVID emergency, the federal match must have added to the ability to use telehealth services with the Mary Center. So although, again, we've had just very different experiences. When I go back and I think about my daughter, her school, the Children's Guild, they've been providing all of her IEP related therapies via Zoom. Now that the in-person learning is back available, she's continuing to access school-based therapy in small groups or for autistic peers. But her autistic peers in this setting are divided. There's a couple of kids that are high school diploma track like her, but the majority of students that are accessing these private placements are actually don't anticipate getting a diploma. They're just
Ms.
working.
Davis,
Yes.
your time's up. You've exceeded your time.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, again, I just wanted to say that because of COVID and because of the federal match, I just hope DC government can adequately fund access to these funds. And then I have my full testimony submitted in writing to discuss how these funds will really positively impact children.
Thank you,
in
Ms.
both.
Davis. I don't actually have a copy of your statement. If you could make sure we have it, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
I believe Carolyn Bowen is not here, and Bray James Williams, I believe, is not here. Alina King, you are next.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Alina King. It's nice to meet you all. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am 15 years old. I attend Jackson Reed High School, previously known as Woodrow Wilson. In my future, I hope to attend college, law school, broaden my international studies, and travel. I am a youth advocate at the Young Women's Project, working on the mental health campaign team. YWP is a DC nonprofit that builds the leadership and power of young people to solve problems in communities and schools. I joined the team because I know young people who struggle with mental health, and I want to be able to provide resources and give them information to help. I'm here today to discuss mental health in DC schools and recommend that the DC Council invest $5 million on after-school wellness programs at 125 schools. Mental wellness is of great significance to me because it is something that touches every aspect of a person's life, yet it isn't considered a priority or taken seriously. I know the pandemic affected the mental health of many students. I can thankfully say that the pandemic did not seriously affect my mental health, but I know some students who went through a serious change, academically and socially. I know students whose GPAs dropped because they couldn't learn a certain subject as well as before, and others who'd lost touch of friends because they didn't feel like getting out or meeting people. For me, the transition back in person school was very stressful because there are so many people in my school, and even though we were wearing masks, COVID was still contagious, so you didn't want to get near anyone. But at Jackson Reed, it's impossible to not get near anyone. The counselors at Wilson have been trying to reach out to students on mental health, and the students are also taking leadership. My counselor has gone to classrooms and introduced herself and is very good at responding to emails regarding any questions students may have, but I'm not entirely sure if other counselors have done the same. For health education, we had a unit on mental health, but it was a grade, not a check-in. We have had some surveys about our mental health during class from time to time, which is good because it ranges from how safe students feel in the school to how they're being treated. Also, there are a couple of clubs at Wilson devoted to mental health, so students are taking the lead on addressing mental health, not the adults. Whether it's sticking QR codes or posters or talking on the speaker for the morning announcements, students have found ways to reach out. For my virtual wellness center room, I focused on sleep. Sleep continues to be a significant challenge for most youth with 67% reporting challenges, consistent trouble sleeping, and up late doing schoolwork. I reviewed some sources that were provided for me and researched some other websites. I made sure to search for more than just facts about sleeping and its benefits. I learned ways to fall asleep, like teas, games, breathing exercises, and why someone isn't sleeping. This issue is important because sleep affects our performance at school and other areas of our lives, as I'm sure everyone knows, because for years we've been told that sleep is good for us. But I feel like a lot of young people suffer from lack of sleep. Our wellness centers will also focus on building resilience through relationships, meditation, nutrition, and other wellness practices. Virtual Wellness Center will also include details on services, office hours, and appointment links for school-based mental health staff so that youth who need services can access them. Our goal is to reach at least 40% of students across DCPS. We are launching the centers in early April.
Ms. King.
Yes.
You're over your time.
Okay, well.
We have to cut you off.
Then thank you, and I appreciate you all for your time.
If you would provide us a copy of your statement, I would appreciate it. I believe Elizabeth Epitan is not here. Julian Lopez. I believe that Julian Lopez is not here. Natalie Tiadim, I believe is not here. Naomi Durand.
Hi, I'm here.
Let me just remind folks, if you're in gallery view, there's a timer at the top row. Witnesses have 3 minutes. Good afternoon, and please begin.
All right, great. Hello, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Noemi Duran. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today. I'm a 17-year-old from Ward 3 and I attend Basis DC, a charter school. I plan to go to college to pursue my interest in psychology and mental health. Currently, I'm a youth advocate at the Young Women's Project, working on the mental health campaign team. YWP is a DC nonprofit that builds the leadership and power of young people to solve community problems, especially in schools. I joined the team because I'm extremely passionate about students' access to mental health resources, and I wanted to learn more about the issues and make concrete change. I'm here today to talk about the work I've done to promote mental health and wellness and how my school interacts with students' mental health. I'm also here to make some budget recommendations that align with the emphasis I believe schools should place on their students' well-being. My mental wellness journey has been through many highs and lows, many of which due to COVID and school. During the pandemic, I started suffering from destructive burnout, and having involved parents who have money and resources to ensure that I had access to therapy was the only reason I was able to seek out proper help. Many of my friends can't because of financial restraints. They need privacy from their parents and can't pay for therapy without their insurance. My school doesn't provide many mental health resources and does not share much information about what they do have. It's baffling and incredibly frustrating that the current health and school systems create so many obstacles to receiving that help. It's hard enough to admit that there's a problem, and sometimes it's hard to even identify that there's a problem if you don't have the knowledge and resources. Although my school has a mental health counselor who's employed with a community-based organization outside my school, as well as a school psychologist, we rarely hear from them outside of occasional workshops for lower schoolers. When surveying my peers from my statistics class, I found that 65% of 11th grade students hadn't met or heard of either of them. And the average rating scale of 1 to 5 of helpfulness from those who had met them was 2.5, which is way too low. Apparently, they have open offices and you can drop by and talk one-on-one whenever necessary, but that's not helpful if most students don't know about that opportunity. One thing I'm trying to do to combat these mental health issues and lack of resources is by creating a virtual wellness center for my school through my YWP job. The virtual wellness center includes links to dozens of mental health resources with the aim of increasing access to mental wellness resources for students. In addition to working with YWP, I created a new nonprofit organization named Karna. We have 3 core missions. The first is to sell self-care boxes for our customers to buy for themselves or a friend. The second is to make those products affordable and more accessible to teenagers. And the third is to provide information packets for free on our website, which include information and resources related to mental health and wellness in a helpful and digestible format. With Karna, we hope to remove some stigma around mental health by starting conversation, as well as make products and information more accessible to teenagers since they are so hard to access elsewhere. However, I still strongly believe that schools should provide necessary resources in a clear and helpful way, which is where my recommendation comes in. 1, make sure that every school has at least one counselor in the budget who is designated as a mental health support person. And 2, allocate $5 million to launch a school-based system-wide wellness initiative that provides after-school education, support, and training to children and youth in 125 public schools. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Duran. Elizabeth Abaton, I think you joined us.
Yes, good
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I would like to thank each and every one of you for allowing me here to testify. My name is Elizabeth Batson. I'm a senior at McKinley Technology High School. I'm 17 years old and I live in Ward 5. I plan on going to college and medical school to become an orthopedic surgeon, and continue my mental health advocacy. I'm a youth advocate at the Young Women's Project, working on the mental health campaign team. YWP is a DC nonprofit that builds the leadership and power of young people to solve community problems, especially in the schools. I joined the team because I wanted to be a part of a passionate organization that focuses on the health of students and provides them with resources and addresses issues about real change in the school community. I am here today to share my experience with mental health support at McKinley Technology High School and recommend that the DC Council invest $5 million on after-school wellness programs at 125 schools. For me personally, my mental health journey has been quite through some twists and turns. During the past year, my stress levels have been pretty high because I was unsure of what to expect from the world. I was going through this rough phase with my friends and lost a loved one, so it was hard for me facing issues and it became a barrier. Schoolwork during the pandemic was hard since I was so used to the classroom environment, and being in front of a computer for 8 hours was taking a toll on my eyesight. Over time, my friends and I reconnected and encouraged each other to push through the hard times. On the school level, during the pandemic and now, my school has opened up mental health supports resources to allow classrooms and teachers to discuss emotional learning sessions quite often. During the pandemic, in most of my classes, teachers include morning check-ins to discuss issues and allow students to have contact with social workers. One of my teachers dedicated one day out of the week to self-reflect and meditate to take out stress virtually. As we came back to in-person, teaching was still including the morning check-ins, and it was really helpful. McKinley has weekly mental health advisory times where deans, staff members, and social workers are available for students. I've seen teachers being more lenient to students and providing extensions for mental health issues. Overall, McKinley and the administration has been doing a good while adjusting to in-person and supporting students during the mental health problems. However, in regard to the mask mandate lifting, there has been an issue with tools for sanitation, such as hand sanitizer wipes, water dispensers, that should not be reduced in number because of our new adaptation. The lack of these materials has taken a toll on the mental and physical health of students. One of the biggest complaints from the students at my school was about their stress levels. Most students have not been able to learn about stress, trauma, and other things that have been going on with their lives. What we learn at YWP is allowing us to pass on this information to students through the virtual wellness centers, which we use to educate peers and connect with them using Google Slides and Bitmoji with the virtual centers. Each of us developing rooms, and I focus on stress levels and coping mechanisms and resources. They need to know that even though they're going through overwhelming times, they can use the wellness centers to develop classroom presentations and continue this through their social media. And with
Ms. Abigail,
YWP,
your time,
yes.
your time.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And if you could give us a copy of your statement, we could finish it. Jean-Pierre Roberts.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jean-Pierre Roberts. I'm a senior attending Jackson Reed High School. I'm also a peer educator and youth advocate at the Young Women's Project. I'm here today to testify about the growing educational gap between students of color and white students due to the lack of accessibility, support, and general encouragement for students of color to enroll and participate in AP classes, as well as the lack of mental support for students as a whole. I'm asking that the committee allocate additional funds in the DCPS budget to cover AP classes for 800 additional students and AP teacher training. I have taken several AP classes at this point in my academic career. I personally experienced the benefits of having a GPA boost, which allowed me to have a GPA over 4, and the competitive advantage it gives me over my peers who remain in on-level classes. There are also financial benefits of not having to take certain courses in college because passing the AP exam can earn you college credits. At the same time, I've also witnessed the lack of diversity in AP classrooms. I talked with many of my peers about how uncomfortable they feel participating in AP classes. Their discomfort derives from being stuck in a particularly all-white environment, fear of utter failure, fear of being stuck behind other students, and fear of regret. Again, my peers have expressed anxiety regarding taking an AP class and being in nearly all white environments. Going further, COVID-19 and the lockdown caused a massive GPA drop among students, which just goes to show the lack of initiative by DCPS to ensure that students of all races were engaged with online school and mentally sound. But the most important trend from this GPA drop is that white students didn't drop nearly as far as Black students due to their boosted GPAs in AP classes, as well as greater encouragement to succeed highly in academics from the system and their parents. Here are my suggestions for how to address this problem. First, schools should do outreach directly to students of color to encourage them to enroll and participate in AP classes. The other potential solution, the preferable solution, is to simply have AP courses such as AP US History and AP Language Arts and literature be mandatory for everyone. With all this being said about AP classes, it is important to know that the feeling of being behind because you're not in AP classes and being in AP classes with no one that looks like you can cause a lot of mental strain on a student. As I stated before, Black students often feel anxious, isolated, and lonely in practically all white classrooms, and it blocks their ability to perform at their absolute best. Furthermore, based on what I've heard from my peers, high school in general is extremely difficult to handle mentally, especially when put in a system where materials are limited for you. And then throw in the fact that we experienced a global pandemic for over the past 2 years. The lack of mental health support is another issue I'm concerned about. I have faced major challenges mentally over the past 2 years, truly even beyond COVID. High school as a student at Jackson Reed High School has constantly been stressful, with students being ranked among classmates, worrying about my health as spaces were unhygienic, managing 8 different classes, 4 a day pre-COVID, and then 4 classes a day post-COVID with no rest at all. The workload, the responsibility, the expectations of these students are insane. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Amber Golden.
Good afternoon. I have, just so you know, I've recently submitted my testimony, so you should have that shortly. My name is Amber Golden. I'm PTO president of Duke Ellington School of the Arts, LSAT member, and Ward 4 paid parent leader. I come before you once again to express our concerns about the progress of the DSAP-DCPS negotiations for a revised governance agreement with which the council authorized in the 2021 Budget Support Act. While our community's questions currently remain unanswered, I optimistically report that since my last testimony on March 2nd, we have been contacted by Chancellor Fairby's office to schedule a meeting, and we're in the process of finalizing a date and time that allows for maximum parent participation. As many of you know, Duke Ellington began as an after-school program in 1974 with the goal of bringing high-quality pre-professional art training to students across the city who would not otherwise have access. For nearly 50 years, Ellington continues to fulfill its mission and meets 2 critical needs for district youth. Our upper-level arts courses and AP courses provide rigorous academic content and learning experiences that successfully meet many of the evidence-based recommendations regarding readiness, quality, equity, and engagement made by the Ready by 21 Coalition and the Aspen Institute. Additionally, access to rigorous courses is one of the 3 indicators of college readiness to thrive during the first year presented at the recent DC XQ 2-day educational opportunity audit to help area high schools rethink education. The extended day dual curriculum program provides engaging programming for 14 to 19-year-olds who are traditionally underserved by out-of-school time programs, and thus increasing our students' access to caring professionals and mentorship. The structure of Duke Ellington School of the Arts was truly ahead of its time. I feel compelled once again to ask the council to intervene to ensure that Duke Ellington is available for district residents for the next 50 years. As the negotiations continue to creep forward, we ask for a joint task force of council members, DCPS representative, and DSAP stakeholders to facilitate rigorous and fruitful discussions that ensure the quality and sustainability of Ellington's groundbreaking programming. We thank Councilmember Pinto's efforts to observe the recent negotiation meeting, which was ultimately denied by DCPS. If we cannot come to an agreement during this budget cycle as intended, we must also ask for additional funds to support pay parity for our instructors during the extended negotiations. We, like other DCPS schools, actually received a budget reduction in the FY23 budget. As a Ward 4 paid parent leader, I want to ensure that high quality OST programming and mental health services are available and accessible to all students across the city. My testimony that was submitted goes into more detail about the parent ask in terms of the funding study, the commitment to community-based organizations, as well as considering pathways to increase the number of mental health professionals qualified to serve in DC agencies, schools, and community-based programs. I stand with my fellow PAVE parents willing to work with the council, DCPS, and other district agencies to create systemic solutions to meet the needs of district youth, their families, and community partners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Golden. And we did just get the statement, your testimony. Thank you. I do want to note all the previous witnesses, I mentioned this with most of them, don't have your statements, so if you could make sure that we get them. The next witness is Jeff Wheeler.
Great, thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here, Chairman Mendelson and council members. I'll try to be very concise. I did provide a statement earlier, and I'll try not to go through it in great detail. So I'll mention been a resident of DC for nearly 30 years, starting out in Ward 1 and now in Ward 4 for the last 20 years or so, and have been active in DC in many different issues. I'm also the father of a 9th grader at School Without Walls. I've never testified before the council before, so this is an indication of my view of how important it is. My son started in the DC public school system in pre-K with at Yu Ying on the Chinese track, and he's been a proud student within the school system in DC for many years. So I am speaking in favor of a full, complete, and adequate budget for a School Without Walls. It is a rare and wonderful blessing to have School Without Walls as an educational opportunity for our children in DC. Achieving the level of success they've had, not just at the local or the regional level, but the national level, has been hard won, and it's taken a lot of work, and it's even harder to maintain that level. And it requires a commitment from DC to do so. An adequate commitment is not a 5% cut, and 5% cut is actually more than that, given the inflation and rising costs of teachers. So to sustain that kind of a level of commitment to success requires doing more. What I'll say in our 1 year of experience with School Without Walls is the administration is very effective, very efficient in their time, their energy, and their money. They are good penny pinchers in terms of using resources very effectively. I would also mention that school choice is another pressure for School Without Walls. Good students have lots of choices, and my son was a salutatorian at his school. He graduated second in his class, and he's an urban kid, and he wants to be in the DC public school system. And we looked at his mother's in Maryland and in private schools as well, but he wanted to go to a School Without Walls. It was a very important choice for him, and being able to have a great program that's highly competitive, I think it's a great asset for the district. Now, so just in brief, I'd say that School Without Walls is a great investment with a big return for the District of Columbia. It's educating our kids at the highest levels of excellence, doing it with an efficient professional approach, and it's enhancing the reputation of DC as a well-governed jurisdiction that shows effective results with its expenditures. One other, am I running out of time?
You're over your time.
Okay. I just put in a quick pitch for the high school baseball fields. There's not an adequate number, and the schools need more, including Coolidge High School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Ari Fitzgerald.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson and other committee members. My name is Ari Fitzgerald, and I'm the president of the Ellington Fund, the fundraising arm of the Duke Ellington School of the Arts. On behalf of the Ellington Fund, I'd like to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Pinto, Councilmember Henderson, and your colleagues on the council for your support of Ellington during last year's fiscal year 2022 appropriations process. We appreciate the $1.5 million in supplemental funds provided by the council to partially address, at least for this school year, the teacher pay parity gap at Ellington, a gap created by DCPS's long-term failure to comply with the commitments made to fully fund Ellington's program in a 2000 agreement with DSAP, the nonprofit that manages Ellington. We also appreciate that last year the council included language in the Budget Support Act directing DCPS to finally come to the table and negotiate with DSAP on a new predictable funding and organizational model for Ellington. However, despite the language in the BSA, negotiations with DCPS have been slow and disappointing, and little progress has been made. While the Ellington representatives have complied with every DCPS information request, DCPS sent the council a January 31st, 2022 report on those negotiations that did not reflect the input shared by DSAP. DCPS also has failed to address key issues, including the future financial support of Ellington, its commitment to Ellington's current program, and how Ellington's current faculty can be converted to DCPS status without licensure requirements that make no sense for a pre-professional arts and academic program. Instead of working with DSAP to ensure Ellington teacher pay parity and assume discrete functions of school operations such as payroll, benefits, and related functions that DCPS is better equipped to handle, the message conveyed publicly by DCPS, especially by Chancellor Farabee, is that, quote, full operational control, end quote, of Ellington is a fait accompli. This is not only untrue, but significantly mischaracterizes the goals of the negotiations. There are still several critical issues that need to be resolved to ensure the long-term viability of Ellington. First, the Ellington principal position should remain a DSAP employee position subject to DSAP supervision with the usual input from DCPS as required in the 2000 agreement I mentioned previously. Second, DSAP should maintain control of Ellington's arts curriculum and as well as provide significant input into the academic curriculum due to Ellington's arts integrated approach. And finally, DCPS licensure should not be a requirement to guarantee full and reasonable compensation of Ellington teachers. Ellington is one of the crown jewels of the DCPS system. Despite having a student population of which half reside east of the Anacostia, the graduation and college matriculation rates at Ellington far exceed the DCPS average. This is remarkable, and DC should be very proud of Ellington. What this performance shows is that DSAP and the faculty at Ellington know how to reach, challenge, and inspire the population of students Ellington serves. If the poor performance of Brookland Middle School, which was touted when it opened as DCPS's any indication, yes. I know I'm out of my time, Chairman Mendelson. I'm happy to take any questions and really very much appreciate your and the council's support of Ellington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Dylan Craig.
Good afternoon. I am Dylan Craig, an English teacher and the building representative for the WTU at Roosevelt Stay Opportunity Academy and a Ward 4 resident. I'm testifying once again about our spacing issues in our building that we share with Roosevelt High School. At Roosevelt Stay, we serve students 16 to 24 who come to us with a variety of needs. Many are here because they have somehow become disconnected with the educational system. Roosevelt Stay strives to provide an environment that allows them to feel valued and remain focused on achieving their educational goals during a period in their life where it may feel like everything is working against them. Many have come to Roosevelt Stay as one of their last chances to re-engage with school, and they need an environment that lets them know we are taking this re-engagement as seriously as they are. The staff are working hard to let our students know we take their education as seriously as they do, but the building says the opposite. Due to limited space in our shared building, we have staff that must frequently change classrooms throughout the day in order to make use of all available spaces during a given period, creating issues with planning and classroom setup. We have our social workers all in one room, making it incredibly difficult to provide the services for sensitive issues they face every day. We have crowding in areas, making it uncomfortable and unsafe for staff and students and creating spaces not conducive to learning. We have students from Roosevelt High School coming to our hallways and our students going to theirs, creating significant disturbances for both schools. We do not have a PA system of our own, so we cannot make important announcements to staff and students that foster a community feeling or strong communication. The limited availability we have in our building also leads to an overall feeling of unimportance, low priority, and even a stigma for our students. Again, this is incredibly harmful to a student body that has often already felt let down and abandoned by the educational system. Next year, we will potentially be adding more staff to serve our students, as will Roosevelt High School. This is fantastic, as we could use all of the support to give our students the learning opportunities they deserve, but we are afraid that we do not know where they will go. We already have been as creative as possible to use the limited amount of space we have been given. If we are truly to be an opportunity academy, we need the space to provide opportunity and show the students that they are not an afterthought, and the educational system is for them and does care about them. We need space for students and staff to be comfortable and feel respected, not like an add-on, not like a triviality. This is why I'm asking that you consider these spacing issues. Both schools need their own building. We need adequate space. We can't lose more space to Roosevelt High School. We want what is best for both Roosevelt Stay and Roosevelt High School, but currently the space provided is doing both schools a huge disservice. I want to stress an equitable solution for both schools. Our stay serves an incredibly vulnerable population, and I would hate to see a solution that means our students are dispersed, further from a metro station, or even receive less resources due to spacing. I consider us one of the last safety nets for our students to get a public school education, and the barriers they already face should be kept in mind when determining solutions. We desperately need more space for both schools and a place that will continue to be accessible for our state students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Carmen Shepherd.
Hi, good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and guests. Thank you for the invitation extended today to testify before you about the current budget cycle and its impact on our school. My name is Carmen Shepherd, and I am the proud principal at Thompson Elementary School for the last 11 years and 22 years in DCPS. Located in downtown Bid of Ward 2, we are a hidden gem amidst the hustle and bustle of the city. We are an international baccalaureate school providing an inquiry-based learning environment that fosters questioning, risk-taking, collaboration, reflection, all the way from our pre-K learners to 5th grade. We work hard every day to ensure that diversity is both celebrated and welcomed, and that our students and staff have the resources and tools that are required to push us all towards excellence. Budget season can be a very stressful time for schools, especially smaller schools like Thompson. Like many schools, the pandemic has impacted our student enrollment and therefore our staffing. Often in the budget cycle, schools are forced to make some hard choices. Do we require or acquire another full-time social worker or increase our music teacher to full-time? How do we maximize current staffing to support our ESL students with fewer staff? Additional funds located to school budgets are critical and help us to answer some of these questions. Our at-risk dollars for next year are allocated to cover the costs of our inner core teachers like art and PE and music. In addition, this budget cycle, we were able to maintain some of our educational aids across 3 of our classrooms, allowing us to maximize the educational experience for some of our youngest learners. The allocation of ESSER funds has allowed us to capitalize on the expertise that we have in the building. Our teachers, many of our teachers are able to provide additional support to students, approximately 50 of them during the after school hours through small group instruction 4 days a week. These funds have also extended some PD opportunities for our staff to build their own cognitive muscle around IB teaching and learning, engaging our ESL students. Finally, we're able to provide additional hands-on materials and resources for science, early literacy, and some social emotional tools, increasing in technology across some of our primary classrooms. With literacy continuing to be a heavy academic focus for us, we will be able to kick off summer reading check-ins to provide students with book sacks to extend their home libraries. While additional funds support some of the programming and staffing needs in schools, they don't always close the gap. With approximately half of our students being English language learners, revisiting staff allocations, especially for our ESL students to support them with their learning English needs, would be beneficial for a school like Thompson. We are excited about putting our current resources to work for our Thompson Tigers throughout the summer and into next school year, and look forward to possible additional funding supports to maintain the resources that we so desperately need for our English language learners in our building. Thank you so much for your time today and hearing my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Shepherd. I believe Danielle Bigby is not here. Next witness is Julissa Canales.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Okay, hello, Judy and members of the committee. My name is Julissa Canales. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. It's nice to meet you all. I'm 16 years old and I live in World War I. I attend to Columbia High School Education Campus, DC. In the future, I plan to be a therapist and continue my reading in mental health fields. I'm trained a young reader at Young Women's Project. I'm testifying today to read my experience as a Czech student. In the past year, straight, a light at a school workload and students' mental health. Stress impacts me a lot due to the workload. Students become so stressed they have to take care of themselves, like eating meals and on time. Schools in general don't get enough access to serious mental health in students. It seems like they think students are time when they really need more support. Personally, when I'm feeling stressed, I ask for extra help when does some of my stress, but isn't enough to support all students. While my school has a therapist and students have to talk through the process just to be seen. Few students are getting help that they need. At my school, you have to talk, which it means students are getting help that they need. At my school, you actually have to go to a teacher first to talk from a therapist and that person's problems because students will have to share what they need to see a therapist and may not feel comfortable sharing with a teacher. Responding to my teacher's side of mental health made program, which I think is a step right because sometimes you meet during lunch, which it gives students opportunity to talk about mental health with each other, and yeah.
Does that complete testimony?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Dilshad Nahar is not here. Jennifer Saldana.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jennifer Saldana, and I am a training associate with the Young Women's Project and a Ward 2 resident. You've heard from many of our youth today already, so you know what YWP is and what we do. Our youth leaders, our organizers, advocates, and system rebuilders, and I'm really proud of all of them today for giving really wonderful testimonies. Today, I want to urge the committee of the whole to consider allocating $5 million to the Deputy Mayor for Education to launch a school-based system-wide wellness initiative that provides after-school education, support, and training to children and youth in 125 public schools. In my role as a YWP trainer, I work twice a week with 15 Black and Brown youth from 8 different DC public schools across the district. Since September, I've led sessions to guide my youth through, an exploration of stress, its impacts on the body, and how it manifests in their day-to-day life. I've also led sessions that focused on understanding and building resilience. And so this experience for me has been very eye-opening. If there's one way to frame what I consider to be a common thread amongst all these experiences that youth have shared with me, it's with this single question: how can I tell I'm in a crisis? In a lot of our conversations about stress, what I've picked up from my youth is that there are, a bunch of topics that they don't feel as informed on, whether that's, what a healthy amount of stress is or what's toxic, what burnout looks like. These are things that my youth didn't have prior knowledge on and really appreciated having the opportunity to learn about. So it concerns me that young people across the city could unknowingly be pushing themselves through a mental health crisis or start adapting unhealthy coping habits without knowing it. And it especially concerns me when I consider the extra hurdles that Black and Brown youth face in an academic setting in order to excel. A lot of people have testified in front of this committee about increasing mental health providers and clinicians in school, which we believe is vitally important and strongly advocate for, but we also believe in mental health and wellness education for youth. The reality is that there is a shortage of licensed clinicians, and we believe that after-school programming holds so much potential for giving youth the space to explore and learn more about wellness. As you've heard from our youth, we have been creating virtual wellness centers as a place where youth can access more mental health and wellness resources, learn about services. And so that has been a part of our effort to increase youth knowledge on wellness. We would like to extend a thank you especially to Simone Sawyer, Olga Price, and Mariella Rosser for their commitment to youth partnership, as they've been an invaluable resource providing feedback and guidance for our virtual wellness centers through our Youth Adult Partnership Working Group. And we also appreciate the commitment of Kenya Coleman and Carla Hall on the DCPS mental health team. So in concluding, I just want to urge once again for the committee to address the gaps mentioned today by allocating $5 million to DME to support a system-wide school-based mental wellness initiative. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Cathy Huddleston.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Cathy Huddleston, and I serve as the Executive Director at the District of Columbia Association for the Education of Young Children, and I am a proud resident of Ward 7. DCAYC is an early childhood education professional membership organization that has 617 members, working in community-based, home-based, public, charter, private, early learning programs in all 8 wards of the city. We are also a part of the Under 3 DC Coalition. The leadership and members of our organization would like to thank the council for its leadership in passing groundbreaking legislation that resulted in funding to increase compensation for early educators. However, last year's budget, although it included an historic win for early educators, but the compensation increase on the horizon has done little to stem the current workforce crisis. Historically, available early learning infant and toddler seats were in short supply. Pre-pandemic, numbers estimated that the shortage of these seats to be at least 27,000. Currently, available seats are dwindling due to significant staff shortage as educators have opted for other careers. With looming mandatory early educator credential requirements due to take effect by December 2023, the field is bracing for additional workforce shortages, jeopardizing the ability of the city's early learning sector to provide much needed seats. Steps must be taken to attract, retain, and support the city's early learning workforce. Our association has recommended the following for OSCE's fiscal year 2023 budget to mitigate further staffing shortages. Number one, in accordance with the recommendations of the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force, ensure that the $53.9 million in the Early Equitable Compensation Fund gets into the hands of educators as soon as possible this fiscal year. Additional task force recommendations include minimizing loss of public benefits for early educators accessing supplemental pay, conduct extensive outreach to early education to inform them of pay supplements and help them apply for and understand the impact of pay supplement on their benefits and taxes, ensure that all communication occurs in teachers' preferred languages. Number two, OSCE launches an all-out campaign to alert early childhood educators about teachers and directors' new credential and degree requirements. And lastly, OSCE provide additional funding scholarships to help educators meet the new credential requirement in accelerated degree programs. These recommendations are necessary to retain, attract, and support the early childhood workforce in the district. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and I'm available to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huddleston, and thank you for your service on that task force.
Thank you, my pleasure and honor.
Cheyenne Telfer, I believe, is not here. Donna Mason.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I want to first extend greetings and appreciation to you, Chairman Mendelson, as well as the members of the committee as a whole. I join my colleagues and echo much of what they're saying with regard to the support we need as an early childhood community. Specifically, in the areas of facility enhancement and workforce, an increase in our workforce. One of the things that we've been experiencing over the last 2 years and trying to manage everything that came with the pandemic is realizing how little funds we have to provide all the support that's required. When I look at my own personal budget, and I'm sure it's similar with my colleagues, about 2/3 or 66% goes towards salaries and benefits. And about 20% goes towards rent and utilities, leaving a very small percentage left to address many of the other needs we have. As it pertains to the workforce, after conducting a survey with my teachers, it was very clear that they were headed towards burnout. When I asked them exactly what was going on with them, many shared that their long commutes, the escalating cost in just the essentials, gas and food, having to attend school afterwards in order to meet the credential requirements in the city, having to attend online training, managing excessive emails and tech demands with not necessarily the skill set to do so, as well as trying to manage their own families, trying to be primary caregiver with elderly individuals in their home, so on and so forth. They're overextended. And so while we are getting the job done, we know that this is not sustainable. So my recommendation in this area is to provide funding so that we can increase our workforce. In the areas of facility, I'm concerned that we are once again putting duct tape on a situation where our HVAC, plumbing, ventilation system, playground structure, as well as our tech capacity is limited simply because we did not have the same demand. Last year alone, we spent thousands of dollars with portable air conditioners because our facility had an HVAC issue. And while we are so grateful for the money that's been provided with the Pay Equity Fund, as well as road recovery dollars, my concern is as soon as things kind of simmer down with regard to the pandemic and the funding is shifted, that we will be in a bigger crisis. I thank you for your time. I thank you for the opportunity, and I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. And I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it.
Okay, doke. Oh, I don't think I said I'm the executive director at St. Albans Childhood Center.
Okay. Jeffrey Credit, I believe, is not here. India Patrick, not here. Cameron Rowlands, not here. Patricia Brown, not here. Jake Fishbein, not here. Gabby Frazier, not here. So Janae, and I'm calling the names just in case I'm wrong. Janae Gaynor would be next.
Hi. Oops. Okay, hello, sorry. I'm Jenny Gaynor. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a Ward 4 resident, parent of twins who attend Truesdale Elementary, and a new parent representative on our school LSAT. I'm returning to testify before the committee because we're still concerned about the proposed option for our school swing space during our scheduled modernization, the details of which you've already heard from some of our great advocates. In my previous testimony, I focused mainly on the distance to Garnet-Patterson and my concerns that it would be a burden for our families, our teachers and administrators due to the additional and unexpected commute times. And I just have to repeat that I really worry about the impact on our close-knit and diverse school community. I don't want to lose our excellent but overworked teachers, and nor do I want to lose the students who are already facing a variety of challenges at home and in getting to school, who are going to be like the least prepared to adjust to that busing process, or those families who are uncomfortable putting their pre-K 3 and 4 kids on the bus or having confidence that they're going to be able to pick up their kids in emergencies. Our families chose a neighborhood-based school for a reason, and I'm just concerned that that swing space at Garnett-Patterson will cause an enrollment drop and then a subsequent shift in demographics when we return to a beautiful new building, but it's not going to serve the students and the families who've been here the longest. You've heard from others, and I know other parents are testifying later, so I'm just here to really reiterate these concerns. I know our leaders and our ANC representative worked with Councilmember Lewis George's office to identify an option at 3rd and Sheridan near Coolidge High School. We know that there will be field space trade-offs. It just feels like a small price to pay for serving this many elementary students, going from Truesdale to Whittier to LaSalle Bacchus. That option would really preserve that walkability for our families and provide a similar commute for our teachers, and just serve so many workforce students. I want to reiterate the concern about the exterior state of the Garnett-Patterson building. I know Zach included photos in his testimony. I just don't understand quite how this building could be converted to serve this young population this quickly. Like, for example, will they be able to include restrooms in the pre-K classrooms? My son's pre-K 4 classroom doesn't have one right now, and it's a big deal for them. Like, imagining all of them not having them. How will they have play space? It just seems like so much to do, and I'd rather trade that accessibility for an inconvenient and ill-suited space for our youngest learners. Again, the school community is showing up because we really believe in our neighborhood school, and we believe that we can find an option that provides better equity and allows us to maintain this community connection. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Gaynor. Let me go back a little. Cheyenne Telfer.
Hi, good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Cheyenne Telfer, and I'm the parent of a pre-K 4 student at Langley Elementary School. I want to thank the chairman for setting a date for the tour of our school. We look forward to welcoming you. My son has been at Langley since he was 3 years old, and we have loved watching him grow socially and academically under the warm and loving guidance of his teachers. I'm here today to join my voice with those of other Langley students, parents, and staff who have been at Langley as long as or longer than that has need of an overhaul. As you know, Langley Elementary School building has been in continuous use since at least the 1990s. From what neighbors and former students tell me, it has not been remodeled or received substantial infrastructure support in the past 30 years. Until the passage of the PACE Act, Langley was slated to receive full modernization in 2018. Langley is now expected to receive modernization in 2028, a full decade after it was originally scheduled. Unless this timeline is changed, neither my son nor any of the students currently at Langley will benefit from the modernization. The equity that PACE sought to bring to school facilities updates worked against us and our largely at-risk Title I school student population. Like many parents at Langley, I love that my child is learning his neighborhood school. It has given him tremendous pride that he knows and meets his school and their families when walking to the local park or corner store. He feels he's a part of a community, and he is. Yet, the condition of Langley facilities causes many students to leave after K4. We watch families move to charters or other more distant DCPS schools because the facilities are so much nicer. It is unacceptable that our neighborhood school is so neglected. In fact, the photo you see behind me is of a bathroom at Langley Elementary right now. Students that remain at Langley do so because of the strength of the community and learning environment. Yet Langley's old and poorly maintained building does not support their learning engagement nor contribute to their feeling supported and valued as young scholars. We would love Langley to be reprioritized for modernization sooner than 2028, and there are updates and repairs that can be done now, today, that would make a huge difference for our school community. First on the list is putting a working bathroom in our cafeteria and gym, so kids and teachers don't have to walk up 2 flights of stairs to wash their hands or use the restroom during meals or physical education classes, when 25% of Langley students have special needs. And this is new information. A DCPS facility study in 2018 noted that none of our bathrooms are ADA compliant and urged the district to address the issue quickly. 4 years later, nothing has been done. Shouldn't every Langley student be able to learn in a building with accessible bathroom facilities? The walls and floors of our building need updating. We have 9 spaces with worn, outdated carpet that's been there for years. Our hallways desperately need a fresh, bright coat of paint and not the dark brown color they were painted by DGS the last time the building paint was refreshed. We love our school building and wanted to reflect the amazing work of our teachers, support staff, and our students, the amazing work they do every day. It should welcome our neighbors to learn together in the community. Please consider funding these small capital projects that would make a world of difference for our school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Telfer. India Pat.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is India Patrick, and I'm a proud parent of one child who attends school in Ward 7. I am also a special education teacher, and my son has a disability called oppositional defiant disorder, ODD. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, on the Ward 8 PLE board. Thank you to Mayor Bowser for her $3.8 million investment in school-based mental health and for the 5.9% increase in the UPSFF. I'm testifying today to advocate for even more investment in school-based mental health programs, specifically improving coordination of care across the system and training for all school staff. We also need the district to provide $2.4 million for stabilized grants to CBO providers. As both the mother of a child who has been diagnosed with ODD and as an early childhood special education teacher in Ward 8, I have firsthand witnessed and experience with issues related to school-based mental health. Many of my colleagues are leaving the profession because we are spread it too thin. Even with the SBMH expansion and support from CBO partnerships, we simply need more help. We know the need of our students are so high, and to support them, we try to record data during the daytime, but we can't truly do these things well until after hours. Most days I'm up from 6 p.m. until midnight, diving into data for students that we are gathering in during the daytime. We are overwhelmed. It's not that we don't want to help, but it's not like we're being compensated. It's almost impossible for us to truly collaborate with service providers and CBO clinicians. During school hours, so much of the paperwork necessary for SBMH interventions happen after hours, and they often have contracts with multiple schools. They are spread it thin too. We have been in a pandemic for almost 3 years now. Everyone is tired, kids, teachers, and clinicians. I sometimes feel like as if I have a similar story to the old lady who lived in a shoe. This is a familiar nursery rhyme that I want to use to help you to understand some of the issues I face as a teacher and parent. My nursery rhyme would be, there was a good teacher who worked in a school. There was a good teacher who worked in a school. She had so many children, her own and others who needed a lot of support. She felt like a fool. They gave her many rules without any effective tools. They lacked resources and training. Then shipped her all around until she was down and left doubtful and without a friend. So what now? Should she just quit the profession she loves and leave this town? Because what she loves is causing her to drown, mentally, physically, and financially. Where's her wraparound? At the end of the day, her goal is to find a more equitable way, a way where she can have all her children receive wraparound services without a delay. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Patrick. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that. The next witness is Jocelyn McClure.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and guests, thank you for allowing me to testify this afternoon. My name is Jocelyn McClure. I'm a graduate of the District of Columbia Public School System. I graduated from Duke Ellington, class of 1978, and afterwards I attended Catholic University on vocal music scholarship, currently operating as a co-leadership person in the capacity of co-leadership with past presidents Ronald Lee Newman, Yvette Thomas, and current president Yvette Burwell as a part of the Alumni Association. And I'm here today to speak on the issue of the perpetual annual budget shortfall of the Duke Ellington School of the Arts and to express a number of our thoughts and concerns regarding the future and legacy of our beloved alma mater. While we recognize and really appreciate that the DCPS is a fantastic contributing partner in support of the specialized dual curriculum that makes up Duke Ellington's experience, we recognize that there may be additional ways in which the school could possibly be supported by DCPS that perhaps haven't been fully explored. I had the unique experience of attending Ellington at a time when it was transforming from Western, and there were athletic teams. And while Western and Ellington Field was used programmatically for a number of years by different programs at the school, both the field and the resources that it produced for the school in the form of revenue have since been separated and increasing, and which has resulted, as an increased and exacerbated need for additional support. May I suggest that in light of the fact that there are no athletic teams now at Ellington, perhaps the amount of funding that would otherwise be used to support athletic teams could now be supplied to Ellington in support of its dual curriculum. Ellington ended last year in stellar fashion with a 99% graduation rate, and 98% of the graduating seniors received scholarship offers in excess of $10 million. In addition, Ellington was ranked a top high school in U.S. News and World Report. All of the things that go on at Ellington, the work that the students put in, the dedication of the teachers, all of that creates amazing human beings who know how to get along with others in any area they go into. And that's the uniqueness of the Ellington experience, helping them to thrive in collaborative, supportive, achievement-driven relationships in all manner of industries. It's the aim of the Duke Ellington Alumni Association to support our beloved alma mater and its continued efforts to create the citizenry that is rich and germane to the soil of Ellington and its founders, Mike Malone and Peggy Cooper Cafritz. We genuinely appreciate your support. And we ask that as you continue your evaluative negotiations, that you consider the countless contributions made by this historical institution and help it to continue to operate in a manner that remains committed to the infrastructure and the legacy that is completely and uniquely Ellington. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClure. Anita Law Reed.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Lanita Law Reed, and I would like to share my testimony with you today. I am from Washington, D.C., and I represent Ward 8, specifically Anacostia. I am also representing the Congress Heights community, which is where I serve and support many at-risk families with children ages 6 weeks to 5 years old. I have been a part of the early childhood community since my adolescent years, as I shadowed my mother when she started her child care center in 1983 called Kids R Us Learning Center. And we've been in operation for 39 years. I have grown in this field by carrying out just about every role within a child care program, from the early days as a camp counselor to school cook, to infant toddler teacher, to preschool teacher, to center director. Of course, years of hands-on experience has helped me tremendously. However, having the opportunity to participate in many quality educational and professional programs has shaped me into the leader I am today. These programs were sponsored and funded through the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and the former DC Department of Human Services Office of Early Childhood Development. And that's for many of us who've been around for a very long time. Some of these programs have helped me, including the CDA Child Development Associate Credential Scholarship, Taking Charge of Change Leadership Program, Graduate Studies Scholarship at UDC, where I graduated with a master's in early childhood development and administration. And the list goes on and on. My goal today is to urge you to continue providing funding for quality programs that support early childhood educators and develop firsthand teachers and leaders in our educational centers and in our communities. I would also like to thank the Council for its leadership in passing legislation that resulted in the funding to increase salaries and benefits for early childhood educators, providing equal pay for equal credentials. This is helpful for my childcare program and other centers because it will help to ensure that many more of our dedicated and motivated teachers will stay in our community-based early learning centers and continue their commitment to our children and families, instead of running off to DCPS and charter schools once they complete their 2-year or 4-year degree program. I would also like to make the following recommendations for the FY 2023 budget for OSSI. These recommendations are designed to improve the quality of early childhood programs in the District of Columbia. Direct OSSI to develop the necessary infrastructure to implement recommendations from the Early Educator Compensation Task Force to ensure our workforce reaches pay and benefits parity with the DCPS counterparts in FY 2023 and beyond. Please make sure that $53.9 million in the Early Educator Compensation Fund gets into the hands of educators as soon as possible this fiscal year, according to the recommendations of the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. And finally, to ensure the $72.9 million dedicated to raising teacher compensation in FY 2023 is implemented in accordance with the recommendations put forth by the Early Educator Equitable Compensation Task Force. I thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and I am available to respond to any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. I don't believe the others are here, but I'll call the names. Layla Patterson, Joshua Hurley.
I'm here. Leila Peterson is here.
All right, why don't you go next?
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Leila Peterson, and I'm Executive Director of School Talk, a local DC nonprofit. School Talk's two main primary program areas are restorative justice and inclusive education. Today, I want to focus on continuing investing in restorative justice. Restorative justice is an effective approach to promoting school safety and stability while also supporting the behavioral needs of students and enabling positive culture shifts in schools. Restorative justice is often implemented in response to disciplinary issues and for violence prevention. However, it is also extremely effective on the proactive side for promoting positive mental health, building positive relationships, and creating equitable and inclusive school environments. Specifically, I want to focus on how restorative justice addresses 4 big priorities that we've been hearing over and over again about in these testimonies. First of all, student mental health. As many people have commented, student mental health resources are stretched to the breaking point. Restorative justice strengthens and augments schools' clinical mental health support for both students and school staff. Restorative practices are trauma-informed and can be utilized to help clinical resources go further and be deployed more effectively. For example, restorative practices can be utilized in classrooms for culturally responsive social-emotional learning, to build relationships, and to overall create a positive school climate. In addition, restorative practices can be used for prevention and intervention for students who need clinical support or have complex needs. And this is the case because, one, it can help identify students who might need clinical support or have these complex needs, because if the students are sharing and have opportunities to talk about their feelings, talk about their needs, talk about what's going on with them, then it's easier for the different adults, families, teachers, and so forth to identify those that might need additional support. And then restorative practices also provide a framework for problem solving with the family, with the student, and coordination of multiple supports and interventions. Another key area where restorative justice can have a big impact is related to school security and safe passage. Students and school staff this year have talked a lot about being afraid for their personal safety, both on school, like in school, but also when using public transportation going to schools. Restorative justice can help both like in the school in terms of looking at policies and practices and moving a non-punitive restorative approach. And we really encourage the budget to support an effective citywide strategy for using restorative justice in this space. It also addresses school safety and leadership burnout. So we just hope that we can continue to be funded we're funded through OSSI and continue to be able to support the schools to the extent that we've been supporting them. This year we've went over 50 schools, as well as last year we trained over 1,200 educators from 179 schools. So anyway, I like everyone else, would love the opportunity to answer any questions or to meet with any staff after the hearing is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I don't believe the others are here. Joshua Hurley Bruno, Africa Battle, Allison Fulgham, and Shelley Hawkins. Give me just a sec. I had a question for the principal, but I think she's left. Let me ask Ms. Gordon, Amber Golden, excuse me, Amber Golden or Ari Fitzgerald. So at our performance oversight hearing, there was a testimony, maybe from you, both of you, and some others regarding Ellington. And the chancellor indicated subsequently, like right after, to my office that he was going to have a meeting. Has that meeting not taken place yet, Ms. Golden or Mr. Fitzgerald?
If it, Mr. Chairman, let me start, and then I know Amber has requested a meeting on behalf of the parents at Ellington. The chancellor did appear at a regularly scheduled meeting between the Ellington negotiating team and DCPS negotiating team. It was actually the first time he had appeared in a meeting between those two teams. And that was the last meeting that we had. Again,
when was that? When was that?
That was about 3 weeks ago. I can get you the exact date, but it was about.
It was after the hearing.
Yes, yes. And Ms. Golden, on behalf of SHADE, the parent group at Ellington, has invited the chancellor to a meeting with Ellington parents, and I'll just defer to her to talk about that.
Yes, after the hearing, he did, when a member of his staff reached out, and we're still working on scheduling a meeting that is in the evening so that more parents can participate.
So are either of you in these negotiations?
I have been, Chairman Mendelson. We've had several meetings. Most of the meetings have really, there's been a lot of sort of information gathering. DCPS has basically at the very outset, asked us to provide information about Ellington's program, which we provided. We've provided information about the number of its faculty that are licensed under the OSCE licensure requirements. We've had lots of questions about, especially our arts faculty for whom there is no licensing criteria or status. We've asked a lot of questions about what's going to happen with them. How are we going to make sure that if they are transferred to DCPS status, that they'll be able to continue teaching? We had one meeting with OSCE where a couple of the OSCE representatives talked about their approach. But the problem from our perspective, Chairman Mendelson, is that there hasn't been any creative thinking about what it takes to sort of keep a school that's operating at such a high level as Ellington, keeping those faculty that are really the secret sauce of the school. Some of whom are like for example, our dance instructors. We have dance instructors who, most of the dance instructors in the regular DCPS system, they have, in order to teach dance, they receive 4-year physical education degrees. That's what the requirement is to be a dance instructor in a regular DCPS school. Most of our faculty are former professional dancers. Many of them did not attend college, but they have danced in some of the world's greatest ballet companies, and they've been teaching students for over 20 years. Under the current licensing requirements, they wouldn't be allowed to continue teaching at Ellington, and that makes no sense at all. And people like Ms. McClure can talk about the value of having those types of people teaching at Ellington.
Now you're going to use up all my time. And so DCPS has not, they have not come to a solution for that.
No, they've not. And we did have, to their credit, we did have a meeting early on with OSSI where OSSI explained the process, but there's been no solution. We've talked about this Phelps model where we have teachers, people teaching at Phelps vocational subjects who have a lot of work experience, people teaching HVAC and plumbing and other subjects who do not have four-year college degrees and they're teaching effectively. And we want that model to be used to make sure that the wonderful—
But OSSI and DCPS haven't said yes.
They have not said yes to that.
But they also haven't said no.
They have basically told us that if there are criteria that apply to the arts faculty, including there are criteria that apply to many of the criteria that don't make sense for pre-professional arts program, but if there are criteria that apply, they're expecting our arts faculty to comply with that criteria, even where it doesn't make very much sense for a school of Ellington's caliber that's trying to prepare students.
One other question, because I'm now out of time. The just went through my mind. One of you testified that Councilmember Pinto asked to be in the meeting or negotiations. Was that you, Mr. Fitzgerald?
It was actually Ms. Golden, but I can talk about this. Councilmember Pinto asked that her staffer, her education staffer, be allowed to attend the meetings, the negotiations between DSAP, Ellington, and DCPS, and she's been denied the ability to attend those meetings. We would very much welcome participation from your staff, Council Member Pinto's staff in these meetings. We think they could be very helpful in reminding DCPS what the council had in mind when it actually issued the BSA in the first place last year. So we would welcome that participation.
Well, you know, there is a provision in the law. It's not on point, but it's analogous, and that has to do with collective bargaining. Now, we're not talking about collective bargaining here, but there is in the law a provision that the council may have a observer. And I think for collective bargaining, it has to be formally appointed by the council. If we have to go there, we will, but I would hope we don't. Thank you.
Really thank you for that, Chairman Mendelson. We thank you and Council Member Pinto and Council Member Henderson and actually all of the members of the council who have expressed support for Ellington. This is very important to Ellington and its alumni and its supporters. We want to get this right, and we want to make sure that Ellington continues for 50 more years in the future as a great institution that DC should be very proud of.
Thank you. Now I'm over my time, and if I'm over my time, then other council members will want the same amount of time, and then we'll be here until 10 o'clock tonight. Councilmember Lewis George, I hope you heard me.
I did. I thank you to everyone who has testified. Thank you specifically to all of the Ward 4 parents that I've heard who've shown up strong. I want to go to you, Janae. Is that right, Ms. Gaynor?
Yeah.
Jenny Gaynor. Thank you so much for coming to testify. We're working really diligently on this issue. I want to ask you something because I'm getting a lot of pushback saying, well, Councilmember, your parents, they're going to say they want this modular space, but then, once they get in, they're going to wish they were down at Gardner-Patterson because it's an actual building, and it's an actual building, and modular spaces are an actual building, and there's going to be pushback, and we don't want to go to this trouble if it's going to be all this pushback. So, this is where you come in. What are your thoughts on this piece of a Garnet-Patterson as a physical space versus us, doing the modular space at 3rd and Sheridan and sort of the cost benefit analysis there?
Yeah, I mean, it is really hard because we have limited information directly from like DCPS, and I get that we're not all going to get to review the plans, but when I think about an unused building that was designed for middle schoolers, the like level of effort that either will have to go into it or that won't happen really worries me. And so I think that that is like, I understand neither of them are going to be perfect, like, right, like people are going to have complaints probably, and we'll do our best to like manage expectations. But I guess even if they could be specific about what the issues we think we're going to run into, like where we're all like saying, oh, the pre-K 3 kids, they need bathrooms in their rooms, it's like just makes their days so much better. If they're going to say you can't have that in either of these buildings, like, right, like that.
No, I can tell you, we have modular spaces at Brightwood right now, and the pre-K classrooms have bathrooms inside them.
Yeah.
So there's anything stopping a modular space from having.
Yeah, like I think that's my assumption is like it's not going to be a guarantee to be perfect at Garnet Patterson, and like I just think like we are a neighborhood school. People walk there. We see everyone while we walk down the street. Like it's important to me to be in our neighborhood school. And when we kind of take that stuff away and we take away, I'm just worried about losing like that diversity and the enrollment that we do have. I just like,
yeah,
that's why I'm here, because I mean, my kids are only in pre-K 4, but I love the school and I love the like student body that's been here for so long. And I just don't want to lose those kids while we like make it harder for them for 2 years and then come back and just like, we're not going to serve the existing community with the new building is my main worry. So I get the spaces aren't going to be perfect, but I think that the location trade-off feels like the one I'd rather make.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for that feedback. And
yeah,
thank you. Thank you for taking the time. Lindsay, if I can come to you from PAVE, I want to thank you for your testimony and highlighting the importance of our school-based mental health. Let me ask you about, I know I asked for $300K to fund a cost study. If you could sort of help me understand sort of, we had a hearing with DBH and you all were, Paige showed up heavily at the DBH, and we're hearing about this like continued pipeline issue with having, you know, school-based clinicians and trying to deal with that issue. Can you help me understand sort of how this, if we do the study, sort of how that will help us as far as sort of solving for some of the issues that DBH has said is I guess a pipeline issue versus, you know, I don't know. That's what we have so far, is there's a pipeline issue. Do we foresee this study sort of helping with solving for and helping figure out how we address those issues too?
Addressing the pipeline, I'm not sure if it's about addressing the pipeline. I think it's about that there still isn't a really comprehensive understanding of what the gaps are and what the gaps are at like a school-based level. And I think the intersectionality piece of it is really important too, in terms of looking at the needs of different subgroups, as well as the combination of those subgroups. I mean, my experience is that it's for those of us who have not even been, the response that some of us are getting, parents who are raising these issues, raising flags, and we're told, well, they're not a problem at school, so it's not our problem. I mean, that's not a pipeline issue. That's like a foundational misunderstanding, or maybe a belief. Sorry, I'm a little cooking. Of what the role of the school is. So, and a misunderstanding of what the needs are. So I don't think that's a pipeline issue. I mean, I know the pipeline is an issue, but the study is something else.
And so the study will look at sort of the needs of our students holistically, is what you envision that study to look like, and based on sort of our students' holistic need, then inform what we need to be doing or should be doing as
needs and experiences as well. Students and families, you know, how the especially for, you know, the younger children, how families are experiencing the supports that they're receiving from the schools. So yeah, that's my vision of it. I know that there's a lot more in the PAVE resource packets. They have a whole bunch of details in there as well, of all the different that the group, like PAVE as a group has put together.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I thank you so much for your testimony. And
thank you.
Cheyenne, I'm going to come to you. I'm not sure, your ward member, but I do want to give you an opportunity to speak and advocate for your school. I've heard testimony today that the issues there are, if you describe them, they're more comprehensive, I guess, and need to be, I guess, is your view that this modernization needs to happen because the small fixes aren't working? Can you just help me understand sort of what you all are experiencing and what the ask is overall?
Yeah, sure. So I'm a Ward 5 resident, and Langley Elementary, it's a wonderful school. Right now, so there's kind of an imbalanced experience across the grades. So pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 have really wonderful, recently redone bathrooms and classrooms with bathrooms inside the classrooms and really good facilities. And then I think all parents pretty much have a fright of their kids entering K and up when they have to go when they spend more time on these floors where there's no working bathroom. It's kind of like a hygiene issue also to have no working bathroom on the same floor as the cafeteria. There are huge projects that need to be done. The HVAC system needs a total overhaul, but there are smaller projects that also could really help enhance the daily quality of life of the students. We also have problems with leaks, and as you can see, the buckets in the picture in my background to catch water that falls from the roof, and the holes in the wall that just attracts all sorts of bugs and just things that old buildings and cities, as I'm sure everyone is aware, tend to experience, and it's really frightening for kids. So I think while we want an overall a huge project modernization, we want also some kind of small incremental changes and improvements that can be done, starting this month, starting right now. And yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's going to complete the questioning for this group of witnesses. Thank you all for your testimony and your time. Some of you did not submit a copy of your testimony. Please do that. You will all be excused now, and I'm going to call the next and last group of witnesses. Stephanie Alexander, who's with the Community Enrichment Project. Lauren Grimes, who's founder and CEO of the Community Enrichment Project. Patricia Burton McFadden, who's with Divine Individual with Virtuous Ambitions. Lauren Welsh, who's with the Stoddard Elementary School LSAT. Sheila Carson-Carr, who's listed as being with Burrville, but I know she's also with Decoding Dyslexia. Martha Hoffman, who's with the Truesdale Family Teacher Organization. Marquis Cotton, who's with PAVE. Bridget Hall, who's with Big Mama's Children's Center. Tracy Barnes, who's with PAVE. Tatis Frazier, who's with PAVE. Princess Best, One Common Unity, Director of Arts Integration and Community Engagement. Savannah Stewart, who's a student at Thurgood Marshall. Trayvon Ray, who's a student with One Common Unity. Tania Wheeler, who's a student with One Common Unity. Mariam Atagok, who's a student with One Common Unity. Ariana Patterson, who's a student with One Common Unity. Aaron Polk. Cassandra Zelaya Torres, who's a student at Roosevelt. Monica Ailman Asensio is a student at Roosevelt. Azriel Thomas, also a student at Roosevelt. Lauren Wolf, I feel like I called her earlier. It's listed here as Truesdale. Christopher Bonner, Truesdell, Jim Surfas, Nature Bridge, Laura Signan, Laura Seinman, Chair of the Board of the Mid-Atlantic Region of Nature Bridge, Kim Hansen, Mid-Atlantic Director with Nature Bridge, Jessica Woodhatch, Parent LSAT member, Duke Ellington, Arabia Woolfolk with KIP. And we have two principals, Mitchell Brunson, we already heard from him, at J.O. Wilson, and Zara Barry Young at Malcolm X Elementary. So let's start with Stephanie Alexander.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson.
Good evening.
And Council Member Louis George, and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today. My name is Stephanie Alexander. I'm a Ward 5 resident and a student at the University of the District of Columbia David A. Clark School of Law, and a program manager for the Community Enrichment Project, and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. And I'm testifying about the proposed budget for the OST in fiscal year 2023 and what the Council should consider as they review the Mayor's proposed investments in the OST. Before I testify, I would like to acknowledge two students from the Community Enrichment Project's Phelps program, janae Mcknight and marcellus Crockett, who testified before the committee this morning. The Community Enrichment Project is a youth civic engagement organization with a mission to enhance underserved communities by empowering young leaders. We believe that the path to creating strong communities is dependent upon assessing community needs and building upon existing skills and talents in order to create change within. CEP offers an array of interest-based learning and engagement programs for students in wards 5, 7, and 8, which include workshops, internships, youth summits, and trainings focused on teaching youth to become and remain active participants in their community. Our programs focus on 4 major pillars of civic engagement: volunteering, voting, advocacy, and activism. I joined the Community Enrichment Project at one of the lowest times in my life. My brother, who was around the age of many of my students at Nicosia, was recently incarcerated, and the impacts of his incarceration led me to mental despair, which brought my studies at UDC Law to a brief interlude. During that interlude, I wanted to do meaningful work. I wanted to use the free time to engage authentically within my community. I've lived in Ward 5 for 5 years, and I haven't had time to do that. In October 2021, I joined CEP as a project manager for the Heart Expressions program. Leading the Heart Expressions program has been instrumental in my growth as a person. Each week, I get the opportunity to show students all the possibilities their lives have to offer despite their environment. Funding is instrumental to every organization and in our coalition, which is why we commend the mayor for extending the $5 million increase for the OST office by another year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Let me see if Lauren Grimes is here.
She's not going to be here.
Thank you. Patricia Burton McFadden. I don't see her.
I'm here.
Please speak.
Here I am.
Yes, I see you.
Okay.
You're okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Councilman Mendelson and the Council of the Whole for this opportunity to speak on behalf of children in early childhood education programs. As a lifelong, passionate, committed early childhood educator, advocate, mentor, consultant, and a proud member of a dream management team with UFK on Capitol Hill, I am their voice, these children. I am also here as a community builder with Spaces in Action. It's a powerful grassroots organization here in DC, and I must say, stay tuned because there's more to come with them. I'm so grateful for these two organizations for providing me the honor for speaking on today. You have my testimony that they are aware of. However, what I'm about to say, they have no knowledge of it and they do not endorse what I'm about to say yet. So don't hold them accountable to anything. I am now speaking from my heart and soul, my purpose-filled expert work with young children, and I must begin by thanking Mayor Muriel Bowser for bringing awareness to the field of early childhood education and the educators. Early childhood educators have been fundamentally overlooked far too long. We are not babysitters. Early childhood educators are instinctively amazing. We have the ability to craft, reconstruct, and organize chaos with pride for the salaries that we make. The time for Mayor Bowser's strategic leadership is exactly what we need right now. It's an overwhelming time in America and especially in our city. As a native Washingtonian, born and raised, educated in the district, credentials to prove it, and a passionate leader in early childhood education, I'm so proud to have Mayor Bowser on our side, and you too, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you. The funding for educational should not be in question. There's no dollar value we know that is capable of compensating us for the work that we do with young children, for it's rewarding on its own. But the decision on funding is evident, and we want to have a much better world for our children. Without early childhood education and educators, the world will crumble. We are committed to nurturing the hearts, minds, and souls of our young children, for them to sprout into the new, ethical, and bold leaders. The time is now, and enough is enough. There's a critical action taking place on May 9th. I must warn you all and let you all know on behalf of early childhood education. And we are not backing down. It's time for a change. It's time for a change, and it's time to change it now. The change can happen. We can gentrify neighborhoods. We can gentrify our education system. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for this time.
Thank you, Ms. McFadden. The next witness is Lauren Welsh.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Lauren Welsh, and I'm speaking before you as the chair of the local school advisory team, the LSAT, for Stoddard Elementary. And I wish to share with you our concerns about the new Fox Hall School and the impact it may have on Stoddard and its planned renovation. I also support the points made earlier today by Ruth Wattenberg and appreciate your time for this series of meetings. Our primary concern is this, that Stoddard's renovation is being deliberately scoped in a narrow way in order to justify the need to redraw its boundaries. But first, we are tremendously grateful for this renovation budget to address the longstanding space constraints and appreciate that it has been restored in the mayor's budget. And we're also grateful for the council's support in getting that funding restored. At the same time, we are concerned that the scope of the capital improvement project intended by DCPS is too narrow and will primarily consist of replacing the existing trailers without doing more to address the overcrowding needs affecting the rest of Stoddard. DCPS has stated that the renovation will create capacity for 516 students at Stoddard, which is only 11 students more than where Stoddard's enrollment number stood in February 2020, when it was 505. This doesn't make sense from a planning perspective, and it doesn't even meet DCPS's own estimates for Stoddard's projected enrollment. Such a narrow plan is likely to create a situation in which the building is overcrowded immediately after construction is completing, and Stoddard has experienced this before. 3 years after Stoddard's 2010 modernization, Stoddard's enrollment was already 60 students beyond the intended maximum capacity of the building. Overcrowding affects not just classroom size, but the entire school. For example, in fiscal year 2019 or school year 2019-2020, students were eating in the lobby in order to avoid a fire code violation in the cafeteria. And inadequate office space has meant that the school psychologist and social worker are meeting with students in repurposed storage closets. The second issue I want to draw your attention to is the new school plan for Fox Hall. Redrawing the boundaries and reassigning students from Stoddard to the new Fox Hall School is at odds with the clear and unified opposition expressed by the Stoddard community and the community working group convened by DCPS last year. In particular, the final working group report noted that the Fox Hall site is not walkable from the neighborhood served by Stoddard. So not only does it appear that DCPS has disregarded the Stoddard community's opposition to sending its students to the proposed Fox Hall School, but also that DCPS is deliberately scoping Stoddard's renovation too narrowly, so that there will be no choice but to reassign a significant number of Stoddard students to the proposed Fox Hall School to avoid overcrowding. Not only would that shortchange the long hoped for capital improvement project, but it would divide the community. Therefore, on behalf of Stoddard's LSAT and the PTO Exec Board, we ask you to support a broad renovation and expansion for Stoddard that provides capacity for more than 516 students. We request your commitment to a school that meets the needs of Stoddard for the foreseeable future, not just 2025. And finally, we ask for your consideration of Stoddard's desire to avoid reassigning students from Stoddard to Fox Hall. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Welsh. I'm going to read some names. I don't think these folks are here. Sheila Carson Carr. Speak up if you are. Martha Hoffman, Marquis Cotton, Bridget Hall, Tracy Barnes, Tatis Frazier. Is Shadden Dowett here? Probably hasn't been admitted. Savannah Stewart, Trayvon Ray, Tania Wheeler, Mariam Adoki, Ariana Patterson. None of you are speaking up. Aaron Polk, you're the next witness.
Hello. Hi, I'm a parent of a first grader at Truesdale Elementary. And I just want to thank you so much for allowing me to join tonight and to speak about the importance of having a swing space in Ward 4 during Truesdale's modernization process. I share many of the concerns expressed by Truesdale's parents and educators, both earlier today and at the March 2nd hearing. History shows that schools in DC that swing to locations far from the original campus lose a significant percentage of their in-boundary population. Truesdale currently serves 60% in-boundary population, and the benefits of that connection are significant. Speaking personally, my family moved back to DC in 2020 after 7 years abroad. And the other parents and the educators that we met through Truesdale played a key role in helping us feel connected to and invested in our neighborhood. And it's distressing to think about what may happen to that community if Truesdale's relocated 2.5 miles south at Garnett Patterson for 2 years during modernization. Additionally, parents of 3 and 4-year-olds and 3 and 4-year-old children in the community have expressed that they're not comfortable putting their young children on a bus without safety measures, including car seats and additional staff support. To my knowledge, it's not yet clear whether these accommodations will be made for pre-K students if Truesdale students do end up needing to commute downtown. And also, as the parent of a child who had a very significant separation anxiety when starting pre-K, I know how difficult that transition can be for young children and their parents. And it was hard enough to sort of hand over my crying 3-year-old to a dedicated and caring teacher. And I can't imagine that I would have been comfortable just sending her off on a bus. To that end, Commissioner Zach Israel asked us to note that he forgot to mention earlier that he is the father of a 2-year-old who he is planning to send to Truesdale, and that he has serious concerns about sending him to Garnett Patterson. And then finally, because I'm about to bedtime and I might not be able to stick around at the end, I wanted to address Councilmember Lewis George's questions from earlier, and just say that we recognize that there will be deficiencies in modular units, that there's not a perfect solution here, but it's just that in the interest of equity and Truesdale's long-term goals and long-term success, I feel that the trade-off is better served with the modular units rather than transferring downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Polk. Shadden Dowett for Princess Best.
Yeah. Hi, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Shadon Dowett. I am the program director at One Common Unity, and I will be sharing Princess Best's testimony, who is our Director of Arts Integration and Community Engagement. And at One Common Unity, we are also members of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. So I'm testifying today about the proposed budget for the out of school time in the fiscal year 2023 and what the council should consider as they review the mayor's proposed investments in out of school time programming. One Common Unity breaks cycles of violence and builds healthy, compassionate communities through music, the arts, and peace education. We offer both in-school and out-of-school time programming across all wards in the city, including a number of schools where we offer arts and social emotional learning. To quote a student, I was legit not even thinking about graduating or even if I was going to pass the 11th grade. I would just zone out and make my music or go on my phone, and you showed me how to use it and make myself feel better. I was in a dark place when I met you, and literally being a part of the program changed my life, and I just want you to know that. That student is now a graduate and thriving in a workforce development program and gearing up to start school after a gap year. This is the type of story we hear all the time at One Common Unity regarding our Fly by Light program. It's our unique ability to meet students where they're at through the arts and use that as a starting point to leverage their self-expression through SEL activities, leading them to think about caring not only about themselves, but those in their communities through social justice and causing them to move to desire and improve their mental health and wellness, their physical and mental mindset, and then using that healthy mind to create a better universe and more environmentally safe world. This is what our program does daily and so much more. As a program, we're entrenched in schools and climate culture, and we've garnered impressive results in leading students to academic improvement and personal development, as well as mental health outcomes through our flagship Fly by Light program. Students who interface with Fly by Light see a reduction in behavioral reports, an increase in self-awareness and confidence, and increased social or circle communication. These are valuable tools that allow a student an opportunity for academic excellence in programs like ours that are desperately needed given the past and current mental health climate to operate in fullness with quality staff who can meet the needs of students. Our annual showcase, our nature retreats, our field trips, our intention room, our class push-ins and professional development all make us a superpower in shifting climate and culture, as well as youth minds and experiences and outcomes. The out of school time and in-school space are critical to our youth, and the mayor's budget needs to reflect that as pouring into these programs, pour into the youth and allow us to see real change. Every time a student is enrolled in a program like Fly by Light, we have the opportunity to see one less school fight or one less student peer-to-peer conflict. Every time funding is available for the intention rooms in schools, we open the opportunity for students that are a chronic skipper of classes, chronically truant or disengaged, to get space to develop and express themselves, to feel part of the school community. While things like parks and recreation are very much needed, the unique benefits that the out of school time program spaces like Fly by Light offer speak to the whole child or youth, tapping into their physical, mental, emotional, educational, and sometimes even financial wellness, which are pivotal and critical to the success of students in the District of Columbia, and funding should reflect as such. With adequate funding, we are able to reach our youth and expand to their families and communities, meeting our overall goal and mission. Out of school time funding is critical to the success of our work, and I stand firm in testifying that the mayor's budget should adequately support CBOs such as ours that have been tried, tested, and fulfilled the outcomes to set forth the advancement of our youth holistically. Thank you for your time and consideration, and if you have any questions or matters you would like to discuss, feel free to reach out directly to me or Miss Princess Best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Darwood. Just a moment.
Oh,
Give me just a second. All right, Ms. Carson Carr, you're next.
yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other council members. My name is Sheila Carson Carr from Ward 7, grandmother of 4 DCPS students and a member of Decoding Dyslexia DC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the dyslexia law 23191 and Burville Elementary. I see that RC is trying to raise awareness of literacy in DC by having an RC literacy convening last week in which I attended. When it comes to the law, however, 23191, RC does not have enforcement power, even though the law says each public school shall ensure that the number of educators equal to the number of general education teachers working with students in kindergarten through second grade at the school have complete and professional development in reading difficulties. Please correct this oversight of the lack of enforcement, or the students will continue to suffer and the achievement gap will widen. The 70 trained teachers is a start, but at that rate, how many students are missing adequate reading instruction? Burville, as it is now, budget allows the school to retain teachers without prioritizing growing needs for social-emotional support. Currently, we have a social worker, social justice coordinator, contract social worker through DHS. The school will be able to add a full-time sociologist next year, but will still need support to fully develop the wellness program at the school. The constraints of the budget did not allow room to add an additional social worker to support the, what happened? Oh, yeah, a testimony disappeared, to support the other programs that they had. So Burville is in need of support for the rest of this year and for the adequate funding for next year. And also that they had their light poles removed from the schools, the field and the parking lot. And the company called Green that came through DGS, when they took the poles down, they left the wires exposed for a week and a half. And it took many calls and many emails to get that corrected. Why? We paying them good money to do correct service from the beginning. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Carson Carr. Cassandra Zalea Torres.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Zalea Torres. I am a junior at Roosevelt High School. I've come here today to talk about how Roosevelt State should have their own building. It would be beneficial for both students and teachers from both sides. It would be better for teachers to be stable in a classroom instead of moving every period just to make space for the state people. For example, my last semester, my Arabic teacher would always have to be late due to how she would always have to move from one class to another on different floors, which would leave us to take less time for us to learn. Roosevelt State should have their own building because they should be comfortable and not crowded on one side. There are many classes that would be great for Roosevelt students could have learned about gaining skills and knowledge, but due to why we have to share half a school, there are classes that Roosevelt people will never have the opportunity to take. The Roosevelt State has a cosmetology class, enrollment class, and a dance studio. Classes that would be great if Roosevelt had the chance to attend. Having students that are older than the age of 18 and being in the age of 14 to 17 is a safety hazard. The fights have increased from Roosevelt High School being in close contact with the state. There's no way two schools could get along in the same building with two different set of rules. Having students from stay in close contact with our minors from Roosevelt High School is concerning. due to how older they are and how different mindset they think as the younger ones. I just want the best for both schools, where we both can learn and persevere in our future with no troubles. Hoping that you will agree to make our school better and safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Monica Ailman Asensio.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Aleman. I'm a junior at Roosevelt High School, and I'm here today to give my opinion on why Roosevelt State High School should be separated from Roosevelt High School, because I do not think it's ethical or safe for students who are older than the age of 18 to hang out in a building where there are students from the ages of 14 through 17 years old. Not to mention that some of these students in Roosevelt State are involved in gang-related activities and have targeted students from Roosevelt, not having provoked them in any way. And I've been told by a couple of friends who have also gone through this, and not to mention girls who are 14 and 15 years old are even getting sexually harassed by boys who are older than them, around the ages of 18, 19, or even 21 years old, talking to girls inappropriately. I've seen guys trying to pick up freshmen and trying to get their consent, when, as you may know, the legal age to give consent in DC is the age of 18, and they are trying to get consent from 14 or 15 years olds. I believe this is an issue that has to be addressed, and a good reason to have Roosevelt State be separated from our school. As a female in this school, I am concerned for my own safety and the safety of others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ailman. I believe Asriel Thomas is not here. Lauren Wolf would be the next.
Hi there. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing for the DC Public School budget. My name is Lauren Wolf, and I'm part of the FTO at Truesdale Elementary School.
Excuse me.
Sorry?
I am here, sorry.
All right, I didn't see you, but you'll be next.
Okay, thank you.
Please continue, Ms. Wolf.
My daughter is a PK3 student at Truesdale, and part of the reason we moved to this neighborhood was because we wanted a neighborhood school. We don't want to give up the community we've built in our ward, and we also don't want to lose our amazing educators. We're very excited that budget has been allocated for the much needed modernization for many DC schools. And we know, much like many other concerned parents, that there's no perfect solution for a swing space, but we really encourage you to look at a modular space that's set up and that's close by. I know that there has been mention of one within Ward 4, and the best option looks like the field between 3rd and Sheridan Street Northwest. We've been exceptionally happy this year at Truesdale, and we have concerns about Garnett Patterson for the following reasons. When this transition happens, my daughter will be in kindergarten and my son will be entering PK3. I don't feel comfortable putting them on buses rather than our walk to school. I worry that by moving our school out of our ward, much like many parents have said, we'll lose amazing teachers and staff who won't have an easy or affordable way to commute to work. We won't have our community that we have, the sense of community that we've built at pickup and drop off, which right now in the middle of a pandemic is really, really important. All of us who walk, scoot, run to school with our children, we get to know each other. And if we're dropping them off at a bus, it's not going to happen. And also just an easy way to get our children to and from school, or to get them in case of sickness or emergency. And the last thing is really having an outdoor space that's safe. I know that current proposals would be building an outdoor space, but as you know, for early childhood education, so much of learning is play. And I also really worry that overhauling Garnett Patterson, specifically in the condition that it's in right now, won't be feasible in a year, and we'll be stuck with a swing space that, although a lot of money has been put towards, won't hit all of our needs. To be very honest, we lived in Shaw for 10 years. And for about 9 months, we drove from our house in Petworth in Ward 4 to drive them down to a daycare center in Shaw. And it took us a very, very, very long time. We had the opportunity to drive because we were lucky enough to have a car. I just don't want our school, which has a lovely sense of community, to move this far away and put a lot of parents out and really hurt our enrollment, hurt our sense of security, sense of community,
and all of the wonderful things that Truesdale has offered to date. So I request you consider alternative options. We really appreciate your consideration in taking all of these factors into play. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Asfield Thomas.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Azriel Thomas. I am a junior at Roosevelt High School. I am here to express my deepest concerns that Roosevelt High School and Roosevelt stay sharing the same space. This raises a huge concern for several reasons, one being the lack of space. RHS is not able to perform at its full potential due to the fact that we share space with Roosevelt Stay. Things such as the auditorium, football field, and library aren't freely accessed by either schools because we have to use them on certain days. This can be conflictual for either school. When you have several grades using the same resources, this can become a challenge. Due to the lack of classrooms, teachers have to share classrooms and even use carts to go between classrooms and class periods. It is my opinion that when you don't give teachers and faculty their own space, you don't honor nor do you respect the work that they do or the effort they put forth. Nationwide, it's already a challenge to keep teachers in this industry. So let's care about them. Care, acknowledge, respect, and empower them with the resources that enable them to teach at their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Bonner.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I, like many others before me, am a proud Truesdale, or parent of a proud Truesdale student, speaking about the swing space. First, I'd like to underline that Garnett Patterson is not a suitable elementary space. We've had a traffic incident in our residential school area this year, and moving Garnett Patterson onto busy downtown commuting thoroughfares is not a safe solution for pre-K3 students who don't understand, or for students who don't understand the dangers that they're in. Second, the school itself has no parking space for teachers, and we have about 50 spaces currently that are full almost every single day, so we're going to lose teachers. And thirdly, the space that will have to be taken up from all of those parking spaces for play is still not an adequate space. In my testimony, I've added a map that shows that the Truesdale space is over twice as large as 100% of the green space at Garnett Patterson. Second, my concern is that, like others, there's no way that they can, if DCPS could rehab a school for 17 million and do it in 1 year instead of 3 years, like at Truesdale, why aren't they doing it everywhere? It doesn't seem like it is a feasible or likely to end in success. Third, it appears that the plan is not just for Truesdale, but for other Ward schools to use Garnett Patterson. We know that many of our students plan, or the parents of our students plan, to just shift their students from Truesdale to another Ward 4 school. And we're going to lose enrollment because of that, and then we'll lose staff because of that. And then after Truesdale is finished with that process, another Ward 4 school, Whittier, will go through that process, and then LaSalle Bacchus will go through that process. And having 3 schools in a row lose their enrollment and then lose instructors because of it will have strong knock-on effects in the ward for 6 years in the renovations, and then knock-on effects for many years after that. We are here to endorse the modular swing space on 3rd and Sheridan. I'd like to just add a final plug that when students, there are robust studies showing that students who walk to school each day have lower stress and higher educational achievement. So there is not just a penalty in time and being able to pick up your child each day, but there's also knock-on effects to their scholastic ability as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. I believe Jim Surface is not here. Laura Steinman is not here. Kim Hansen.
Yes, hello. Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank
evening.
you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Kim Hansen. I'm the Regional Director for Nature Bridge, a national organization that provides overnight outdoor environmental education programs to school groups in multiple states. We, among other providers in the DMV, have partnered with DC Public Schools and DC Public Charter Schools since 2013 to provide these overnight outdoor learning experiences for district students. I'm here today to urge you to support the establishment of permanent funding for outdoor overnight environmental education programs for all DC 5th grade students, similar to programs recently established in Oregon and Washington State, which have both made long-term fiscal commitments to overnight outdoor school for all students. District of Columbia students deserve the same access to these unique outdoor learning experiences. Outdoor overnight environmental education programs, or outdoor school, offer unique educational and developmental value. Getting children outdoors and in contact with nature has proven benefits academically and behaviorally, as well as for their physical and mental health. As you know, and we've heard today, children in the district are suffering from learning loss and negative mental and physical health effects from extended isolation and increased screen time caused by the pandemic. Children from low-income communities and communities of color are particularly impacted. Immersive overnight outdoor school gets kids away from screens entirely, interacting with each other and the natural world as they engage in hands-on learning. Research has shown that these programs correlate with increased academic achievement in reading and math, improved understanding of science concepts and applications, more positive relationships with peers, development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills, building of leadership and collaboration skills, increased confidence and self-esteem, and a deeper engagement with learning, place, and community. In the 2018-2019 school year, over 70 schools representing over 50% of 5th graders in all wards in the district participated in outdoor 2-night, 3-day environmental education field trips through a combination of funding from DOEE and a commitment to bus transportation from OSSI. Unfortunately, funding for overnight outdoor education programs for 5th graders has been limited and unpredictable. Even and perhaps especially now, after 2 years of pandemic impacts, teacher and school interest in these field trips remains strong, but now depends on the ability of individual schools and families to fund them. This has meant most schools could not count on building these immersive outdoor learning experiences into their curriculum. The fact that these powerful, unique learning opportunities are not available to every child in the district is an equity issue. All DC students deserve access to the benefits of overnight outdoor school. This requires consistent annual budgeting for these experiences. Therefore, I respectfully request the Committee of the Whole to allocate $1 million in funding in fiscal year 2023 with a commitment to ongoing funding in future years to create a permanent outdoor overnight environmental education program for all DC 5th graders. Thank you very much for your time on this long day. I welcome your questions.
Give me a moment. I see that Laura Sigman or Sigmund has joined us.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I come to you today as chair of the Mid-Atlantic Board of Nature Bridge, which, as Kim just explained, is a residential environmental education program serving 4th and 5th graders in DC. I'm also a practicing pediatrician and parent of a child who spent over a year of his DCPS elementary school in remote learning. For those that can see my written testimony, I've started with an image juxtaposing the raising of the flag at Prince William Forest Park, where Nature Bridge runs its programs for DC students, in a historic photo with one from the same site during Nature Bridge programs in 2015. The older photo illustrates the milestone of Prince William Forest becoming the site of the 12th Street YMCA Summer Camp, the country's oldest Black YMCA. Both photos show students of multiple backgrounds standing attentively on dirt ground, their hands over their hearts, surrounded by nature and a civilian conservation corps era building. It's the ability of children from all backgrounds to experience outdoor residential programs that makes them so impactful. My child's elementary school teacher lit up when she heard of my affiliation with Nature Bridge, a program her classroom had participated in at a prior school. The head of a charter school, who I know, spoke enthusiastically of the unique opportunities that residential programs offer to his students. Both spoke passionately about the social and emotional growth, leadership skills, environmental awareness, and health benefits that they saw students develop on these programs. Yet without funding to support the ability of all DC students to attend these programs, they will be limited to those who can afford to pay, adding to inequities and opportunities that were significantly exacerbated by the pandemic. During the long homebound days of 2020 and 2021, I recall seeing my son delight in exploring a new path in Rock Creek Park. When we were able to go camping for vacation, he explained how it was the best time I've had during the pandemic and the first time I've been able to forget all about the stress around COVID. The pandemic has highlighted the mental health crisis among children, a trend that I unfortunately see daily in my medical practice. Outdoor residential experiences give DC students life experiences and skills that improve their mental and physical health, as the organization Park RX encourages. I hope that all children in DC will have the opportunity to experience what my son has, and I strongly urge the committee to support permanent funding for overnight environmental education programs for all DC students. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions at any time.
Thank you, Ms. Sigmund. Jessica Wodach.
Good evening. Thanks for being here so late, Chairman Mendelson. We appreciate it. I'm Jessica Wodach. I'm testifying tonight as a parent of a student at Duke Ellington and a member of their LSAT. I'm also a native Washingtonian, a pre-K-12 graduate of DC Public Schools, and was a leader of a charter school in town for 16 years. Before becoming a parent at Duke Ellington, I had no idea about the complicated structure that governs the school. As you know, DCPS currently contracts with the Duke Ellington School for the Arts Project to run the school. DSAP is made up of 4 partners: the Kennedy Center, George Washington University, the Duke Ellington Fund, and DCPS. While this arrangement has the potential to be a national role model for community partnerships, it's currently suffering because DCPS has not been negotiating in good faith to come up with a model that will ensure the success of Duke Ellington for the long run. Last year, the Council, through the language in the Budget Support Act, directed DCPS to negotiate with DSAP in order to create a plan for sustainability that would be ready for this budget cycle. We are so grateful for that BSA language and for the financial grant the Council provided to the school, which allowed many of our teachers to receive an appropriate increase in pay. However, we're sorry to share that DCPS has not moved forward quickly or transparently in order to meet that BSA expectation. Though there have been meetings between DCPS and DSAP, DCPS has not met expected timelines and continues to not provide details or solutions. The school community was astonished to hear Chancellor Farabee say recently that DCPS is creating a plan for a smooth transition for DCPS to assume full operations of Duke Ellington. This is not an accurate characterization of what has been discussed. Given the lack of clarity and the lack of detailed responses to questions that the Duke Ellington community has raised, we have significant questions about DCPS's long-term commitment to the District School for the Arts. Following testimony at the performance oversight hearing on March 2nd, Councilmember Pinto assigned a staff member to join the conversation between Duke Ellington and DCPS, for which we are very grateful. However, the Chancellor would not permit the staff member to attend meetings held by DCPS. Despite the Council's support for Duke Ellington and DCPS to reach an agreement, DCPS continues to engage with a lack of transparency and respect. We ask for your support in 2 ways. First, we suggest that the Council launch a committee that includes Council, DCPS, and Duke Ellington to help create a pathway forward for this citywide gem. Second, we ask for additional funding for the Council that would allow Duke Ellington to continue to thrive during this year while negotiations move forward. I understand that you did that last year, but with DCPS's lack of follow-through, an agreement could not be reached in time. If the school is going to continue its great legacy, we need DCPS to negotiate in good faith, answer our many questions, and transparently work out details for the continued long-term viability of the school. Because this could not be done without external support, we ask for the Council to join us as we move forward. Chairman Mendelson, I know this is of personal importance to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions and appreciate your ongoing commitment to the children of the district.
Thank you, Ms. Wodach.
Yes, Wodach.
The next witness is Arabia Woolfolk.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Arabia Woolfolk. I am the Executive Director of We Genius, a DCPS educator and sport coach, and a member of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. And I'm testifying about the proposed budget for OST in fiscal year 2023 and what the council should consider as they review the mayor's proposed investments in OST. We Genius is a free public speaking program that gives DC students the opportunity to improve their public speaking, writing, and leadership skills so that they may excel in the classroom and beyond. We Genius provides exceptional tutorship from community leaders and educators who are dedicated to mentoring DC's most prized possession, our youth. We hope to provide our scholars with the supplies and resources that they need to be successful during their time in our program. Funding will be helpful in buying school supplies, renting space for our end of session public speaking showcase, and gifting our scholars awards at the end of each cohort session. In addition to my work as an executive director outside of the school building, I am also a coach in the DCPS system. Coaching cheerleading and dance has been so rewarding as I get to see firsthand the hard work and dedication student athletes put into their craft. The most rewarding part of all is seeing their smiling faces when they win a championship trophy at an annual cheer or dance competition. Funding will be helpful in buying new uniforms, paying for safe transportation, and other important resources to ensure a successful season for our athletes. As a member of the OSC Coalition, I would like to point out that the data shows that programs benefit our youth in more ways than one. It introduces them to new skill sets, allows them to explore their passions, and keeps them safe during out of school time hours. We commend the mayor for extending the $5 million increase for the OSC office by another year with local funds, and for acknowledging the important role that OSC programs play in providing safe, nurturing spaces for our young people to spend time after school and also in the summer. While we would like to see these funds become more recurring investments to sustain high quality, affordable OSC opportunities, this one-time continuation with local dollars is a step in the right direction. We also hope the council will continue to conduct close oversight of OSC funds to ensure that funding is spent with transparency, accountability, and consistent community engagement. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I am available for questions if you may have any.
Thank you, Ms. Woolfolk. Zara Berry Young, who's principal of Malcolm X.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, the committee of a whole and panelists. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Zara Berry Young, and it is an honor to serve as the principal of Malcolm X in Ward 8 of the district. We are a Title I school with a high percentage of children from low-income families. My everyday ambition is to give our students the best education to help ensure that all of our students meet challenging state academic standards. Our programming lens also includes the Whole Child Initiative. We have included many opportunities for our students to be engaged with their learning environment in order to continue to widen their ideas, explore new possibilities, and own their learning with leadership values. Our school programming includes clubs, sports, partnerships, mentoring, events, activities, contests, and explorations that will broaden their hopes and dreams. Our school programming is obligated to seek ventures that will help our school community in supplementing any challenges that might infringe upon student learning and continue to bring our students to a higher learning sphere by using technology. Seeking to build upon the limited amount of information technology in our school, our local school advisory team unanimously agreed that we should explore avenues in securing computers, iPads, smart boards, and document cameras so our students would be involved in global learning. We use our school budget for more computers and applications, but smart boards cost thousands of dollars. And we needed to purchase at least 11 boards to place in classrooms without smart boards. When our ESSER funds arrived, it was pivotal for us. It was a prayer come true. We used the funding to purchase our smart boards for classrooms and computers for the library, which will be great assets in giving more students a way to interface with the 21st century learning with technology. Expanding our technology inventory will give so many students learning tools and teachers best practices that can open the doors to vast knowledge. And analyzing our school year 2021 end of the year student data and the virtual learning challenges, we decided programming this school year to address the learning lags that were apparent. We knew that small student group instruction would be advantageous in tackling individual small deficits that were apparent. When we began designing our intensive tutoring program during the school day, we solicited instructional support from special educators, intercore teachers, instructional aides, and the United Planning Organization of Grandparent Program. The general educators planned with the instructional support team members to address students' lagging skills. Our school year acceleration program, after school program, begins with 1 hour of tutoring for K-5 delivered by general educators. The continuation of the program, sports and clubs are all throughout our building. As you have heard, our whole child programming is extended throughout the school day and beyond. High quality instruction, small group instruction, extracurricular programs, social emotional learning, and technology all go hand in hand in an educational environment. Technology infused environments enhances technology and learning. I am again elated to know that Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 23 budget includes another investment to upgrade classroom technology at DCPS. To quote from the research of Johnston and Cooley, 2001, technology is not an add-on, but an integral part of a student's quest for knowledge, which students research, organize, and share information. Thank you for this opportunity to present this information.
Thank you, Principal.
Thank you.
We have 3 more individuals. Julian Lopez.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Hello, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Julian Lopez. I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to testify and speak on issues at Jackson Reed High School, formerly known as Woodrow Wilson. Overcrowding in my school is impacting the bathrooms and the school condition. The school isn't good when it comes to being clean and taking care of every student. There are times when there isn't enough lunch or when the bathrooms are too overcrowded or too dirty to use. Some toilets don't even work at the school. A lot of people don't even use the bathroom because of the conditions at the school. On the issue of mental health, it really isn't talked about in my school. I'm not seeing a lot of activity in my school when it comes about mental health or discussions about it. There are some times where there isn't even soap to wash your hands, and I blame the school because we have enough resources to fill the soap up. It would be helpful to have information that me and my team have made at the Women's Youth Project to address these issues. And I wish to have a hotline in which we can talk to people about the school condition. I have 2 funding recommendations for the committee. $5 million to launch a school-based system-wide wellness initiative that provides after-school education support and training to children and youth. This initiative will be part of the Learn 24 grant program run out of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education. It will support the Tier 1 and 2 education support work that is not covered by DBH clinics and DCPS counselors. Number 2 will be DCP bathroom and school repairs require that DCPS establish a hotline where students can report needed school repairs and some funding to cover these repairs. That'll be all.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Daniela Mendez Castro.
Hello. Hello, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the committee. My name is Daniela Mendez Castro, and I like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. And I attend to Jackson Reed High School, and I'm a youth advocate at the YWP. And high school students are in a mental health crisis, and the U.S. Surgeon General acknowledges in January 2022. YWP's 2021 survey on mental health and wellness documented a wide range of problems, including toxic stress. 57% rank ranked their stress as consistently high and unbearable in the past 3 months, trouble sleeping, and 82% have difficulty sleeping, including 26% who can't sleep most nights. Depression, 55% said they are so sad and hopeless that they stop doing regular activities, and even suicide. 24% of survey takers seriously consider suicide during spring of 2021. Mental health challenges that young people are experiencing locally and nationally are problems with toxic stress, depression, trouble sleeping, and sadly even suicide. There needs to be some sort of change in DC schools for us students to have a safe space where we can receive the proper help we need, because as you can see, so many of us are struggling in silence with the feeling that we have no one to go to, and things shouldn't be like this. Mental wellness is an important issue for me and my friends personally, because attending to school and being given all the schoolwork is a great stress for us, and having to worry whether or not we're doing the work correctly too, because not only does it matter if you turn in your work on time, but also how well you did the work as well. Also trying to keep up with all the work being given to us, making sure not to fall behind on our work, because if we do, it'd be pretty difficult to catch back up and our grades would drop as well. Another factor that plays in is thinking about our future as well. Although we're in 10th grade, it's time for us to start thinking what we want to do when we graduate and what college we'd like to attend, just basically what we'd like to do with our lives after high school. And honestly, in my school, there hasn't been much to respond to mental health this year. They did say a few things in the beginning of the school year, but after that, nothing more was said about mental health resources. Some teachers in some classes do tell their students to reach out to them if they ever need anyone to talk to, but it's not for certain that every teacher does the same for their students. Here in YWP, I have created a few virtual wellness centers, and one of them was a trauma room in which I learned how childhood experiences can create certain problems as we develop, causing problems with stress and how we react to certain situations. And I also included in my slideshows resources that teens can call to receive help, like a hotline where they are able to talk to someone what they're struggling with. And based on what I've seen at my school and know about my team member schools, I have 2 recommendations: making sure that every school has at least one counselor in the budget who is designated as a mental health support person, and allocate $5 million to launch a school-based system-wide wellness initiative that provides after-school education, support, and training to children and youth in 125 public schools. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Armand Cuevas, who's with Empower Ed.
Hi, good evening, DC Council. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Armand Cuevas. I currently live here in Ward 1, and I'm a DCPS high school teacher in Ward 5. I know it's pretty late. I know you've been listening to lots of testimonies, so let me try to hit on just the main points. So what I'm here to testify about today is a combination of, we hear about the teacher exodus that's happening. A lot of teachers are quitting, staff is quitting, or maybe next year they're not going to come back. A lot of students are burned out. Like, yes, they came off virtual teaching, but now they're back in the building, but they're tired again, and attendance rates are just dropping again. So one thing I wanted to talk about is Empower Ed was advocating for the flexible scheduling model. And we already kind of see that happening in several states. So basically, we're just going to have not a 4-day work week, but a 4-day academic instruction week. And then the 5th day is meant for teachers to have time to plan, do meetings, talk to parents, like all the stuff that we were able to do during the virtual school. And then students have a chance to go to office hours, or they can have enrichment, whether it's like all the partnerships that DCPS has, they can expand on that. So instead of just after school, it's during the day. I believe that this will really help both retention and student engagement. Because during the virtual year, although teachers and students didn't like it so much, they did like having that extra day to just catch up on everything. And students didn't feel so overwhelmed by the schooling. Now, not even now, students were happy to be back in August. They wanted to come back to school. But then September, they were tired again. Some of them wanted to go to a hybrid model, and they didn't really know what that looked like. They couldn't advocate in the details, but they knew that a 5-day school day, the same thing every day, just wasn't it for them. So again, what that flexible scheduling model could look like is 1 day a week, instead of all this. instead of everyone coming into the building at the same time, you could have teachers planning from home, having virtual meetings, or they do come in the building, but they're given that time to plan or collaborate and really do a better job. Because for almost all teachers and staff members, we are just so time poor. We don't have enough time to do all the things we need to do to be effective at our job. At the same time, on that flexible scheduling day, kids can come into the building and do things like, again, office hours on a basic level, but even further than that, partnerships with programs to do job shadowing, or if they're learning about carrying capacity in biology, they can have a field trip to Rock Creek Park to learn about the environment. I think that we can really start to revolutionize what education looks like from something broader like the flexible scheduling plan.
Thank you. That concludes all the testimony from this group. Mr. Cuevas, since you were last, I'll start with you. So it would be a four-day classroom teaching for teachers, but still a 5-day school week for students. Yes, that's what I envisioned. I think there was another person named Caitlin Earl who was also going to advocate for something similar. But yes, that's what it would look like. And it would still be a 4-day, it would still be a 5-day work week for teachers. It just wouldn't be 5 days of teachers teaching content. Yeah, I was careful in how I phrased it. 4-day classroom teaching by teachers, but 5 days school for students. I asked Scott Goldstein to give me more information on it. Thank you. I had a few other questions. Is Miss Principal Barry Young still here? Yes, I see you.
Yes, Councilman, I'm still here.
Tell me about what your enrollment looks like this year and projected next year.
Yes, my enrollment this year is 220, and it's probably going to go up maybe just about 5 kids, if that much. We are still fighting with trying to have transportation come from our original building on Alabama Avenue. We've moved down here to Mississippi Avenue, where there's no transportation, no bus, no subway, no nothing. And a lot of my students still live on Alabama Avenue. So I've been talking with our Chancellor Farabee and others, the Councilman Trayon White, to try to get some type of shuttle bus to come down from Alabama Avenue to bring my students down this way. When we were on Alabama Avenue, we had 400 plus, and when we've come down here, we've cut it to 240 is probably the highest we've had. And so a lot of my students are still traveling down from Alabama Avenue only because they really are committed and their parents are committed to still coming to Malcolm X Elementary School.
Are you permanently on Mississippi?
Yes, we swung in here about 9 years ago as a swing building, and they were going to renovate, do a huge renovation because we had open space on Alabama Avenue. And my understanding, it was $11 million that got picked over while we were down here waiting in the swing space, the old green building. And as the money was being picked away, we were here. And then I was told that I have to tell my staff that not only that we won't be going back to the old building, but this is our building. So we've had a lot of tough times in an old swing building of green where schools have swung in, such as Turner down here, and went back to their new building, but we did not have a chance to do that. So we had to use an old building that was basically a warehouse per se, and really just had a stabilization project these last 2 years. And that's why we did not have our smart boards on all floors, because there was no smart boards here for us. And so smart boards, again, are thousands of dollars, and it's not in my budget. So our ESSER funds is helping us get that, but we are still, we've purchased them and they're coming, but they're not here yet. So
yes,
technology.
you testified about the smart boards and the ESSER
Yes.
for that. So is the building is still on Alabama Avenue?
The old building is on Alabama Avenue. I believe it's going to be a high school, a high school that you have to apply for, our application high school, someone said, but I'm not sure, but we're not going back. We're going to be in the green building. So, I mean, they say Malcolm X at green, but basically we're Malcolm X. And our modernization project that I just got validated on as far as having a modernization project beginning in school year 24, probably 24, 25, which basically is just the architectural drawings and so forth. So I'm sure we won't be finished for another 3 years out, but we just got an HVAC system and new windows and things of that nature. But we were left pretty much down here in not great conditions.
A couple other questions. So your budget for next year that you've been told, are you seeing any cuts in that? Are you having to lay off or reduce FTEs?
No, I'm very pleased with our budget. Usually I have to fight and scrap for every little bit of money I can, especially for personnel, because we're a small school, and small schools, you know, our personnel is usually small. We have part-time intercore teachers, and we have maybe one teacher per grade level, but I fought for it because by my school having students who come in maybe 2 to 3 grade levels below, especially with the pandemic, we needed to have small class sizes. So I'm so happy to still have the same amount of teachers for next year, and even a couple of other great assets, such as a MSL person who is going to help me with the renovations or the modernization, and also a reading teacher. So my budget wasn't cut. If I can get this back again every year, I would really be elated.
And my last question to you is facilities. So how's DGS doing with responding to your needs?
They have come, I guess, as another, I think Brigham said in his testimony that they're doing better now, because I think that we've complained so much, especially with these old buildings. And, you know, you put in a ticket and the ticket gets canceled without the work. And it was just so many complaints.
And that's not happening anymore.
It's much better. It's much better, finally.
Much better is not the same as it's not happening anymore.
Exactly. It's still happening, but it seems like they're trying to do better than they had before. And buildings that are old, as we are hearing about Langley and some other buildings, we really suffer because some things have been going on for so long that it just has exacerbated it over the years.
Thank you. Let me see. I'm looking at my notes here. Give me a second. Miss Wodat, I was trying to remember why I had a question or two for you. You asked for 2 things. Council launch a committee that includes council, DCPS, and Duke Ellington. I'm not quite sure what that would look like. Are you still there? Ms. Wodat? It looks like she dropped off. Okay. Is Ms. Carson Carr here?
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you.
I was worried. I've known you a long time. I was afraid you'd disappear on me. What's the story with Burrville?
Burrville,
are they being cut for next year?
They're not being cut, but they're not giving them what they need. There was a need this year, and they have like a lot of stuff for people from DHS, and they're not sure if DHS is going to cover these people for next year. So then they would be without these people. And you know, over there off of Division and Nanny Helen Burroughs, there's a lot going on, and these children have been traumatized. Lincoln Heights and all of that. They need a lot of social, emotional things, and they're not doing that. And the teachers want the training. So those one of the things. And then the other thing is about DGS. When they removed those light posts from all the poles in the field, around the playground, and on the parking lot, and they left exposed wires. And it took a week and a half of me calling everybody in the whole wide world to get it, boxes put over it finally.
Okay, but so the needs are greater than what's being funded, but the school's not being forced to cut FTEs for next year.
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
But they never got what the contingent that they needed for this school year. You know, a lot of schools have been telling you how they had to juggle. They juggled also.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Ms. Welsh, can we just kind of go over Stoddard again? So there's money in the budget. The money in the budget, the capital improvement plan, would basically expand the current building to get rid of the trailers, but nothing more. But isn't there a point at which Stoddard becomes too big? Why wouldn't we want another elementary school to reduce the demand on Stoddard and a couple other schools?
So I thank you very much for the opportunity to answer this question and for your time today. To answer your question about sort of the plans for the renovation. So we have our initial meeting slated for April 19th with DCPS. However, the number of 516 came to us just last week. We got that answer sort of in a roundabout way. It was answered to Councilmember Mary Che by DCPS, who provided the answer of 516 that was the targeted capacity for the renovation. And then that was passed to us. And so our concern there is that our population was at 505 students prior to COVID in February of 2020. And so 2 years of a renovation and $20.5 million, that the concern was that it was being artificially too limited in terms of the renovation, and that it would replace primarily the existing trailers with a permanent structure and not sort of address both the other common areas of the school, the cafeteria, the bathrooms, office space for the special ed and other resources for mental health, that it wouldn't address those. And on top of that, that 516 wasn't quite ambitious enough and wouldn't even meet DCPS's own projections. I think in the numbers that they shared from their Office of Planning for 2025, their number for Stoddard, the projected enrollment was 539. And I think for 2027, the number was 554. So we believe that we should be at least renovating Stoddard to address DCPS's own projections. And that sort of brings to your second question about why we wouldn't wish for another school. As you, I'm sure know, Glover Park and Stoddard Elementary are a unique community in that almost everybody walks to the school. It is a school. There's some families have one car or no cars. I've heard other people give testimony about sort of the benefits of being able to walk to your neighborhood school. And that is something that we are really fortunate in this community that we're able to do from Stoddard. And Stoddard, nestled in Glover Park, is also defined by natural geographic boundaries of Glover Archibald Park. So one of the primary concerns is that building a new elementary school and reassigning a significant portion of Stoddard students to that school would take families that have a half-mile walk to their local elementary school and give them in excess of 1.5 mile walk across Glover Archibald Park along a road with one reservoir road along the Georgetown Hospital corridor with one sort of path to get there, that then removes the ability to walk to your neighborhood school. And where you draw the line for that is also sort of arbitrary, because there isn't any area from Glover Park's, from Stoddard's already existing neighborhood boundaries from which you could walk to a new Foxhall school in reality. I mean, I have 4 children, one of whom has already gone through Stoddard. 2 of them are there now and a toddler. And I can't imagine any of my elementary school age children being able to walk to a new Foxhall school. And I am probably the closest person in Stoddard to be able to do that. So we have the space at Stoddard and we have this opportunity with a renovation, which we are extremely grateful for. And we just sort of ask that DCPS come into it and really hear the community, consult the people who work in the building and use it every day to find out what their priorities are, and have a conversation about how do we make this building a building that's going to serve a generation of Stoddard students and not just 2025 or a few years down the road. And because of that, we can't also, we don't have the need to go to a Foxhall school that isn't part of our community. And so we'd rather focus on expanding our school to meet the needs of our existing community. And then, if the Foxhall school, allow that a separate consideration. I've heard from a number of other panelists today with different ideas about that. And I think that Stoddard's position is that we would request our emphasis be on renovating the school to fit the needs of our community and be left out from the Foxhall elementary conversation. Thanks. happy to take any follow-up on that.
Yeah, and then, well, this isn't a question, but I'm just going to rephrase. So basically, that the Stoddard neighborhood, Glover Park, is in a sense, isolated isn't the right word, but set off by natural boundaries such that what you're saying is it makes more sense to just have that neighborhood feed Stoddard. Is that entirely the catchment area for Stoddard? Stoddard has a significant number of students from the embassies, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So Stoddard, where the natural border really comes into play for Stoddard is along our, I'm sorry, I'm not a maps, but person, but our west and our southern border, which is precisely the border that going to the new Fox Hall School would ask us to cross. We do have a
Glover Archibald in Whitehaven Park.
Yes, correct. And so,
Yeah.
So our border runs on the southern side, it runs to 37th Street in Whitehaven, I believe. And then it runs all the way west to the park, but it does not cross the park. And so by reallocating and reassigning students who are at Stoddard to go to this new Fox Hall School,
Yeah, I
which would be over at
understand.
the Hardy Park, is just not walkable.
Well, what about the chanceries or embassy? Are they do they live within that neighborhood?
Absolutely. They do live within the neighborhood and they are a significant part of Stoddard's population. We have a combination of housing and students in our community. We have people who live in apartments, condos, row houses, some single family buildings. We have a significant embassy population, the largest one being the Russian embassy, but we have other embassy populations who are also part of Stoddard. And so that's one of the benefits about Stoddard, and we have, I think, 19%
but
of our
that's all. I want to be clear, but that's all within the same catchment area. It's not the embassies sort of outside the area.
Correct. The Russian embassy is within a 5-minute walk from Stoddard Elementary.
Yeah, I know. It's on Tunlaw and
Wisconsin
and Tunlaw. You tried to rename Wisconsin Avenue in front of it. Thank you. I had one other question for Ms. Hanson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Kim Hanson, are you still here?
I'm here.
In your testimony, in 2018, over 70 schools representing over 50% of fifth graders and all wards participated in outdoor 2-night, 3-day environmental education field trips?
That is correct. Yes.
Like to where? Where would be a 2-night, 3-day field trip?
So this particular data is from the program that was funded by DOEE, and there were three providers that those schools were split between. NatureBridge was one of them, and we operate in Prince William Forest Park, which is south. It's in Virginia near Woodbridge. It's a national park site. And then the other two providers, one operated in Maryland and one operated in the Great Falls area of Virginia, but we all had residential facilities and access to trails in natural areas. And there are a couple of other providers in the DMV that are also capable of providing these programs. But those 70 schools were split just between the three providers.
So a provider like NatureBridge, who has a facility near Great Falls?
It's Living Classrooms is the organization. They have a facility near Great Falls, and then the third partner was the Alice Ferguson Foundation.
Oh, in Accokeek.
Yeah.
So students in the fifth grade would do whatever you have near Prince William and then spend 2 nights, 3 days there.
Yeah, correct. They'd arrive on a Monday and stay until Wednesday morning, and they would spend their days out. Our site is in a national park, so they would spend their days out in the national park doing hands-on learning focused on science enrichment and social and emotional skills. And they would eat in a dining hall and sleep in cabins overnight.
Interesting. Thank you. I don't have Other questions? Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. And I took a little bit longer, but that's because I knew all my council member buddies had disappeared. So thank you. And I'm going to wrap up this hearing. I want to thank all of the witnesses. We ended up having 152 testified today. This was on the education agencies. We will hear from the heads of the education agencies on Wednesday. We have set aside from 9 to 6 on Wednesday, the 30th, where we will hear testimony. I don't believe it will be in this order: DCPS, OSSI, the Deputy Mayor for Education, the Public Charter School Board, the State Board of Education. I think DCPS is actually last in the order on Wednesday. I want to thank everyone who took the time to testify today. And those of you who didn't give us your testimony, if you would please do that. It is helpful to us. The Committee of the Whole will have a hearing on all of the legislation on Friday, April 8th. That would be the Budget Support Act, the Local Budget Act, the Supplemental, and the Federal Request Act. The time is 8:04 in the evening, and this